All right, you're on.
We're on. Hey, everybody, it is 9:12 on Tuesday, Election Day, 2022. That's a hint for anybody listening to this who hasn't voted. Get in your car, go vote, and come back. We promise it's all being recorded. You'll be able to catch up with us. Welcome, everybody. This is budget time in the village. The town's also doing a budget. For those of you that are curious, all municipalities do budgets. They don't all do them at exactly the same time, but we have an obligation to look at the budget presented by the staff, and the budget isn't just a bunch of numbers. It tells a story of where we're going to focus our initiatives for next year. So we will call this order. Do I have a motion?
Second.
And are you keeping track of everything, Maddie? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We're on. We are excited, Dale, and I see excitement written all over your face. You are one of the few people in this room who's actually smiling. Everyone else looks exhausted.
You can't look exhausted
So-
first.
so-
Marathon.
Well, her marathon started 2 months ago, was really the point. As always, thank you for all the work. We were handed the books about a week ago. Anybody in the public that wants to see it can have access in paper and on the website. You could just go to bot@villageofossining.org to make it easy. If you have any comments to us directly, be aware that we don't take anonymous commentary. It doesn't help us if we don't know. It's designed for residents of the village, but we welcome all questions. So am I turning it to the village manager or directly to Dale? Where are we going with this, village manager?
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to turn it over to Dale to kick us off. But welcome to the 2023 budget planning session number 1.
It's a 2-month process to get to this point.
We celebrate all accomplishments along the way.
Thank you, Manager DeSori. Thank you, Mayor and Village Board. Yes, it is exciting because we start actually this process in August with updating for contractual increases that we know about, as well as projections for items that we think will be coming down the pipe. We then send to each department their tentative requested for them to continue filling in for contractual items, which was especially important this year for the increases to costs, and also any fee schedule changes and capital plan items. So those items were requested back from each department by September 7th. By the end of the month, we had somewhat of a well-shaped budget to then go forward into our budget meetings with the manager
I don't
and
like the microphone.
and assistant manager.
Doesn't sound like it's on.
It's physically on.
It's physically-
That's the one that-
No, nobody's going to be able to hear if you don't talk like really close to the microphone.
It's not on. I'm just saying.
Jamie said that she could hear the chief when he used that mic, and if you could hear it in the room.
Oh,
What, she
I
said
hear
that she could hear him.
Okay, so then I'm sure it's fine.
Yeah, I think it's.
All right, just talk closely.
We will be told if people can't hear.
Okay, yeah, please give a shout from yonder if you cannot hear. So going into this tentative budget, the village manager has submitted a budget that the appropriations and corresponding revenues are 4.85% higher than the prior year at $41,512,380. It's proposing a tax levy amount of $24,637,560 is equal to 3.71% to be raised by property taxes. Given our assessed value increase from the prior year. For 2022 adopted budget, it was at 2,266,091,613. We've now had an assessed value increase of 13.05% to 2,584,445,130. This as
Is there a page that we should be on?
this is on section 3, page 4. Is our general fund summary sheet. That's also available online. If you're looking at the PDF electronic version.
The budget summary.
Yep. Okay. I took, sorry.
Except for the big part.
So after department area,
Exactly.
flip all of it.
Yeah. About halfway.
It's the third tab.
We're halfway through.
It's the budget summary tab.
Good.
Sorry, I should have started.
Okay.
So essentially, with our assessed value, when that number increases, it has automatic effect to lower the tax rate, which we can see here. We have a tax rate for 2022 of 10.4833 per 1,000 of assessed value. We've now reduced it to 9.5330 per 1,000 assessed value. Which basically is a 95-cent reduction per 1,000. The average residential assessment in accordance with the higher market values has increased as well, though. Our assessed value average for 2022 was 351,164, and it's now produced an average for the current year of $397,967.
Is it? Okay.
Does anybody have any questions in that regard?
That would be a no.
Okay, great. So one of the largest items, as we go along during the budget, as well as our regular operating, is our capital plan. And this really establishes a flow, framework of what we're looking to do in the coming year. So if you go to the capital plan tab in the back, and also the fee schedule in the back, we would like to touch on these two schedules as we go through with each department over the coming week.
The tab that says capital budget plan.
Yep, yes. And then there is also another tab that says fee schedule. So you might want to take them out of the binder, it might be easier. Since we're going to touch on them for multiple departments as we move forward this week. And you can make some notes and we'll discuss these in great length. And with each department, we would definitely like to address each department's capital items when they are here. And at that point, if we could, if you look at the capital plan, the shaded columns are the columns we will be discussing. So any amount that's in a column is up for each department. And at the point that the board is good with an item, it will become part of the adopted capital plan. I will make a notation on the PDF to move it over to that final column on the right that says board approved for 2023. if there's an item that we feel needs more discussion, you're not ready to commit before we adopt the budget, we can always put in a TBD, to be determined, because this is a ever-moving plan during the year. It can change, depending on maybe a new project comes that, you know, we need to take advantage now and moves up into the schedule. Maybe it's in for a prior year and we receive a grant or funding that will allow us to be able to do it this year. So it's a flexible schedule. It's really just a framework to give us a direction. As I know we're very familiar. So.
Yeah, I know, it's an odd bird this year. We've all done this one at least once before, some of us many more than that.
Mhm.
Because oftentimes there is at least one person. This is new to it, it's, I think, frankly, I've done many budgets in my lifetime, not just here, so this is great. We should be able to actually get really into it. Question for you, I noticed, so I'm reading this correctly, everything that was requested is what you put in. It doesn't, like, when I look at the request column, it's exactly the same as the recommended, right?
That's correct.
So nothing, okay,
Yes, at this point, everything that was brought forth from the departments during the managers' meetings was moved from department requested to the tentative proposed budget.
right. So basically, every department head who asked for whatever they asked for, it's what you put in this budget, and it's included in the budget that we're looking at.
That's correct.
Okay,
Yes. Yes, and at the point that we're going through the meetings, I'm hopeful during the department's meetings that will be well rounded out and we'll be able to say, you know, a yes or a no, to have it in the final adopted budget. We do have a final capital project review on the Friday, but if we're rounded out, you know, especially when the departments are here to ask questions, I think, you know, having these many years of experience, you try to learn what works best and what does not. As we move forward, I think that would help. That goes also along with the fee schedule changes. This is also another working document during the year. We do establish one at the beginning of the year, but as we see during the year, things come up. We have to tweak, we change, modify. Bless you. As we go through to make sure we are in compliance and charging correctly and accurately, and to make sure everybody knows what our fees are. So as soon as a resolution is brought to the board and fee change or addition is approved by the board, we do update our schedule and put it back out onto our website so that everybody has access. So when we're going through the fee schedule, any changes that were proposed by departments will be seen shaded in gray for easier access. One of the projects that myself and Corporation Council would love to tackle, and he signed on. I don't know, I'm happy he's about that, but he offered to help assist in really tweaking up this fee schedule. Because there are some that are redundant within the fee schedule, others that we don't necessarily maybe need in our fee schedule now, because maybe they're in the town or like dog licensing. So that is a project that I'd like to take on. Unfortunately, during this budget process, in this time, at this point in time, I have not been able to get to the tweaking end of the fee schedule, other than to keep up with the departments and what they needed to add or change, or they wanted moved around. Like if there was a fee that was located under planning, but it really should be in building. I did make a notation on this fee schedule to show, you know, the switch, tell whether a fee was proposed or changed or added or deleted, or something of that nature. There were not too many fee changes requested. For the finance department, I have one fee change, and that would be to increase hardship parking street application, which is currently set at $80 for the first car for a year, and then $40 for each additional car. I would like to increase $5 for each of those components. The last time it was increased in 2019. Says in the fifth. But it's shaded in gray, so as you go along, you will see what changes were requested. Do we have any questions on that?
Well, we talked about looking at these fees a year ago, we just didn't get to them, so maybe this year. Exactly for the same reason, redundancy, hard to understand. And even though technically we could change fees anytime, and we sometimes do, it's really confusing to people. You know, like, by the time they get used to one thing, it changes, and even if it's only a few dollars, it's just, you know, begs the question whether we should change some of these things every year or just do one big hit every 2-3 years. Something to think about when you guys revisit this, because I think it's easier to go 2 to 3 years. And like when you make changes in pricing on anything, people just know something's going up. It doesn't matter if it's $1 or $10, you know, there is elasticity to that. So you're better off doing one hit every 2-3 years of some meaningful amount than changing little by little every year, because you're annoying people every year rather than once in 3 years. So that's just the psychology of
Right.
price elasticity. So, you know, just think about that, and getting rid of things would be helpful, you know, so that, you know, if anything's redundant or close to being redundant, just get rid of it and make that recommendation. Deleting is a very good thing. Just an overall general statement, we've talked about 0 increases levied for the past number of years. What is the statement this year about that? What is, like, we've always said there's a 0% increase. Not always, but I think
Well, for the tax,
No.
for the-
3 years.
No, we only make change one. Everything else is making.
0 increase, yeah, oh, so except for 1 year, yeah.
For the-
So it's
for
like,
the-
so 6 years out of 7, yeah.
Right, for the tax rate.
I'm sorry,
Yes, yes, which doesn't necessarily mean that the levy or appropriations
right,
also stay flat or decrease.
correct,
It was a product of, we had increased assessed values, which were able to spread out that increase equally, technically at that point, across each 1,000 assessed value to have the tax rate remain the same or be reduced slightly, and I believe that was in 2021.
Gail, what are we saying this year?
You are reduced by
Thank you.
9.0647% in your tax rate.
Okay, because I think that is, it like, I know you're explaining the detail, but we're going to have to explain some key metrics. Maybe people will understand up to 5, but generally it's about 2 or 3. So I just want to understand some of the key metrics. So it's a reduction this year
Yes,
of almost 10%.
yes.
Okay, so I just, because we're on record, and some people do view this later so they can fast forward to the points of interest. I'm gonna ask you some things that obviously you know the answer to, and they're obvious to you and to a lot of people sitting here, but I just want to get, when we walk out of this whole process, some key metrics of importance that people know going up, going down, general statements, so that it's palatable to the public in a way that everyone understands it. And what I think, at least I think might be important enough. So thanks for that. I wasn't trying to challenge. I was actually, I know you know the answer. I just wanted to hear it. So it's on record. What other key points on this? The fees, I think I'm grateful. I know Stuart's really busy and I'm hoping this won't take up forever from to-do list. Maybe somebody else can do it. But I appreciate if we can get that done this year. That'll be really,
Absolutely.
okay.
Agree. So key items, as we're going through the budget and we will see, we have had significant increases to contractual expenses. On the other side, though, we have seen a reduction in our personnel costs proper because of retirements. So if someone is at the highest level of either the VSBA or the PBA contract and retires or transfers, now you are able to for that city contract, and so that's a bit of a reduction in salary costs. So we kind of offset one side, with the other in order to remain a bit flat. Our health insurance costs have gone up as well. We were able to see a bit of savings on the workers' comp costs that helped to offset a bit. So it was a solid, definite budget, that we tried to encompass all of these changes that have come, especially in fuel and electricity costs, where we are kind of sometimes taken by surprise if a new rate adjustment comes into effect, which happened during this year for the electric. So I did increase our electric expenditure line to make sure, hopefully, that we are covered.
I get nervous when controllers do this or cross their
Well,
fingers. Let's avoid that one.
Well, you hope as you're taking the patterns and you see where the economics are going and your basic projections on that,
Yeah.
that they, they do come to fruition and normally they work out.
So far, you really,
We've learned a few things along the way.
yeah, no, I think you guys have almost hit the mark almost always, because you're so conservative that it's, that doesn't work.
Right.
Okay,
Right, so we do, we definitely are conservative in our expenditures to make sure we are covered and there are no surprises, hopefully, as much as we can. This year was a little tough with the fuel costs and oil. That projection going well into next year for at least oil, definitely with market rate per barrel. So that's definitely part of our projections in our 2020 output.
questions? I'm sorry, what? Oh. I thought you had a question. All right, thank you, Dale. So that's the overview. Yeah, the capital expenses. I think now about what we should have done 3 years ago and saved about anywhere from 30 to 40% on the costs. But we have no way of knowing. 2 years of pandemic, shortages due to pandemic. I think they're all real. I'm not 100% sure, but that's where we're gonna have to suffer from that. But we also can only do what we can do. So I think you've hit the mark the past quite a few years. All right. Want to stay on, we start 10 minutes late because of me, but let's move this so that we try to get on schedule.
Have our first department head coming at 10, so we have a little wiggle room here.
Who's the first department?
Do you
head?
want to see if, since
Fernando.
Fernando's zooming in, can you
Yeah.
see if you can start earlier and then we just go ahead of the curve?
Thought this part would take longer.
It's always hard to guess.
Well, it is, but I think, number one, there's a higher comfort level, so I
Right,
think that's
right.
it. Again, when we have new trustees, this process takes very long at this point, because it's, overwhelming.
Right, it's a lot of information.
Yeah, so I think that it's gonna go a little bit quicker. We usually run pretty late, actually,
We could also have Sue come in now.
because she's right next door.
She's right next door. She's not busy. She's only a half an hour.
Right.
Those things.
Because I know there'll be conversations on other things that we will run late on.
But probably.
Maybe you want to give it a call?
Pick,
Yeah, I'm gonna give it. a
pick one or the other, either Sue or
My
Fernando.
concern is I don't want to go out of order since we published the schedule.
Ah.
So I'm gonna give Fernando another minute. That's great.
Okay, so I get what you're saying, because people might be angry if they want to tune in to certain things. Okay, I feel like we didn't ask enough questions if you gave us this much time, now I'm worried.
I had left, on each of your places, the assessor's backup for his budget meeting, because I didn't have it at the time that I built the books. But also, a department code list, which will give you, when you're looking at an account number for each department, it tells you which one it is. It's not always so easy to determine, from the budget reports.
Yep.
I would like to take a moment if we, well, budget so much a little bit, at this time, because we're going to be coming out with a new water bill, if I can do a public service announcement.
Yeah. Also take care of housekeeping things that we take care of usually at the end of the meeting and fill the gaps that way. It'll save us time on the back end.
Okay, so this, as well as the budget I'm excited about, is that we will be going live with a live billing being calculated and sent out from our Edmunds Finance software, which will allow the user a little bit more information on their water bill. It will provide a graph history of the last 4 or 12, depending on your billing, because if you're commercial, then you have 12 bills. But if residential section zone, you will have the last 4 billings, which will give you the same previous billing for the current period that you're getting billed right now, and you'll be able to see the difference. So last year, if you used 20 cubic feet, and now this year you're using 15, you know you're using less than the prior year. So it's a little more user friendly, information wise. We will be going to the new web portal. Will be opening tomorrow. So Express Pay, which is a payment processing site that people would log on to. Now it will be the same as where you go to pay your tax bill online. You will need a PIN and your account number, which will be provided on your new bill when you receive it. We also created water billing at villageofaussing.org email. So if someone's having a problem, they can email directly and we can help them out, especially during the first couple months of transition, as each zone is billed in a 3-month increment. So we will not catch up with everybody until the final billing in January, with everybody having their new account number and their PIN number. The account number didn't so much change other than the first, it had a preceding 0. So that is no longer there, and a dash is no longer there either. But other than that, your account number will remain the same. And going forward, my next hope is that people can sign up to have their water bill emailed to them. So once we get this all sorted away, that will be our next project to open that up so that residents can submit to have their bill delivered. Right. Debit program is still in effect. People that have signed up to have the current bill automatically deducted from their bank account by ACH. That is still being done with the new system, and people can always sign up for that whenever like this. How do they sign up for it? Online. There is a form online that you would sign up by filling it out and correcting, attaching a voided check and send it into the finance office at 16 Burton Avenue. and we will update your record for the next bill. It will come up on the bill and say, direct debit plan, do not pay, but you do still get a bill, so you know how much is actually due.
You've been working on it for such a long time. It's so exciting.
Can I ask you a question? Is there a fee for paying online?
There is a fee of $1.95 if you're using your checking account, and if you're using a credit card, it's 2.95% online. For the direct debit program, there is not a fee. So you can always sign up for that, and that is free of charge.
How are you gonna communicate this to the public?
I have spoken with Jamie to determine if we could do a blast of some nature or something in that regard. We're also working on updating the water webpage that's on the village's site. Also on the water bill, we are able to put in a message on the right-hand side of the bill, which gives you anything that, we would like. Also on the website where you go to pay, I will update the instructions to include the instructions for the water.
How many people receive water bills? How many entities?
It's about 5,600. Some of them are monthly. The majority are residential. And the prison is every other. Yeah,
Or they get one bill?
they have 6 accounts.
There's 6 accounts.
Yes.
So does a private residential get one, but a corporation might get more than one? If they, like in a building of 100 units, there's no rule, it's just some of them, if they're different corporate entities holding that building, or?
It depends on the meter. So however many meters are at a building, so usually like condominiums, complexes of that nature, they will have 1 meter for each unit of buildings.
So it could be
within.
100 meters.
Oh, no,
It's a
It's
common
separate.
meter,
Yeah. it's a
so they'll have 1 meter for each
Building itself.
building within
And then
the
it's some-
complex.
Yeah, so let's do that.
Separate structure should have.
Right.
The question is whether separate structures have more than 1 meter.
No.
Can landlords put in 5 meters in a house?
No,
I don't think so.
no.
That would be,
service. That's it.
right.
Okay.
In order for it, because you would have 1 water meter that it would come through, then you need another meter to subtract from that water meter, so I don't think it's
No, this is not,
be able to be done.
not like electric. I have questions, not questions, but, some of us that are here, not that long, older ones, some of sometimes that, other people may want. What is interesting about this project is like, I was really excited when we first switched to Edmonds, over 6 years ago, 5 years ago, more or less. It's not 4 years, 3 years ago. It was prior pandemic. It was definitely a year before the pandemic. And then we talked about that before, because we were going over through all what the options could have. So let's say, all right, so let's go back, let's say 3 years.
July 2019, we went live with finance and.
That was live,
That was
live. correct.
Mhm.
Before that live, there was a whole process that you worked on in your office before you get to that live portion.
Started in January.
Correct.
Mhm.
So
Mhm.
I'm really excited. I am to see one of the main focus that I was part of the conversation that I thought it was a sell point to have more openness to the community itself and to have more access to that. Because it was not just about the water, it's about how much more access can people have for their utilities itself. So I'm excited about that portion. And I'm not happy to queue this long. It's not because of you, it's because of all the factors that came behind that portion. That I commend you to all the hard work that you have done in your department. So that's the part that is exciting to me, because I know there's more things to come. Not only that, but this also element combines with what Andy teased, with what the department is trying to accomplish, hopefully in the next year or so, I think, hopefully. So it's more things to come. So it's more work for you guys as well, more, coordination in that level. So that's the part that I think is exciting. So I really thank you for all the hard work that you guys have been doing that, because it is not just that it happened 6 months ago, it's actually that happened a couple of years ago to get to this level. So thank you.
Yes, and that will work hand in hand with meter replacement. That we started in November to start that process, which now meters that makes that an easier process in order for that change out of meters to occur on the software. So it's not, a manual process per se, more of a budgeting process. At the point that these meters have changed, and that will also be able to give the water department as well as us, we get access to that side of the system to see where spikes of usage are coming and give you the ability to in real time. Because right now, if you're a residential zone, we're going out, we're reading your meter. It's been 3 months of usage, and now it's another, 3 weeks before we bill it. So there's a pattern of time in there that, unfortunately, if you have a leak, it gets a little tougher.
What is A or B in agriculture? Do you know? Automatic.
Yeah, I've been saying. For a long
Yeah.
Mhm.
Thank you, Dan. And prior to that one, that's the reason why I was saying that prior to that, we have a previous software that, we switched over to Edmunds, and that was one of the modules that they also had provided at the time. So that's why it seems more than 3 years or 4 years.
Yeah.
So,
But this, I think, well, we also converted taxes. So taxes, we converted over last year. But in between there, with COVID, unfortunately, it did play a role in our scheduling,
those on.
as well.
You done with your question? Hi, Fernando. Welcome.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can.
Yes. I think you're
Morning,
on.
Fernando.
Good morning. How's everyone?
Good, thank you.
We're off to a running start.
Thank you for joining us.
Oh, well, thank you for letting me know you're early. I'm ready.
Okay. So, Fernando, I had given your packet out to the board. Are you going to start with your assessor's report totals?
Yes, please. Could you put that on the screen, the assessor's report total for the 2022 roll?
I don't think we're gonna,
We're just gonna talk to it, Fernando. I don't think we're gonna be using the screen today.
Oh, okay. So let me pull it up on my end here.
This is the,
So these are the results, the the results of the 2022 final roll. And as you know, of course, this is subject to changes on a daily basis, pretty much as people buy and sell properties. And the reason for that, because exemptions may come off. So by the time the budget is finalized, the numbers might be slightly different. Of course, Dale will adjust for that. But I'm happy to report that, as you can see on the highlighted residential 200 property class line on the top, that we have a difference or an increase in assessed value of $202 million. And then you can see the difference by property class, and of course the big number is that there is going to be an increase in total taxable value of approximately $322 million. And that is, of course, mostly because of the increases in values due to the market conditions. As you know, the market in basically the entire state due to COVID has been showing continuous increases, more so in the most affordable neighborhoods in the village of Ossining. So for the 2022 roll, this increase in taxable value hopefully will translate into a decrease in the tax rate. This is not unique to Ossining. You know, every municipality is showing increases due to the COVID market. However, on the 2023 roll, we will, looking forward, we will see some increases, but not to this extent. The town-wide average, by the way, was 11% increase in assessed value and town-wide. Most of it driven by the residential properties. On the commercial side, the commercial sectors, of course, is mixed because the office and retail sector has been down. However, apartments, rentals, and condos have been going up. So because we are at 100%, we are able to adjust accordingly and adjust the commercial sector that needs adjustment, either negative reduction, which was the case with office buildings, or increases. If you look down to the lower part, the roll sections, the decrease in the wholly exempt, a net decrease of 41 million. That is because the Harbor Square property, which was under a pilot on the roll section 8 exempt, came off the pilot on the 2022 roll. Any questions on this?
So just to clarify on what you said, Fernando, you're losing it from the wholly exempt, the bottom half, and it's getting added in on the top half, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
If we could go to the 2022 grievance document, which shows the basically the results of the grievances for the 2022 assessment roll. As you know, grievance day is always on the third Tuesday in June. This is the first step in the administrative review of the assessment by the Board of Assessment Review. This year, we had 411 grievances compared to last year. that we had 365. This is an increase of 46 grievances. Now, this is townwide. For the village of Ossining, we had 186 grievances, which is 21 more than last year, or 13% increase. And then, of course, the other lines are for the village of Briarcliff Manor and the town outside. But overall, we had a 13% increase in grievances. Of course, as you know, most people saw increases in assessed value, which many people right away think is going to translate into an increase in taxes, and they quickly sign up with one of grievance, one of these representatives that sends mass mail throughout the village with the headline, reduce your taxes. So most of the grievances that are filed by these tax reps, which in many cases they do not have a case, and most are 50 to 60% of them are withdrawn. So what happens here is that after the Board of Assessment Review renders a decision by the final roll September 15, then the residential property owners who are not satisfied with the board decision, they are able to file a small claims with the courts. And of course, as you know, the commercial property owners will file an Article 7 certiorari. So that's what has happened. They have a month to file. So by the end of October, we receive all the scars, and by now, most of them have been withdrawn or settled. So hopefully, most of them are withdrawn or settled before tax bills are processed, and we won't have to issue as many refunds. Any questions on this?
Anybody?
Because, thank you, Fernando. Not a question to you per se, but more like a question for Dell, because we did see an increase of agreements from this past few years. Not in the amount, but because the amount seems like to be more or less consistent since 2019, I guess, a little bit of a decrease in 2020, 21, too. But do we have, what is our budget for this sort of line, I guess, at this point?
We budgeted in the 2023 budget, 125,000.
Now, this Dale, you're talking not SCART, but you're talking certs, refunds, total refunds. Yeah.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Because most of the scars, thank goodness, the assessor's office has been very diligent in getting those scar reductions in.
Can you define SCAR?
Small claims.
Small claim action review by the court.
So that's for a residential. Tax property owner. So before we freeze and pull the assessment roll to do our 2023 tax bills, we work hand in hand with the assessor's office to get as many of those SCAR settled assessment claims reduced from their 2022 assessed value, but 2023 tax bill, so that by the time those tax bills go out, if there are some scars that we're not able to get settled before that point, we bring a list to the board, usually the second meeting in February, with anybody that missed that window, and then they come to the board to get approved, and then we actually have to do a refund on each half that is paid. So if they'd only paid the first half at that point in February, they would only get half of their refund sent in a check back to the homeowner. And same when the second half is paid, then we issue the refund checks. But we've done very well, thank you, Fernando, and to Fernando's office, to get most of those in before we get to that point. I think we had 11 properties for 2022 that we actually had to issue a star refund versus it not getting billed from the beginning. But I have built in a number into our assessed value number that's currently in the Seminole budget to reduce it by X from the numbers that I pulled, so that we're not going higher than what the tentative budget tax rate is. If anything, it would drop a little bit lower.
What was 2022?
So far,
No, just the budget wise,
oh,
What do we
I think it was
budget?
103,000 for 2022.
103.
We increased it to 125.
And what is the total right now up to date that we have used out of?
We have used, I think, 101 at this
So we
point.
still sold more or less,
Yes, yes.
but we still have the last quarter.
But I think part of it, and Fernando, correct me if I'm incorrect on this. In 2021, we only had tax cert payouts of about $3,000 on the expense side. So I don't know if some of 2022's tax cert refunds were playing a catch up from 2021, you know, in the normal process, or.
Yeah, what happens is many times, as we get into the end of the year, things slow down not only in the courts, but also the county. So for the judges to sign up on the final settlement. So sometimes there is something that we are expecting to see in this year and may not come in until the following year, you know? So there's always a question of timing.
Right.
So the next report is the active grievances. This does not include the new grievances that we got in 2022. However, they are less than usual, which basically is a list of the property, the year, and the assessed value. Of course, 1 year, one parcel ID is one case, but as you can see, these are in alphabetical order, and the ones highlighted in blue are the ones that are in the process of going through the courts, and we expect them to be settled this year. So if you can see, the first one highlighted in blue is 43 South Highland Avenue, LLC, from 2017 to 2021.
You let them know that ours is black.
I'm sorry, Fernando, I did not want to waste the color ink, so that.
I'm sorry?
It is budget season.
I think you did the right thing. It's all black and white, and we're not looking at it,
So if you go down a little bit past point mid-page on page 1, it's 43 South Highland
so we
Avenue.
can think the addresses because they're alphabetical, right?
Right,
Right.
Yeah, this is sorry, but the sound is not the greatest, so I'm not. So,
So you just have to go to the addresses because it's all black and white, okay?
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
Fernando, it's
Yes.
not in color, so just read the address, please.
Okay, the address, so the next one highlighted in blue is 66 Roughton Avenue, Monte Calf, which is an apartment building. And then as you go down, of course, Ossining River Associates, we discussed this during the first meeting. This is the land, the vacant land over by Snowden. We've been holding it back, asking the courts not to push it, since we were hoping, or they're trying to reach an agreement with the village on a proposal, but as I understand, there's nothing on the table, definitely. So the court is gonna start to push this case against. As you can see, this is one of the oldest that goes back from 2005. Red Lions apartment, I believe we reached a settlement in which and this is gonna be, we reached a settlement already, so this is gonna be coming up for a small refund. Most of the years were withdrawn with a small reduction in 2017. So this one, Dale, should be coming for a refund in the next couple of months.
Yeah, thank you, Fernando. Actually, Stuart had brought it forward to the village board because we're trying to change the process where normally we would bring them to the village board at the point that it was signed off on by the court and was ready for the tax cert refund. We're moving up that process at the point that the town provides a resolution for that tax cert, and it is then on its way to the court for signature. We're bringing it also to the village board.
Okay.
So that way we're at the beginning of the process instead of doing it at the end, and it gives us a little more flexibility in time.
Okay, that's great. So these and a few other small ones I will be presenting to the board in what will most likely be my final presentation for the town board to approve these last few that I have settled. Let me go back here to where I can see you now. Okay, here we are.
Ones highlighted, Fernando, or they're different ones?
I'm sorry?
Are those the same ones that are highlighted, or those are different ones you're speaking of?
The same ones that are highlighted. And there are a few others that are just in the town outside that I'll be presenting.
Great, thanks.
So that's all I have for you today. This most likely be my final presentation to the board. I just want to say that it's been a pleasure working for the village of Ossining. Retirement has been a little bumpy the first month, but anyway, I'm back on track. I am not seeking any employment with any other municipality. However, I will always be available to the village and to the town of Ossining if they should need me. I'm also will report to you that I participated in second interviews with prospect replacement. Hopefully in the not too distant future, a replacement can be announced, and I will be involved trying to provide some guidance and assistance where I need it. And again, I will always be available to the village of Ossining and the town of Ossining should you need my assistance in the future. All you need to do is give me a call or send me an email. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Fernando. On behalf of the board, sure there might be others who want to speak with you, but on behalf of the board, we thank you. Congratulations on your retirement.
Thank you.
By the way. I'm not going to ask what the small bumps were, but if they only lasted a month, you're ahead of the game. And thank you also for some of the extra work while your replacement was being interviewed and found. So I'm glad and really thank you for all your years of sort of explaining what I think is very near and dear to many of our residents and businesses, but not always so easy to understand. And so making it understandable is, I think, part of the challenge. But we thank you for your service and
Thank you very much again, and have a good day.
I just want to say a big thank you, Fernando, especially after you at least got us.
Yeah.
Up and running.
Into the mic, Dale.
Dale.
Lift it up into-
Loud voice.
Yes.
I just wanted to say thank you, Fernando, on behalf of the finance department and finance department, and for many years of keeping up with all of our changes and keeping us on schedule with getting those scores in and any changes along the way. So much appreciated and well-deserved retirement.
Thank you.
Ditto,
Thank you.
ditto, Fernando. You have taught me a lot over the years. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Fernando, I remember back in 2012 when we hired you in the town of Ossining. I remember your very, very first day. And it's been such a pleasure to work with you over these past 10 years. I can't believe that it's been that long. But also, you know, many here are aware, Fernando actually guided the community in doing something very brave, which is going to 100% of value. And this is something that, you know, a lot of communities throughout Westchester, you know, at one point or another have considered, but because it's such a heavy lift administratively, you know, politically, there's a lot of, you know, there's a lot of challenges to doing something like that. But particularly during a time like during COVID and right now where property values are, you know, fluctuating pretty dramatically, it's been such a blessing to our residents to really only be paying what they ought to be paying when they ought to be paying it. And it's made it a more fair system for everybody who lives here in Ossining, and it's a real feather in everyone's cap, but particularly yours. So thank you for your courage and encouragement, and we are sure going to miss you.
Thank you. Thank you, Maddie. Appreciate it. Sure, I'm gonna miss you all, but I'll be around. Just a little bit further north. Thank you and have a good day, everyone.
You
Thank
too.
you, Fernando. I have your cell phone.
Yes.
I went down the hall and I could hear everybody perfectly when
Wow.
I zoomed. No, I logged into the Zoom. I could
Yeah,
hear everybody.
you
perfectly.
heard everything.
Yeah.
Could be also
Yeah.
the connection people have.
Right.
All right,
It could be.
that's fine.
So we're
Okay.
running a little bit early. We reached out, personnel is next, so we reached out to see if Marissa could get here a little bit earlier. We'll try to just bump everything up, so.
Yeah. You know, I thought about what you said. Yes, you did notice it, but the truth is those are only planned time slots for the, so there has to be an understanding that if you're running late, then it goes that way. And if you're running early, it goes that way.
We have
So-
changed our schedule before, man.
Yeah,
Yeah, we have changed our schedule, so
Whatever the board wants to do,
yeah.
it's
No,
the
I think
board's
she was
meeting.
just pointing out that people.
A
are
little
gonna
bit of the
come on.
challenge is we're doing this on days that the office is technically closed.
Closed,
So
yeah.
when we do it, when everybody's here, it's a lot easier to move people in and out. So we're just, you know, most people are fairly local, and I just gave the next 3 meetings.
Yeah, actually, it wasn't the staff so much. It was more like, I think, the public may come on based on a schedule
Right.
and find out we already did it, but I just want to make a public statement when they look at this, is that those are tentative schedules. You know, they're just sort of an idea, so we should be okay. Whoever you can get, you can get, yeah, it's election day. People are off in the village. It's a rare occasion. Who knows? Well, I won't talk too long. Really, had questions about the IMAs, so we have to bring the, you know. No, but let me wait. Kara gets first. Did you guys want to watch as well?
Yeah, do we want to turn take a bathroom break or?
You can turn a camera off and people. whatever.
Yeah, all right,
Great.
we'll just take a beat.
Thank you.
Thank you. Steps in today.
Okay, we are back.
Page 26.
Page 1
Okay, got it. Okay, it's
For the whole, narrative part.
Hang on.
It's the world's most confusing budget. Look at the lower right-hand corner in department head budgets, and it's tentative budget 226, Roman numeral 226. Which are only on the actual narrative, so. And this typically is what takes most time while we do the budget, is finding the page that we're on.
This seems to be up here, but she's saying it's the bottom.
No, it's the bottom right,
I got it.
but it's only on the narrative pages, so it's less than halfway through.
Right, so that's your microphone. I have it there, so we can move it, I just figured, oh, wait a minute, there.
You have to talk right loudly and right into it too.
Hold it. Okay. Welcome.
Thank you.
Hold on. Welcome. We're doing the personnel. For those that will be looking at this retroactively, we're up to personnel.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
First thing I'd like to say is how exciting my first year has been. I'd also like to thank you all for the support you've shown the personnel office as we've navigated this first year together. A couple of highlights that I just wanted to bring to your attention that are reflected in the budget. This year, we reestablished comprehensive safety training, something that has been void in these past 2 years due to COVID restrictions. The scope of this role and how our office serves the village employees, their families, and village retirees. I want to once again express my appreciation of the budget foresight, including the hiring of a senior clerk for the workload support, and ultimately bench strength and succession planning in the personnel office. Finally, the support I received this past year from other departments has given me an appreciation of just how integrated our budget truly is. Whether it was interviewing for the vacant, police, building, finance positions, specifying and buying our safety uniforms, coordinating the training that I've already mentioned, and additional training, management training, or all the behind the scenes personnel matters. None of it would have been possible if it were not for each of the department's union staff as well as the other department heads. So with my new understanding of what it takes to run and manage this department properly, I look forward to this, my first, budget presentation with the board. I'm happy that Dale is here to help walk me through the process. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Dale. That's okay.
Welcome. So I think by now we've all found the detailed budget for personnel. So in the cases of a few departments in the village, personnel is also one of the departments that we break out trust funds. So you will have a general fund component, a water fund component, and a sewer fund component. Page addresses contractual salary items. So those are our fabulous employees, including any contractual items like sick incentive or health stipend increases. Any other contractual obligations. We did budget for A1's recommendation for one computer in personnel. We also included a small amount for OVAC screeners in case needed. Our regular daily or telephone, printing supplies, office supplies, maintenance repair, that's a piece of the copier that personnel uses. Do you want to speak to professional dues and meetings? Marissa?
Sure. So this year I had the opportunity to go with Maddie to the NICOM. There were a lot of takeaways from that meeting that I would I can bring, to our work here at Village. I look forward to participating in that hopefully again. I'm researching some other opportunities. I would like to figure out and identify which would be bring the most value to our work here. Those are input. It also includes my, SHRM membership, which I have found very valuable as I
What's that?
this aside with our human resources manager, which, as right now, I'm still in the process of creating, internal processes, templates, form letters that we can use again and again. It's been a very valuable resource. And one that I use almost daily as I'm, doing draft FMLA, I guess letters, as I'm reaching out to candidates.
There's also an amount for training school education. So this is more of the umbrella training that for all employees versus specific training per se or works. That nature, those items are in the 1431 department line, which is our safety department, and it's located on the next page. So 1431 is our safety. So there is a small amount for telephone, office supply expense for training session expenses. Our uniform lines are located here as well. This year, because every 2 years we provide jackets to the CSEA unit. So those are amounts budgeted for 2023.
Jackets.
Like the high visibility, like.
Oh, those yellow, like that thing in the corner over there, like those yellows, so the people could see them on the road. Oh,
They usually have like a zip-in liner though, right? So
Right.
that.
no, that's just
Yeah,
sort of make.
They also have the dual logo too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, everything going into next year has the new seal on it, but we're lucky that this also happens to be a
Yeah,
jacket here.
that worked out.
I saw a lot of- I saw a lot of
It's a jacket
those-
year.
Yeah.
Kind of like a banner year, but then.
So, and you also see there's going to be a water and sewer component as well, where the
Mhm.
uniform maintenance training items and through. Do you want to speak to your safety training, Marissa?
Sure. So again, this was something that we weren't able to do last year, but we had, we're really fortunate to have great relationships with, renowned trainers who are very well respected in the field and who also help us from an administration perspective, making sure our policies are up to date. And so while they're here, not only are they training, also working with me and department heads to really make sure that everything is top notch in terms of our, whether if it's our confined space permit, all the different steps that, this year I was really fortunate to have the opportunity to be a part of the training. So we had both Our partners from Risk Management Associates, they were in April and did all of the required, job-specific training in terms of local pathogens, right to know, hazardous communications. And, they have been here before, and they're really well respected by the teams. And so to see the, interaction was really exciting. Sometimes these trainings are not ones that people really look forward to. And, I did believe that to be the case here. And then most recently, just a few weeks ago, we had our team in from Chicago, the Stark Group. Thank you. I just blanked on the name. And again, to actually, there was both a classroom component as well as a component out, with real examples. And, we were able to work in terms of pricing. The town was involved, and also they spent 2 days or 1.5 days with the fire department as well. So really great to have them back.
Great. How much is going up in training from last year?
Overall, I could see for,
Now, there's different lines, sort of I kind of highlighted some of the stuff, there's different lines in training throughout the pages. So, and there's definitely an increase on all those lines. So I just want to kind of have an understanding in what that means from previous years. If you can, and I know, Marissa, you said that it's some of the training that it hasn't been done in years and you've sort of brought it back. So can you add, because again, seat time is going up, office supplies is going up, professional dues, I think you spoke about that a little bit, but it's going up a very big percentage from 250 to 4,500. And you have training schools that is, maybe we can kind of find a little bit of what was 2022. We do have $19,000 on the training school. And then we also have the breakdown of all those items in there. And then we have the uniforms that you talked about, and then there's a couple of the stuff below that as well. So can you just talk about it in general, I guess, in training, what does that look like for the department and for the buildings?
In terms of.
Just training in general.
Sure. So I think we have two different components, right? The safety is, I think, one of the most important. That's what we've really focused on this year to bring back, since it hasn't been happening, again, due to COVID. And so.
Because of 2 years of COVID.
No, but that, well, training meaning in person, because I'm hoping there was some training online that was not on the previous years, correct? Or some sort of training because.
Yeah, I
Just
can't,
activities
I
didn't
wasn't there
stop,
for that, so I
you know.
can't.
Right, so I mean, particularly for things like the confined space and you're doing trenching and shoring training, I mean, they can do refreshers that are sort of tabletop exercises. But I'm not sure that that meets the PASH or OSHA requirement. But I mean, as far as things like HAZCOM, PPE, respiratory, hearing, we did have a chance to do that, I think when Marissa first started. Was it in December? I can't even remember.
It was before I started.
Yeah, so we kept up with, the lion's share of the trainings that are required, department specific and everybody. So we have like the sexual harassment, workplace violence, bloodborne pathogen, and right to know, which is about chemicals in the workplace. So every employee gets those every year, and we were able to find a way to do that online. It's not ideal, and I think Marissa, I'll certainly let you speak to it. Risk Management Associates really does a bang up job. So even though it costs a little bit more money than some of the free options that are available to us, we know that it's interactive. We know that everyone's getting job specific training. So the ones that we did the past couple of years over COVID, I mean, they were fine. It was more than a lot of other communities were doing, but it's not ideal, and it's not what I think we would recommend going forward. But we did cover most of our bases in less expensive ways.
Appreciate that. No, that's, thank you. That's what I was looking for. Yeah, that was part of, I think maybe that's part of.
I have asked the same question.
Yeah.
It's okay.
plus there was a slight shift, where it's general water and sewer. generally silver decreased a bit because of the breakout. We try to appropriate the expense in accordance with who's getting trained and what department. So there was a little bit of reclass going on in that as well. So that's the 1431. 1430, we do have an additional amount in there for any other training that maybe we want to do. I mean, it's been spoken about to do more of like a customer service training, you know, exercise or something of that nature. So there's an amount in there for that as well in the 1430 training. So that's village-wide. So it's, you know, if any department or any specific sector wants to do some kind of more global, you know,
Thank you.
to our resident training, then we have that option as well. Which I think is beneficial because it's always good to have a better approach and
Right. Thank you. Yes,
for service.
so that was sort of the second umbrella that I was going to speak to. So, yeah, so in addition to the safety, it's also this sort of, you know, sort of skills-based, you know, with a customer service focus, also, you know, in terms of some of our providing support for our leaders to, you know, how best to lead their teams. But again, given the challenging environment and, you know, as people are, you know, sort of coming out of COVID, you know, how, you know, where tensions are still there, you know, how can we best support our community and how can we best support our employees to support the community in a way that's, you know, customer service focused.
Any questions on the personnel proper side of the budget?
Is there a personal improper?
Well, then you go into like your employee benefits.
Okay, I do have some macro, but I see that trustee Lopez.
Yeah, it's a very,
Stepped up to the mic.
small question, but the version of the budget that is on our website
Mhm.
doesn't include the detail
No,
that's here, right?
right.
Is this a little detail ever in like, always, it's always like this level, the top of the
Right,
website?
right.
Okay, got it.
On, you'll see the total for the line.
Yeah.
Is what's submitted with the tentative budget.
Yeah.
Which is in section 3, which is general fund, water fund, sewer fund, so that is all available.
Thank you.
Sure.
You did a great job. Thanks for like.
So just on the,
That's it, I'm done. I'm done.
on just a couple of general sort of macros. So you haven't quite been a year, so it's not the full cycle because everything is seasonal. But thank you for being here. I never think it's intimidating, but I'm told that it's very intimidating when you go through the first time of doing budgets. So good job. The macro, what are you expecting to be your single, like, sort of greatest concern, challenge, hope, whatever, for 2023, so that we just have our eyes on it?
I mean, right now, our focus is on hiring, right? And I think once we hire, how can we, you know, keep these new hires engaged and, you know, here, I think that's really my, you know, it's not so unique. I know it's a problem, you know, again, when we were at NICOM, you know, there was a lot of discussion and I think some good dialogue about some ideas, you know, that I'd like to incorporate. You know, Karen and Maddie, you know, have some similar, you know, thoughts. So I'd like to get those to fruition in terms of just, you know, adding in, you know, some recognition, some fun, you know, which I think would help, you know, in some cases engage some of the newer employees. Perhaps, you know, aren't as motivated by, you know, by retirement and things, you know, that in the past have previously, you know, kept people engaged and in their roles. You know, Karen knows there's a tremendous amount of things I'd like to do, but I think right now we have to focus on the hiring and again, retention.
Okay, I mean, fair enough. You should know that I was just last Friday at a sort of a luncheon slash conference. There's a conference, but I was only right for the luncheon, which the entire conversation, and it was with the county. The entire conversation was about staffing, both in the private sector and the public sector. Just in every sector, and it's a national issue. Even though some of the tech companies have laid off thousands of people. And so they'll become available in the next 3 to 4 months, but still, those may not be the people you need to do landscaping, or to be cops, or to be, one of the interesting things was that it's across every single sector, at the lowest paying jobs in our economy, all the way to the highest paying. So I think the challenge is, it's interesting that you bring that up, because for me, it's so new. I think one of the things about training is to figure out how to use technology as a way to, in a real way, to look at technology. So you just came on board. When I came here as a trustee, I had to fill out 3 inches of paper when I'm signing it. But I just started a new job. I didn't fill out that paper. It's all online. And one of the issues, I guess, where I work is if you can't figure out how to do that online, they don't want you working there anyway, which is different because not all jobs need to have a high level of knowledge of technology, and I recognize that. And jobs in municipalities are very specific. Civil service, I mean, they're just very specific, and that may not be fit. But I do think thinking about training also on the use of technology as we go also into DRI investments where they start coming to fruition, they're also going to need a little bit more of technology. I'm not saying you need to hire more people who are technology savvy. We may be better off finding an arborist than we are the next high-tech kid who got laid off from Twitter, because they're not going to be relevant to the minutes. Not saying that, but the use of technology to offload work and time, because here's my next macro question. If you did a pie chart for me, and on your average day at work, how do you split up your day? What do you find yourself doing most of? It's not a trick question, because you can say, I don't know, because I haven't thought about it. I'm not here to trick anybody. I'm just curious.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's, again, that's something I've spent some time recently thinking about, because the days go really fast.
Good for you. They don't say that about their
I
jobs.
mean, I think for the most part, if you speak to a village employee or, what I do, at least that's what I hear. I think, we're pretty busy, between, the pretty active phone line, it's great. People stop in our office quite a bit. Again, most recently, I've spent some time with Maggie, our newer addition to the personnel office, getting her up to speed on, it's the process, to your point, is something in terms of all the paper. And that's one thing that I hadn't tackled yet, the new hire forms, but I do apologize when we bring on board people and say, I haven't had a chance to look at this, but soon we will. And because I think there are some forms that we probably don't need anymore and lots to clean up there. So right now there's just so much paper. So, we just finished up like three canvases, which involves a lot of, first you have to create a canvas letter with the county, it's a special template. Then you have to, email each one out, and then all the responses coming in. So, I mean, it sounds very simple, but, you have to get it right, and make sure, because there's nuances, certain canvas letters require certain documents to go along with it. So it doesn't sound very exciting, but it's a lot of that kind of stuff right now.
Right. That sounds to me like the right kind of stuff.
Okay.
If you're new, don't come from a different municipality, you came from private industry, a tech company. Online, I don't know if it's a tech company, it's an online retailer, really. So that's great, because you're going to see things differently. And that's why I asked those macro questions. This was our 3rd time together. I wouldn't be asking you as much about it, but you've got this sort of fresh look at it. And lastly, my macro question is to Dale as well. I see, Bob, I'm just gonna ask my last question. We have 13 volunteer committees. That averages to about 130 people. In relation, when we have 200 staff members in the village. So we have 130 people, which is half the size of the entire municipality of personnel. It might be a time, and I don't know if it's this year or this year for next, or about midpoint, to think about training. And I don't mean they get to go look at a webinar, but how we onboard volunteers, because it now is equal to half the size of the staff of the municipality. They have responsibilities. You know, I send a letter if I remember to do it, but as you all know, the public may or may not know, the 5 people sitting here, not our full-time job. And a lot of the stuff you're talking about, whether it's, you know, equity and inclusion, whether it's customer service, whether it is filling out the right papers, whether it's ethical behavior, etc. And I'm not adding work, but I think it needs to be thought through. That is a lot of people running around who don't do it full time. They meet once a month, they do some subcommittee, let's say they work 10 hours a month on the average, depending on land use, probably more, I don't know. The chairs, like, you know, probably a bit more. They go to events, etc. But I do think we're at a point now that we have somebody new managing, new eyes. Dale has institutional knowledge. There are, as it turns out, except for cities, most municipalities like ours do not have this many active boards. And I get asked all the time, oh, we should have a board for this, and we should do this, and we should have another one for this. Maybe we should, but I don't know how to keep bringing these people on. So, and we never really discuss it. So I just throw that at you because, you know, why not, right? But maybe by this time next year or midpoint year, we might have at least a plan to onboard and then stay on top of all of those issues. So those are my macro issues and comments. Sir, did you have a question or you just want to get the mic closer?
Yeah, I just felt like talking to the mic. I see the firefighter cancer benefit, right, 175. Is that a number that you're given from the chief?
There's a process, right? In terms of-
Yes,
Yeah.
they give me an updated list every year and I
Okay.
submit it to the insurance and we actually have a lower rate, which
Nice.
pulled out to give us a little bit of a reduction.
Okay. So the next thing is,
Working on it for 2023.
okay,
Yeah.
I'll get him later.
Okay.
I'm gonna presume that nobody's brought up anything about LoSAP, which is it's a fund. It's like a retirement type of fund for the volunteers. It's an incentive thing. I know we have a committee working on it very diligently right now. To work on this, and it's basically for seasoned members. It's more for the younger guys as an incentive. I believe we are the only municipality in Westchester that do not have it. I adopted it, so they're working on their numbers. I just didn't know if it was something that if he came, you know, out and he comes in front of us and we go through it. I know it's not a budgeted line. I don't know if he gives us a estimated number just to have it as a budgeted number. I don't know if that could be injected in here. Those for 23. So if we're ready in June, let's say, you know, we can implement this program.
It would depend, obviously, on the projected number.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's safe to
I
assume
can't
nobody's
answer to that right
spoke to you guys about this yet.
Although you do have, as the board knows, every year you do have a contingency line in your
Okay.
general fund budget. So if the board wish.
If we choose to move forward with it, it's not a,
On that line, they could approve a budget resolution to use those.
okay.
For general.
All right. Thank you. Hopefully I'm done.
That's it. The pain is over.
No, no, yeah.
See that? That's why you should leave when the mayor says that's it, you gotta run.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
And I think this has nothing to do with the budget. I think it seems like to me, when I don't see any changes, this is more a compliment for everybody that is sitting on that side of the table. When I don't see any changes from the requested to the proposed, it means something to me. It means that it was pretty much a solid budget, that it was nothing that you guys could trim out of that portion. So that means that whatever you guys proposed was very thoughtful on what for next year is. That's sort of a part that I think I just wanted to get out of the portion of this part of my conversation. The second one is a little bit more of a challenge, show because the mayor asked about, what the challenges and what you have seen and what do you want to do. I think because I have been in some of their emails and some of the processes of trying to find some personnel that you were referring to, trying to the retention portion of it. I think is that's to me, that's one of the biggest challenges that you had this year. And and I can say this, it's been part of the biggest challenge is not the problem, the obstacles has been civil service. And what you have to go through all the system itself. How do you achieve that? And I think what your department and the village has done is an amazing job. And got a way, I don't want to say around it, but a way to work with the county itself to try to establish what the guidelines should be. That should not be that way. I think there's a better way to do it. I think there's a lot of things that, we as a municipality are changing things on, but it should be more like, what is the county doing to fix a lot of the problems that we know are out there? And no one needs to answer that question. Just making the statements in here. So I do appreciate a lot of the level that you have done. I am on one of the lists, and I've seen other municipalities screw up a lot of the process when people think that you're still in the list, but you're not. And that's one of the things that I've seen, and also in a few of the municipalities actually keep track of those things. Meanwhile, other municipalities, they really don't even follow the system. One of the things that, I see, even though I made a comment about the budget and the office supply portion of this, I know you are using technology to communicate and to reach out to potential candidates for the different positions in here. Meanwhile, all municipalities still send you a letter, right? Which is it's a little more antiquated than that, because now you either have a choice. But anyway, I really thank you for all the hard work that you're doing. Appreciate this budget. Like I said, I've seen budgets where they put that they're being reduced at least. But I don't think I'll have till Friday at least to find some numbers now. So, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm really proud of the work we've done with the county and working, these new relationships. And, I think Matt helped me, Nancy, in terms of just, challenging myself since it's new, not only to learn the system, but like how to make it work for us. And I think there's been some times where we've had some small wins, which I'm trying to really hold on to. And, I think as we go forward, there's a lot other, even in terms of, there was a candidate that Maddie has been networking with who now is going to be taking a test, and it might not solve 100% of our problem, the vacancy that we have, but, it's a step in the right direction. And so how can we, and again, something to work on in the future that I'm really excited about is, even work with the community to educate them about the opportunities that exist in civil service. We have such great contacts, they should be taking the test.
And I'm glad you said that, because I wasn't going to bring that up, just at least in this space, but the year before, they go to high schools and try to engage them in things of that nature. But this is the test coming up. We should study for this. I know the city of Peekskill has done this for the Golden Pond. They did it last year, I believe. I saw that on their website. But that's something that we have sort of briefly touched on here on this form. But, you know, maybe that's one of the things that you want to put in your list for next year. You know, how do we do this? Because it is a very complex, civil service is very complex environment. It's like a totally different world when you go there. So it's like, what do you find the study guides? How do you do this? How do you prepare yourself? What they have on the website is totally different from what actually happens.
Right.
So, great. So it is true, because I've been there before several times in different areas. So that's the biggest challenge that we have. You know, what the mayor was talking about was like, you know, how do you get qualified people to come and work for municipality? You know, it's not just by luck. You know, it's not just going out there and getting someone from the private sector and bringing them over here. It's not as easy as it sounds.
Right.
It's actually someone that actually has to take a test and it has to pass that test. So how do we train those people? One of the things that it baffles me and it amazes me here in the village of Austin is like, I want to say 80 to 90% of staff is actually from Austin. You know, there's not a list. There's not a magic list. There's not a list, just like the police is, in the police department says, well, you have to be in Austin. It's not a list here in the village, but we have, for years, we were able to actually manage to find qualified people that are part of our village. And that's something to say. So something for you guys to think about for next year, like training and education to the community itself. Is like, this is, if I knew this 25 years ago, you know, would have been a different story. You know, that's why I encourage people that I meet is like, have you thought about this? You should look into this, because it's not just a good thing to serve our community that we live on, but just to serve any community. Change what that looks like, you know, when you're calling, when someone calls. Anyway, thank you so much.
Now I'm gonna what?
Thank you. What's next?
I'm gonna see if Sue's ready.
Is that at 11?
We're running a little early, so.
That's okay. I'm good with early. Thanks for this. This really does speak to what I said earlier. Remember your first one, Dana? You were like asking a lot of questions about what does this mean? I don't get that.
Now we're
Real- yeah. I just want to take a 5-minute break. Now you know everything. Next you take the Dale's down, right, Dale? Yeah. All right.
look at the budget
Oh,
online.
you look very romantic.
It's there too.
Or,
But that's not
detail.
detail, not detail. It doesn't have the detail.
right. Or,
Okay.
or you have it.
Okay,
What do you got? Welcome, Sue.
thank you, thank you. We starting on page 1. Of,
Absolutely. Afternoon. Stu Donnelly.
Morning.
Good morning. I was doing everything with.
Most of the village clerk proper expenses, since it is a shared town and village clerk, are part of the town budget for which the village pays and may cost monthly to the town for those services. But we do have some individual lines in the village clerk budget that are just specifically for village expenses versus a town expense. So in 1410-400, you have codification of ordinances, your seamless stocks for the village side of the equation. In the current year, we budgeted 15,500, which is a slight increase over last year's.
I just want to point out that the 22,000 from 2022 is because you did your special law on your zoning changes, which had multiple pictures, and we had to do a special purchase order for that particular to go to general code.
So this is to get these things into the code book, actually.
Get
right?
into
So after
the
local laws
physical
pass
code
this.
book, of which we only maintain 3 of, and to get them online for e-code. Yes, that's what that's for. Depends on, every year it depends on what laws get done. That's why you'll see different numbers there, but you've been very aggressive with your code changes in your laws. So,
They're more time. Makes it.
okay. But that, and you remember the one that was very picture intense, let's call it. Okay. All right.
So did you guys, we talked about money we're gonna have to spend over probably 2 to 3 years to change a lot of to consolidate the codes and make them readable and update them and enhance them. So does somebody include the fact that the clerk will then have to post that in, or is 2023 too soon to worry about that?
I would suggest we
I'm looking-
look
I'm
and see
seeing
how
a blank face here.
2023 goes. And, no, last year was just a,
No, but I know it's coming up. That's why I'm
Yeah.
asking Dale if she budgeted or not really, is
I
what I'm
think
seeing on your
This
face.
is just the normal,
Okay, straight
amount,
line.
right?
All
at
right,
this
so
point.
somebody just has to keep track of that.
no, we stay on top of it. So
For 2024, most likely.
okay.
All right,
Okay, we have a small amount in for public legal notices.
Outrageous.
Do you
We'll
wanna
continue
speak-
to
do you want
lobby.
to speak to that, Sue?
We'll continue to lobby the state of New York to hold down the newspaper lobby because people do not read newspapers, yet we have to publish them in on-rate newspapers. So, yeah. That's the newspaper lobby, but that's a state function, and you guys don't know. I gotta do anything about that.
Appreciate your comment.
I get it in town too, so don't worry about it.
I knew it was coming. Printing and postage, we've lowered a little bit, and you've done a fantastic job with going online and being able to reduce costs by moving to that platform. Office and supplies expense is the same. This is where your best software. Sure. Why, but it is.
Yeah.
Training, school and education.
It is, because it is this stuff. It's a supply, not an actual
right.
program. Yeah.
Right.
no. It's our clerk. I just want to tell everybody that BAS is our accounting software for the clerk's office. It's antiquated, but it's our package of all clerks.
Yes, yes, they have a definite niche in the market.
Right.
Training, school and education, we do budget for ICOM. We have a small amount in for stenographer translation services. And there is the amount for our IMA last expense line. And then the page is followed by our revenue lines. So we have a small amount there. For clerk fees. Yeah, there's a-
For my little notes to people.
We did lower the public health fees from $1,000 to $500. These are for birth and death certificate copies that were filed on with the village clerk before these items were issued by the town.
Right.
In 2011, I believe.
And birth cigarette as of 1955, so that's when the Osmond Hospital closed.
For the parking station permits, we did do slight changes here in accordance with the change in parking spots, changing some to a daily rate and some to an hourly rate, but lowering the overall annual revenue amount, which actually brought us up to an eye on that as we move forward.
Or actually, an increase. It's an increase over 2 years of pandemic, but before the pandemic, it's a decrease, right?
Well, we are going from selling, because of the change in how people are working and stuff, we are going from selling 660 train station parking to 400. And then we have moved one lot over to a daily parking and then the Quimbley on the west side will be an hourly parking. It's a reality. We have several things that are our new reality.
So is it that the permits are going down, but the daily will go up?
Yes.
I think,
So the overall number is, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Sue, if that's all right, just because we've been working on this. So I think, you know, in great part due to Metro North's mapping abilities, we were able to get a better count of the inventory we actually have at the train station and try to rebalance what we're selling to what's actually available. So I think that's one component. But then, as Sue mentioned, we also have turned one lot that used to accommodate 32 cars into something that's going to be for the dailies. Additionally, we did a swap of spots with Metro North, where the little Quimby Street dog leg used to be something that they were charging for, and then we were allowing passes along the far side of the fence. So we've sort of recalibrated. So now we have a better idea of exactly what inventory belongs to us. Thanks to Paul and Kenny and DPW and making sure that all of our signage is consistent and correct, because that's something else that we were having a little bit of trouble with. And so now that all the signage down there is accurate, I think we're going to see some pretty significant changes in how people are using our train station.
Right.
And now they know exactly how, you know, what all of their options are to use it. Jamie's put some things out on social media. The website's been duly updated, and we'll keep putting out those reminders, particularly as Sue gets into her next couple of weeks of renewals. Do you want to sort of talk about the letter that's gonna go out?
So if you look at the anticipated and the actual on the train station, we're only at 186 because every month during 2022, we had to recalibrate what a train station ticket would be, permit would be, excuse me. And but we anticipate that all 400 train station passes will be sold probably before January 1st. We're just finishing up, as I'm sure you've heard this from other places, but we're just finishing up our passport switch in our software. So the train stations will go out. People are calling, they're very anxious. We like to get them on as early as possible so they don't affect their holiday shopping because it's a pricey number. And so we think that we will definitely have that with the letter that's going out, giving them the options so that people know ahead of time, especially our first group, which would be the current train station permit holders. They will get the option because many have asked, do we have other options available, such as a daily fee or some people are going downtown going to be there for a while. They wanted the hourly fee, which is now the equivalent fee. So it's something that can be changed in next 2024. But for 2023, we're very comfortable with these numbers that we can achieve them, barring sometimes scary stuff. So, yeah. Yeah. But yes. Okay.
Okay. We did increase the municipal lot permit revenue line a little bit as well, because you were adding, or
Right.
changing.
We took a lot and made it a, plus we put municipal parking there at night down closer to the waterfront, on Water Street, which we did not have for those local residents who did not have a meter parking there.
And you'll also have it for the post office and
Yes.
Market Square lots for
Lot
next
5,
year.
yeah, lot 5 is very, that will be a big change.
Yeah, I think we're probably gonna hear about that when people are used to, changing that. We should just. be
We
ready.
hear about it anyway, though.
So I know, we just have to be ready for it.
Oh, we,
I will say, and it has nothing to do with you, that on Saturday, people are parking without paying. So it's something we have to go back to the police, that has nothing to do with you. That they're not being ticketed appropriately, and, all the other stuff that happens on the weekends, so. Because all of your numbers are based on things working the way they're supposed to work.
exactly.
That people get tags that really need the tags, it's all based on.
It's all based on us doing something and enforcement taking over.
So we have to go both sides of the
That makes
equation.
sense.
That's an accurate, it's also a safety issue, it's not just.
It is.
A lot of this is a safety issue.
Right.
It's, in my opinion, otherwise, who matters too much, the numbers are the numbers, however you get there.
For all of these changes, and I just think it's something as we roll out more changes and people are going to be paying for spots that they maybe didn't pay for before, and all these different changes. It is all based on actually sort of righting the ship in terms of cost and spreading the burden. So the changes really not only level the playing field on how we pay for these things and make it more equitable. Again, the turnover to make sure that people aren't taking parking spots all day and people are able to come and shop. And that's really something we've learned from communities that we often get cited on wanting to replicate, like, why can't we be more like? All those communities have metered parking and it is rigorously enforced.
Oh, yeah.
And that's a big element of the changes that a lot of people want to see here. And we just, I think, have to keep resetting it, that we're not looking to make money, we're looking to foster the ability of everybody to make money. And not only that, just improve parking overall. So it's a process and change is hard, but I think we'll get there.
We did lower our revenues for business licenses a little bit to come more in line with actual. That's occurred.
No, I just want to go over a little bit about business licensing, just taxi medallions, taxi drivers. So we have, since the pandemic, we have gone from, let's say, 35 taxi companies, 150 taxi drivers, to about 15 to 20 taxi companies, but they're much better evaluated, and some of them are going to be given notices of probation of how they're handling people now, because it's a customer service issue I have with them. And so we just want to make sure that everybody understands that just because a guy walks in doesn't mean get a taxi driver license or a taxi company license. You have to go through the steps of getting it. And to get a taxi company license there's some lots of insurance that you need to get and stuff like that. It's just not a change in occupation because you feel like doing it today. But we have controlled a lot of it. It's a work in progress, and so that's why we did lower it a tiny bit.
And then fire alarm fees. That's for your.
Okay, so fire alarm fees. Fire alarm fees are, we have to look at our code, fire alarm fees, because people are leaving the monitored fire alarms companies. I'm where to work, I still have a, but they're going to be self monitoring,
All that, yeah.
and it's not in our code that they need to have that registered with us. that's in the town and the village that is going on. So we need to either look at the code or understand that that is a changing revenue. And
That's an interesting point, Sue.
that-
I'm taking out my big white hat.
So,
But I'm taking that note down that I never even thought about.
So if
that.
you get one of these, put it in your self-security system, you mean?
Yeah, it
Or-
doesn't- we look for monitor, police monitor.
So the point is that even with the self monitor, that you would still maybe have a propensity for calls that were not false alarms, I believe they're called. And that is something that we would need to make sure that we're accounting for.
We have to do a much better job. We took over the town fire alarm. We have to do a better job with, we need to get the information from the police department, and not only the police department here, it's also the Briarcliff Police Department, because they handle two districts of the town.
Makes sense. The only thing that I would say is that difference with a lot of these, whether it's Ring or Nest or there's other companies that, unlike an ADP, those don't call automatically police or fire. And in fact, it's the opposite. I find that police will knock on your door and say, hey, I see you have a ring. Can you show us the video because something happened in your neighborhood and we want to see? So so it's an interesting point to make. And
Yeah.
I underscore the legal path.
Yeah, so it is, if I went door to door in a place in my own neighborhood and I see everyone has a ring.
Yeah.
On their door. Okay. But, or some other company, I don't want to,
Yeah.
promote any company or anything, but it's a change, like a lot of things, we're in a changing environment technology wise. Speaking of taking-
No, I'm gonna stay on revenues first.
Okay.
And then we will speak. to
Jill, we have a
technology.
question.
I'm
here.
sorry,
Yes.
quick question. And so we talked about taxi drivers and
Yes.
stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I know we may not be going into the fee portion. We sort of touched a little bit about that, the fees. The rate. Are we increasing anything on there, on that end?
We went up to $6 last year.
Right.
I think they
So
need to
they
stay
haven't-
at-
they
I
haven't
think they
done-
need to stay at $6.
That's fine. And what about the licenses and stuff like that, the requirements? Is there any modifications into that?
I will tell you the same thing I told the town, how I'd love to see some great changes. I think this is not the year, this will be the first year out of the pandemic. People are still recovering, taxi companies got clobbered during the pandemic. And I would like to suggest that later in the year, 2023, we sit down and look at fee schedules for 2024.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I agree. I actually, I'm happy that we're not changing it this year, and although I think it's relatively inexpensive, but that's okay. For everything you said, but I would rather us recalibrate the quality of the taxi drivers and keep the price where it is so that, people appreciate that. And I think people would be willing to go up in 24 when they see a change, because one of the complaints we get is the taxi companies and drivers not showing up, showing up super late, so you miss your train, and really mostly about careless and unsafe driving and double parking on very narrow streets, going through stop signs, etc. So I'd like to clean up that based on and you know that, Sue, because we
Yeah.
require you, myself included.
So we also have a senior program with the town, and we are constantly getting feedback back on that. And that's where the initial companies are going to lose their ability to
Yeah,
do business here.
Right, so I'd like to have, I don't care if they're fewer or the same or more, but decent, customer-oriented, safe taxis that show up on time and get people to where they're supposed to on time, which is the purpose of getting a cab. And then look at, once we get that calibrated, and I think this is the year to do it, and you have enough experience now under your belt that you know who the players are. So I think that's really, and then we can start,
One of the things that we really pushed for this year is you have to be bilingual. I know that it doesn't always exist. But we got one of our largest cab companies to set up with Neighbors Link, a whole English as a second language program for their drivers. They have to come in with their, when they come in and apply, if they cannot speak in Spanish in the office. So one of the things that we have set up is that they have to come in with a certificate they've signed out from the school, but have to be Neighbors Link, it will be Westchester Community College, as long as they have the English courses. And they have found that that has actually helped them with the quality of people that they're getting taxi drivers.
I would like to also, so I agree with you. In fact, I was over at Neighbors Link Saturday and we were talking about the opportunities. It's ironic that oftentimes women who are immigrants to this country learn English faster than men because the women work in jobs that include other people, even for cleaning people who have to speak with someone to get direction versus people who just, don't really see the public as much. So I think that's fabulous. But I will also tell you that when you travel around in other countries, even not so advanced countries, you can get translations on the iPhone. People can actually speak into the iPhone and communicate with the person sitting behind them through technology, and it's free. So it's like, I think the use of technology should also be encouraged.
We do have
Amongst people.
drivers that Google Translate.
Yeah,
but
so I think it's an encouragement for using technology that's probably good for everybody. I would rather see more really good candidates getting jobs. That would be my number one piece, but Spanish isn't the only language. We have an Arab population, which the languages in Arab countries are significantly different, Asian. So I'm talking now in a more global way, but I think these relationships are great. I'm really happy with so much of the work we've done. So it's great. The voucher program is a town program, right?
it's a
If you could
coupon.
speak to that a little bit. And
Okay,
where we
so
are
what
with that.
happens now is, we have not raised the price for the senior citizen. So the senior citizen pays $3 for a coupon book and $3 a ride for a coupon book. The ride is good anywhere within the town of Austin. That takes a lot of explaining to the taxi drivers that it is not just in Austin, because their fare, their $6 fare is the village of Austin.
Right.
So, but to go to Phelps Hospital.
Yep.
Or to go to ShopRite is a coupon and a half. So and it's $1 extra a person. So you have to have your aide come with you. Because remember, the senior citizen, and you must be 70 years and older. It's not like the dog license, where you have to be 60. So that needs to be looked at too for the future, but young seniors like myself would not need to that program right now. So, and that is the reason that we really dwell on English too, because our senior community is not calling a cab so that they can get handed a phone and Google Translate. But I totally understand where you're coming from, and I do have drivers to do. I've watched them do it, because you want to stop them and say, I have no problems walking up to a cab, looking for their medallions, looking for their license. We do have that. So they have a program over there. They do tell me when they have complaints. I'm working on getting the seniors to identify what car number they got into, what car, and their license, if you ever get in a cab, should be just like where it is in New York City, it should be on the glove box. So you can see it from the back seat. And they have it's large, it's this size, so it's got their picture, it's got their ID number, their taxi license number is quite large, so that you can just take that down if you have any problems with them. We have less problems than we had last year, and that's not saying that we have no problems at all, but we are not kidnapping our seniors right now, as far as I know. So I did have that problem, but.
This is all public, right?
Yes,
When
I
you say-
think the very seniors are very vocal about it. But, we do have some companies that are, we've made every company take senior citizen coupons, because in the past, it's been this restricted group, and I'm not quite sure why. And so now every company, in order to have a taxi license in Austin, you must take senior citizen coupons. They turn their coupons in to the senior nutrition program. They get paid on each coupon $6. So for a coupon and a half to go to Phelps, it is a $9 ride for them, which is sufficient. We also have it that they don't have to wait until we do educate the seniors on, they're not there to wait, they're not there to for you to go to 3 or 4 stores and hop out. And go get and do your shopping. They are there to bring you someplace and leave you someplace. But we have our people that refuse and, they act like they don't know me when I call them on the phone. So that's okay too.
So the town manages the program and we pay back the town, right?
No, the town pays for the coupons.
And we pay nothing in the village.
It's in their budget. They get an X amount of dollars from a grant they get from AAA.
Call it camp program.
Yeah, it's called a CAP program. And so they actually budget a lot in for the CAP. Into the town budget. Town general budget too, so everybody understands. Town general means that everybody will pay for the CAP.
Great. There is one, the addition that was proposed, by the clerk's office. And that's $75 for a tow hookup fee.
Right. So not only do we do taxi cabs now, we also do tow truck companies and drivers. So
Well, somebody has to.
somebody has to do it, yeah. And so what was happening was we did not have a fee in our fee schedule for when you go to pick up a car. Let's say these are usually cars that are parked in, let's say where the farmer's market's gonna be on Saturday. And they didn't move their car in time. So the tow truck driver shows up and the resident comes running down because they realize they didn't move their car. And they never do the actual hookup of the car. So we had to have some regulated fee for that they could charge because it was randomly being charged. So it ended up that we came up with a fee. We talked to the tow truck companies. And $75 was an acceptable fee for having them come out. It's not if they get canceled before they come out. They came out, they're on the location. Some of them have even started hooking up the car.
The drop fee.
Yeah. The car.
That's really what it
That's
is.
what they
Yeah.
call it. I'm working.
In New York City, they won't.
Exactly. Once
New
they
York
start,
City,
once they
once
start
the
touching
tow
the
truck
car.
is there, you
Yeah.
Yeah.
you're done.
Yeah.
They don't
So
pay us.
we are requesting that be added to our fee schedule.
How many of these are we talking about a year? Dale, you must have a number, otherwise you couldn't budget.
No, it's a fee. We have not even budgeted for tow companies yet because we're taking our quite large law and
24 pages, right?
yeah, and mulling it down, so we don't even have that in the fee. We just wanted to have that in
You
the.
just want the fee agreed to, and then you can
Right.
figure out revenue.
Well, because we don't have all the revenues. We don't know what we're charging a tow truck company to be on the list. That's for impoundments. There's different things which they get. Learned a lot in the last couple of months about tow truck driving.
So
We
we
have,
will revisit.
yeah, we will visit that as one steward and the court for, excuse me, not steward, the corporation council.
Yeah, and that's the question that I was gonna ask. I mean, that's something that we have to look into it, because we have to modify the towing laws that we have currently right now.
Right.
So, but that fee is not part of our,
We need that fee in the fee schedule so that.
but we
when
don't
I
have to
call
have that right now,
The fee,
because we can change the fee schedule
right,
tomorrow and then the day after that as well.
right, so we need that for now.
Do we want to do that on next week's meeting then?
Susan's
So the
asking, she's putting it in because she would like the board to approve it as part of the budget. So she can move it. We
Well,
don't
the
have to,
the fee schedule gets approved at the organizational meeting.
Yeah, but we don't
Right.
have to, we can change that fee schedule every time through the.
Right.
Right.
So we don't.
I have some new companies on the tow list
We have
and.
2 new companies, right?
Right. And we have 6 companies altogether on a rotating tow list. So I would like them all to be consistent. And I think this is a starting place for us to tell them that there will be much more consistency in the future. And it allows the police to enforce in a better manner.
So next week. It's legislative, sure.
Yeah.
Next week, so can we bring this over business and we can have a little more clarification?
Well, I think if I may, I think if this is something that we don't have on the schedule, but that is happening now, and we don't currently have a fee for it, it makes sense for it to be effective mid-November rather than waiting until mid-January. So I think if the board is okay with it, then we could add it on for next week.
Okay, so I think, I don't see objections to the concept, and I don't see objections even to a number. But I think Deputy Mayor is simply saying legislative session needs to be a resolution place, just put it on, so that's where you go.
That's,
Yeah.
yes, correct. You know, that's something that I don't have a problem with. I think 75 is a reasonable number. It's just, I would like to have a part, because part of the process that when we came in with the toll companies, we got a lot of feedback from different toll companies.
This is
and
one that
said,
they will
yeah,
all accept.
Okay, that's,
Right, I know what where you're going, and this is one, yeah, this is, yeah, I've been in many meetings with them this year,
okay.
in
got it,
this room.
got it.
Gives me a lot of airspace.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
thank you, sir. Now I'm okay with that, yes.
Okay, great.
28 years, I've never seen a car being towed from downtown.
Me neither. I'm
I've
actually.
never seen a car towed, but I know it happens.
Not downtown, but I do have seen over there.
Oh, Bob has.
I've seen like with blocking driveways and things of that.
I was never seen them towed. I've seen the problems. I've never seen the solution part of it, but I know it's happening
Well,
because.
the law that you're really working on is impoundment.
Yeah.
That is different from being told because you
Understood.
parked and everything.
No, yeah, understood.
Um,
Okay.
One other item that you're not actually seeing in the
Mhm.
clerk budget proper, because when we budgeted for it, it made more sense to have it be more of a global organization wide item, so it is in the IT budget line for general water sewer. But it is being spearheaded by our village/town clerk, Sue Donnelly, and it's a fabulous thing called Laserfiche. So
We currently use Laserfiche, and in 2009, we purchased Laserfiche. We had many departments had their files, not many, some departments had their files put on it. And most departments stopped using it because there was no, it's not what you expect, it's what you expect. That didn't go over well with that. But so what we want to do is we need to move off of our server that we now have. The clerk's office uses Laserfiche extensively. We have.
I'm sorry, could
everything.
you explain what Laserfiche?
Laserfiche
I
is
don't know.
file, the file retention. It allows the user, whatever department it is, to type in one word and get everything that might have that word in it on files. It will be our, you passed, thank you very much. You passed the ability to use electronic files as our files moving forward and in the past. So this will allow every department to be much more productive in looking up information, i.e. for FOILs or for their own self. It is part of the program as we work in municipality, going into municipality in the building department. It is attached to the municipality too. So
You look up documents.
we look up, but it's also the file retention, which is very important because we have all these laws about how long we have to keep a
I don't
file.
understand. You know what it is. You know why you know? Because you probably used to go to libraries and there's something called a fiche, and that was on film. The librarian goes, you tell her you want to look up earthquakes in Peru, and they actually would look for that. And then they give you the film that you go, and that kept documents and journals and newspaper articles, and used to do one of these things, and it'll come up. And this actually allows you to do a search and totally digital. So that's why they call it fiche, because I think that's the old term.
Well, it used to be microfiche and now
Yeah,
it's
right.
Laserfiche, yeah.
Like what
So-
they used in libraries for decades.
So one of the things as the record managers for both the village and the town, and having to be responsible for the foils. There's a lot of work that goes, a tremendous amount of work goes into some of these foils that we get asked for. And it is very time consuming for the clerks. This will make it happen. It doesn't happen overnight. It will not happen overnight. We are going for different grants for this to scan in old data. We have to be very careful that we don't go into any department that we already did. Because as far as the grant administrators are concerned, you should be maintaining those files. The courts will go into, the town court will go into using their grant program next year in 2023 to put their back records on. They're very excited about it. This is what it will be for the beginning of the year. It will be a tremendous amount of excuse me, of planning before we actually implement it in different departments, because there's a lot of security features that have to go into it that Laserfiche is aware of. The courts will be almost on their standalone. We will not have it in the police department, but that will be the only department that will not use Laserfiche. You can't, when you're in personnel, whether it be the town or the village, those records cannot be seen by by anybody except with certain individuals. So what we'll be doing is creating the different schemes, the security schemes, and who can view. However, if you get to a point where everybody's on it and you can read a document that you want to read in the building department, because the building department document should be available online instead of having 1,000 foils for them. And that will happen with Municipal, and with it attached to that will be Laserfiche. We're very excited about it. We have to do something. Our server that we work on Laserfiche is ready to crash. I have a big meeting with Vincent tomorrow. And to go to the cloud version, we paid for licensing fees, which would have spread over the town and the village. That is a 50-50. And the reason that's whereas normally you pay 65% of the clerk budget and they pay 35%, which is a perfect break in it. I never knew that until I actually got deep into it. This Laserfiche will be used by all the departments in both, as I said, except for the police department. It's a multi-year project. It's not something that's going to happen overnight, but it will happen where it's not going to be like you're going to see when you do the 5 corners. You'll see the construction happening. This will be done in the different departments, and we have taken on the responsibility of making sure that it happens and that it's going to be kept and people are going to use it. I was here for the 2009 one, so I know. So yeah, and the finance department is very anxious, you know, that they love their paper, but
Not so much.
not so much.
We are trying to get away from paper.
And you know, and for a perfect example, if somebody asks for invoices, then they have to search for invoices where they can just punch in a couple of code, you know, things. They've done a tremendous amount of good job of eliminating as much paper as possible. I know my little desk here looks like it's filled with paper, but it's not, and compared to my old days. So, but we do everything. We have everything online right now. Yeah, clerk's office.
So the full cost, which is split 50-50, is 77,119. So for
Year one.
year one, so it's 38,560 for the village portion, and I split it out across general and sewer. So when we again, the IT budget, software lines, you'll see a line in there specifically for this.
And it will really help the departments like the water department and stuff. They have little index cards right now, which so with their little, you know, what you have at your house and stuff. So, but in order to make everybody, not to eliminate jobs at all, but to make people more productive so that they can do the jobs that they can't get to right now because they're doing this very manual work of looking things up.
Well, I would also, again, for the public commentary, in like simple English, there's also strategies with the foils and all this stuff that people use it to overload the system
Right.
by asking for items that frankly is like asking for the world. There's an obligation to answer, whether it's the foils or information, because we are public servants. But it's also has been in recent years been used strategically to create backlogs on purpose and strategically. So I think, the technology is not about jobs. I mean, we just had a whole conversation about trying to find more people and train people in the community and all that. It's not that, it's actually, there's a greater demand. Courts are one of the busiest in the state of New York. Foils are in the hundreds per month, not 10 or 15. They all have to be read, even if you look them up, somebody still has to read them. They all take time. Invoices, endless, although I'm sure most of it is online now, but things have to still be done correctly. So I think this is great. I mean, I know these are budget conversations, but they're really more than budget conversations. They're actually, what are we working on? So I think it's pretty cool. I think many people assume we already had some of this stuff. So I think it's like expected almost.
So we had a server-based, but we went to every single department in the village with a trainer from Laserfish. And we met with everybody to explain what their responsibilities would be and how it was going to affect their department and how there would be security behind it. So we already did that the initial meetings and stuff. So the pandemic actually helped us and the clerk's office be able to move a lot of stuff that was done by hand. So,
Yep, amazing, right? Anybody else? Questions? I'm looking to my right and left.
Thank you.
okay.
It's, it's the thing that you brought it up to, you were talking about the polls and the farming, which is one of the biggest percentage that you have on your office. On you with this one, because I know Unicity is coming online pretty soon. So is that the coordination that Sue was referring to as well? Is that something that is going to be happening? Hopefully at the beginning of next year. And how is that going to help with anything with the oral systems itself?
Yeah, we're still on time for Municity Connect. It's either going to be, as I mentioned when we were discussing this, I think it was on Wednesday, I can't even remember at this point. We're on track to be done around mid-December. But now that we're working with the payment processor and they have a lag time of a couple of weeks, it might be mid-December, it might be mid-January. But we are on track to get that. I think, and this is from my perspective and having been over in the building department and also working with the clerks. Even if the building department information is online and readily available, we can't force people to go look for it. People are still always going to want a FOIL because then you do it for me, and we're happy to do it. So it's our job to make it as easy as possible for them to do it on their own. But of course, there are going to be people who would rather us do the legwork, and that's fine. Then we'll charge them for the copies and the staff time and whatever else is appropriate. But to answer your question, that project is still on track, and that should be able to create some additional transparency so that folks don't necessarily have to FOIL for every single thing if in fact they feel like they can find it on their own.
And you will see more and more people do that because other communities are doing that too. But yeah, right now, again, at the bottom of every letter that goes out with a FOIL is my name, so it's, but we got caught up with FOILs and in all our departments, so but this will make life so much easier for the employees and the residents and the visitors and the business owners and the realtors. Big plus.
Thank you.
Okay. You. Close my little blue.
Thank you.
Exactly.
You don't wait for.
I don't have to wait.
Thanks,
Thank
Sue.
you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hoping for another great year, Sue.
It will be. It'll be a good year.
Yep.
Transitional year.
Thank you.
Okay, what do we got?
We now are going to break for lunch for an hour. We're running a half an hour, a little bit more than a half an hour. The police department will be here at 1 o'clock instead of 1:30 though.
Great, appreciate
Moving
that.
it up a little bit. lunch is served and I'm gonna go get you some beverages, so.
Thank you.
You have any diet, anything or
Of
not?
course I do.
Oh, bar.
I have some diet soda, but if you want
Your question, does St. Anne's send you a list?
They send
Yes.
it to the village manager.
Yeah, and we share it with the police department and the rec center, and then they fees for them accordingly. So there haven't had any processions that weren't pre-approved at the beginning of the year. I think they do, I don't know, like 10 or something a year. So I can't remember.
Well, I'd like to be able to notify, like, same, you know, I mean, we find out same day if it's changes.
Or I'll-
Neighborhood would like.
I'll get you the list. No problem.
So the answer to your question is they may not send the chief or the police department, but the village manager does to the police department. All right,
I'll get you
folks.
the list.
Good luck.
No shade, November. If we
Okay.
have some extra food, if you guys are hungry, I don't have to miss lunch.
It was interesting.
All right, microphone is up front. You need to speak. We're both on Zoom. We are already being recorded. Everything is a public statement. Folks, welcome.
All right, so, good afternoon, checking the times. So for our budget presentation today, I've been working with Lieutenant Zimmer and Lieutenant Donahue on this closely. So they are going to present budget today, if that's okay with the board, unless there's any objection.
No, fine. Hello, folks.
All right, where would the board like to start?
Yeah, there are other chairs.
Sure. And also comment.
Okay.
That's just the honor.
Yeah, guys, I'm gonna run this on time today.
Aaron.
Hello, Dan.
Yeah.
I think the gentleman asked you, where do you want to start? Why don't you
Absolutely.
start us off?
We will start with your operational budget. And start on page one. Page one consists of our fabulous police officers. Total members of the police department is 61. One chief, captain, 4 lieutenants, 8 sergeants, 5 detectives, and 46 officers. In this listing, we have, if there is a vacant position that is listed as same. And that is where we currently stand for the 2023 budget year. The page following is our overtime line.
Did you put my book to the right place or am I
Yes,
looking for this?
I gave it to you.
Yeah, you should be.
I got it.
Yeah.
Got it.
I also emailed it to somebody to copy on
Thank you.
their laptop. To detail report. So page 2 continues our contractual obligations. Overtime, title, holiday pay, super holiday pay. Language stipend, and then following page we start with equipment. Something for 2023 is that the police have put forward the Axon. So I don't know if you want to speak to that, because it is in the operational budget lines, split between equipment and software for the total amount.
What page you on?
Page 4
Top
of the
right,
police.
page 4.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so you'll see in the equipment line, on the detail line, labeled 2023. New Axon Officer Safety Program. So we put 40% of the total amount, 185,000. You will find in the software line.
The Officer Safety Plan incorporates quite a few different components, some of which we have under separate lines currently, such as taser acquisition or body camera that we've been running for a number of years. This is an augmentation or growth of the Axon products that we're currently using. Incorporates a much larger software package that includes a lot of accountability software, as well as virtual reality training that we demoed with some of the members of the board. It really is a shift toward a more modern way of training, as well as accountability. The systems interact with each other in a way that if particular items that officer carries are used, removed from holsters, et cetera, there is a data log of those things, of those activities. And that integrates with accountability software so that we can track up uses of force and that sort of thing for increased supervision.
Could you tell me what accountability software actually means? I mean, I know the name, but what does that actually look like?
So the systems that the officer carries will transmit signals that will trigger in a piece of software so that administrators or supervisors are aware that a piece of equipment, a taser or a handgun, were removed from their holster or were activated, and will allow follow-up to see why that actually happens, to make sure that that is reported by the officer, to make sure there's follow-up, to make sure that all policies were followed in the use of that.
That also, similarly to the way body cams work right now, where if an officer activates their body camera, the video is stored the same way. If a taser is deployed or activated, that data will be stored automatically as well. So there's no need to,
How long do you guys store data for? Or is it different for different things?
it's dependent upon the reason why it was stored. Usually if it involves a case and it's retained as part of the discovery process, it's retained through the disposition of the case. If a video right now is the traffic stop, let's say an officer records a traffic stop, 6 months. Yeah, 6 months.
Minimum of 6 months, misdemeanor and domestic incidents is at least 6 years, and felony arrests or felony cases 25 years. And that corresponds with state standards. So in addition to those sensors, there's also, as part of this plan, a transcription that happens. So when a body camera is activated and an officer and or a civilian are speaking, there's a transcription made of that that can be reviewed. We can set particular words or phrases that we want flagged, that if an officer or civilian in an interaction uses specific words or phrases, a supervisor or administrator can be alerted and can therefore review that activity to see exactly what happened in that incident.
Which does two things. It allows, I don't have a mic, am I close enough to just get echoed there? So the big win with the body cam software is going to be that not only is it going to create transcription, and ultimately Axon's advertised that their someday version of this will be that keeping officers from sitting inside and taking depositions, you'll be able to speak your deposition into the camera. That's not quite there, but the value in what they do have right now is the transcription, to the extent that it can be used. Not only can flag us if we're looking for certain words, if we want to know if people are cursing at people, we can track how often that happens. Likewise, if there's a complaint or a phrase that someone says there's an allegation that a cop said this or did that, we can track those statements very easily to go back and say, Axon, tell me where this was said, if it was said, and it'll either bring us to the precise moment that happened, or it'll let us know that that was in fact said during an interaction. So it doesn't, no piece of software is ever going to eliminate the need for civilian oversight or for employee oversight, in the sense that we still have to watch what cops do. We still need supervisors on the street. But this gives a unique and unprecedented opportunity to be able to review things with some amount of help from AI software to be able to find out what's said, when it's said, who said it, and what the context is.
This plan will also increase our digital data storage online to an unlimited amount. Right now, we're paying a la carte, so this is a component of that. It has Axon Citizen, which is a method by way we can ask civilians in a case to send us their digital video evidence. If they tape something, they can send that to us through our secure server. There's redaction assistance. So if we have an incident, we need to release it to the public, to the media, to whomever. There's automated redaction software that will blur faces, obscure license plates and the like. So it really streamlines that process. So if something does need to get out, we can do that quickly and in a time. There's page 2 here. There's performance software that allows us to have an ongoing review process for our police officers, rather than twice a year having our sergeants submit a report telling us how that officer did for the last 6 months. It's more of an ongoing process of review of randomized body camera video. So your supervisor would be reviewing these random videos, which can be weighted if particular types of calls or particular words are used on a call. They can be weighted to come up more frequently, but they are randomized. The sergeant could review the call and give week by week notes as to how that officer is performing, both praise and critique in those videos. And the officer would get that video back, able to see exactly what their supervisor thought in that moment with like time stamping and all that good stuff. If there's a particular issue that needs to be remediated, that's something that we could potentially do with the new virtual reality. If there's a particular type of call or incident that an officer's having difficulty wrapping their head around, we can run through that scenario 100 times until they get it right, until they are very comfortable with it. So they all these systems sort of work, cohesively together to toward better policing and better supervision of the police. And that's a virtual training. The virtual training, yeah, the virtual headset is a really exciting component of this. One of the things that stuck out to me in the report that was done about the renewal or reimagining of the police was attracting and retaining good police candidates. And I think having that cutting edge training is a really exciting way of doing that. And there's a number of suites within that training that provide totally different types of training. There's training that is intended to build empathy in officers, putting them in the shoes of people in different crises. And then there's judgment training, how would the officer handle that particular situation? And even something so simple as weapon manipulation. We train twice a year at the range and we do a great job with that. But being able to take an officer off the road for 30 minutes and handle a weapon system in a safe environment, in a virtual environment, it becomes more comfortable to them, and it's a less potentially dangerous situation. They get to handle the taser and operate the taser in this virtual environment and use it 100 times, where maybe they might not be called on to use that in reality, ever, hopefully. But they at least understand the system, they know how to manipulate the system, and it becomes a very comfortable piece of their kit. Am I missing anything, Chief?
Questions on them?
No, we'll ask as we go.
Okay.
Okay, so following equipment are contractual line items. So these are your basic expenses to keep everything moving. We did increase the fuel for the 2022 year, and I did carry those amounts into 2023 to make sure we are covered.
You got it doubled.
We're currently at 76,000 in expenses, and that's only through September. So I think the 100.
Price of the gas.
Yes. So we have radio repairs, small amount for auxiliary police. Towing in service training. And
Can you hold on, you're on page.
that's page 6. Mhm.
Did you go to for professional dues and meetings?
Okay.
All right, does that include the chief as well, or is this, what does this entail actually? On dues and meetings?
No, sure.
Yeah.
So professional dues and meetings has historically gone towards the dues for different associations. So for me, that pays for the international chiefs, the state chiefs, the county chiefs. Those all have dues. It also pays for our membership in the National Tactical Officers Association, which is where we get all of our training and guidance from for our SWAT team. This year we had enrolled Officer Costa at she became part of the New York Women Law Enforcement Conference. We also have members of detectives associations. So all of those different associations that all members belong to, and from time to time, any of the meetings that they may attend that have these to go on.
Juvenile officers,
Juvenile
SROs.
officers, SROs.
Yeah, can I get a list of all the associations? I don't know, I think the public should know all the things that, don't you also go on to the Hispanic officers, something? You want an award from them once. So you also know that?
So I'm not a member of the Westchester Hispanic Law Enforcement Association, but I have very close ties with the leadership there. They have honored me at their scholarship gala before.
Right.
I don't know that there's necessarily a cultural requirement to be a member, but I'm not a member of the association, but I work closely with them, the Guardians, and law enforcement, some recruiting projects and other things.
I think that's important for the public to know, the amount that you do individually, the organizations you belong to that inform us. That relates to police safety and all that. So I think the list of that. And then we could also sort of ask, why aren't we belonging to a couple of these other ones, change it up, like without that knowledge, I think the public would be interested in that. Okay,
Great,
now back with you,
okay,
which is page 6.
page 6. To keep going along with that, we have new service training, which is staying the same amount, and then training school education. Service training is more for training supplies, so to speak, right, Chief? And training school and education, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, sure. A large part of the training that we do aren't things that we can conduct in-house, so there's a number of things we have to send people away to. Anytime we have new officers assigned for a tactical team, they have to go off to school, those have costs. Firearms instructors, they have to go to the FBI school, those have costs. So training schools accounts for any of the schools where we've got to pay an attendance fee somewhere else, and they do tend to be priced.
Accounting for repairs to vehicles and equipment, computer software, and this is where you're going to see the other portion of the Axon Office Safety Program is located at the last detail line for 312553. Then we have contractual for uniform cleaning.
Chief, so on that line, there's an increase of $200,000 for computer software.
Yeah.
Can you go a little more detail on that, please?
So, yeah, the increase is 111,000. That's the other 60% of the Axon contract. So the Axon contract is $185,000 a year. The rest of that money is all other software that we have. So we've got pretty hefty abilities here for our RMS and other software that we've got in the building. Part of it's not necessarily a completely new cost of $185,000 because there are some other costs that are absorbed within that. What Officer Safety is going to do is it's going to take on our existing body camera contract. That's going to be a part of that fee. Our existing TASER contract, that's part of that fee. You'll see that Axon evidence room is there as a reduction that's going to be because the evidence room is separate from what Axon Officer Safety will do is it provides for body cameras, a TASER for every officer. For a dozen years now, we've had TASERs. We had them before everybody else had them, but we've been trading them at the end of every shift, which is it's a risky proposition to take a piece of expensive equipment that should be issued as designed to be individually issued and to be handing it off at the end of every shift. When we have a malfunction with one or it needs to be serviced or charged, it goes out of service and we're without that equipment. I think we're the only department that I know of in the Northeast. I haven't told the whole United States that uses TASERs that are on a shared basis. Everybody else has bought them individually for their staff.
Does every police department have them?
No, I don't believe every does, but it's safe to say most. And quite frankly, from my position, I'd say it's negligence of on the road without a TASER at this point. It's one of those tools that, I mean, look, I've said before in other conferences, I'll say in this one, no single tool is going to be your solution to use of force, but taking tools away is certainly a problem when you're looking at use of force. So a TASER is an alternative option to keep from using deadly physical force. Taking that away is one less option to have. So in terms of to go back to the question about the software line, there is a major increase there that goes towards that officer safety program. The rest of that is software systems that were already existing.
Is your question mind showing up here and also at the other? It's 3 times it's been used before. So is the question, why is it 3 times? Or is the question, why is it here and also was it not included in any?
No. I understand. No, and I think they'll explain that the reason why it was that. So I guess my follow-up question on this one. So this is not a one-time
No.
deal. This is gonna be a part of our continued budgets as
That's
long
right.
as we keep this equipment.
That's right. And, part of what Lieutenant Donohue was mentioning in terms of unlimited data, you save money when you have less equipment, but you're sort of cutting the line and hoping for the best that it works out. When you have a limited number of body cams, you're paying a la carte for data storage, and you have enough data storage according to how many cameras you have. That's assuming that you're only going to use that number of cameras. The more pieces of equipment that you put into play, the more data needs to be stored. And then when you talk about retention periods, we have to finagle the retention period to make sure we can afford it. With this eliminates the need for managing our budget, our data in terms of how long can we afford to keep things. We don't have to increase it because it comes with unlimited. That's the big investment in terms of increased software, in terms of length of storage for retention periods. But keep in mind that software also goes towards what we were talking about before in terms of training, virtual training. So use of force training is usually, or until now, something that requires a number of staff members to be in the room for. With virtual training, you can put one instructor and one cop. You can take 15 minutes out of a tour and stick them in the briefing room and they can review something. You can take from, I believe they've got a couple hundred scenarios they've created on this. And you can take a scenario that's specific to where you saw a weak point in an officer. If you saw something that you wanted to work on, you can say, hey, look, I saw something, let's go check this out. You don't have to have an entire remedial day to do that. This allows for constant ongoing training. And obviously going towards things that are professionally created, like there was dealing with people with, dealing with persons with disability. There are particular scenarios for people on the autism spectrum and how to deal with that. The flip side of that is they make you go into the scenario as a person with autism dealing with a police officer and seeing how that can cause stress from that person. So, there's a lot that's entailed in this in terms of not only data storage, but the software that comes with managing video, redacting video, and the other things you can do on that side, accountability software. And then there's the training software that comes with this. So yes, it's an ongoing cost. Some of those ongoing costs were going to be there anyway as we continue to take on data. The increases that we're looking for are going to be going towards things like the software that lets us track what's being said on the road. It's going to go towards things like being able to better train our officers and give options that we don't have a good option for right now. And certainly, as Lieutenant Donohue mentioned, when you're looking to recruit people and having cutting edge training equipment is certainly something that speaks to people that are looking for a place to work. This also does, we've sort of in a roundabout way pointed out, this addresses a number of things in the police reform plan in terms of empathy training, in terms of cultural awareness stuff, use of force, and giving us the option to go more deeply into those topics on a regular basis.
Just to touch on the things that need to be stored anyway, the things that we're currently doing anyway. 95% of all criminal cases now are reported to involve digital video. In our case, it's really closer to 100% because if we bring someone in, book someone, that's all being stored as well. This incorporates all of that data storage in one place. It also saves us time and manpower when we go to turn that video over during the discovery process, the process by which we turn over video to the DA's office and the defense attorneys. This is going to automate that process or streamline that process so that there's a lot less time and man hours going into pulling that video down, putting it up on a portal now run by the DA's office. It's going to streamline that one click and they'll have access to the videos in that case. And the digital video really is ballooning. Not only is it involved in more cases, but the definition of those videos keep going up. So it's using more and more storage on our servers. We need to maintain those servers in-house. We need backups for those things, redundancies through Axon. If we store it all on evidence.com, it's stored in 4 separate servers throughout the country. So there's multiple redundancies. We don't have to run our own little shop of servers anymore, keeping that stuff online.
Okay. So moving forward, we go to Department 3121, which is our civilian police portion of the police budget. So these are members of the CSEA unit and follow along with that contract. So we have our employees for parking enforcement and dispatching located here. Along with those contractual obligations, we also have the crossing guards budget in the part-time line on page 8. to that department. And then the next department is 3122, which is the police court building proper. So these are the budget lines for the same. We have one full-time employee, and then a piece of our head of building maintenance is spread out across multiple departments, so the pieces over there. Again, contractual obligations. This is where our electricity line, our heat lines are located. And repair buildings and grounds.
You're just doubling the heat over 2019.
The heat is consistent with what has been occurring and what will occur with the new system.
So prior to the new, prior to having the new HVAC system installed, it seems that we were heating our building with bodies. We didn't in fact have any circulation of heating and air conditioning, and that's why we managed to have a bill that always appeared that we were beating consultants in efficiency. Now that we actually have heat being pumped into our building, that's why the bill, aside from costs going up, it also happened to us that no matter where we put the heat to, nothing was actually coming in. So we were living in an igloo that was heated by human bodies being inside. And once that new system went in, that's why we have drastically increased costs. We always thought it was unique that we had such a low cost of heat like the building.
So you put a new system in and now it's more expensive.
Well, it works.
Because now
It
you
works.
have heat.
It works.
Right.
Right, so if you look at the 2021 actual expenses, they were at 11,000.
Yeah, I see it.
And we're on track.
It went up between 2020 and 21 at least.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yep, and then we have an amount in there for just general maintenance and repair the building as well. On page 10, we have one line item for municipal prisoners. There is an offsetting revenue component that you will see at the end of the police budget when we get to revenues. 3320 is our parking meters, so there's just a small amount in there for just batteries.
What are we doing, Maddie, with the parking meters? The police questions, the ones that are broken.
So right now for the ones.
Who's even in charge of that? Is it the police? Who is it?
It's sort of a team effort. Basically, if we find that one, either the meter housing or the meter itself is broken, one of the CSEA parking enforcement officers will swap it out with one of the spares that we have. And then once we have a handful, we have a gentleman who comes and repairs them, which is something that I think also we used to do in-house, but it's definitely not an efficient use of our time. As far as like the post, if, sometimes they get tapped by cars, things like that, DPW helps us with those. And I know also our parking enforcement officers keep a list so that DPW, when they're deployed to do that, can do a bunch at once. As far as what we're doing in the long haul, that still sort of remains an open question. As we were talking about in the clerks meeting, and as I'm sure the chief and our lieutenants are very familiar, we had a switch over with our software last week that had a couple of bugs that needed to be worked out. I got some very good news on that front this morning, so hopefully we're well on our way. But ideally, we would be continuing to lean on this digital system until such time as we really have to make a decision, and then potentially removing some or all of the on-street meters, depending on where the board's at this point. And we could certainly talk about the multimeter kiosks for some places where the parking is a little bit more dense. But as far as some of the areas on Croton Avenue, would probably be our recommendation to remove the meters full stop, which is also what Nelson Nygaard recommended because of the usage there. So.
Yeah, the removal, I'm thinking those things are, you gotta do more than tap those things to really do damage. Those things are in there, but obviously going forward, we're not using nothing.
It would not seem that way if we can continue to get out of this system what I've been promised we can get out of this system by the vendor.
Not quite a yes on that. but I appreciate
The hedging, yes.
I appreciate the answer. Looking for a yes, didn't get a yes, but okay, but it would be silly of them to make, a future board shackles with these things. I mean, it's one thing to put them in, 20 years ago, it's quite another to put them in there.
Department 3389 is our rescue and enforcement, so there are 3 lines. 510 is our control of animals. There is one position allocated to that function. Vacant. The SBCA fees are also budgeted within that department, and there will not be an increase for 2023. So that's news. And then a couple of contractual lines for training and uniforms.
So we don't have right now, folks, animal.
We have, we had originally trained 1 sergeant, 5 cops to do animal control. They've been to the school. One of those cops has been promoted, so it's now 2 sergeants and 4 cops. The position is still open. Civil service has not had exams, and those that were on those lists have expired, so there's no opportunity to replace some of our civilian positions. But when those lists come out, we intend to get a look at those, and hopefully have viable.
So that position, so I understand, has to be a full-on police officer.
No.
Okay,
Civilian.
it's a civilian position, but it's a civil, I'm sorry, let me just finish this. It's a civilian position, but it's civil service, civilian.
CSCA.
So I don't remember seeing that in the civil servants exams, this past round, the big one. Do we know when do we expect to see something like that? It was? I don't remember seeing it. I may have missed it.
Yeah, I might have missed it also. I didn't see it in the list, but I know that we're looking for the hybrid position, right, chief? So we're looking for
What is a
animal
hybrid?
warden slash something.
There are permutations of positions in civil service, and I'll take whatever we can get. I was told that it came up. Maybe I misunderstood that, but we're waiting for the list to come.
It could be, but so if that's the case, we're talking about another 6 months, more or less. That's more or less.
I wouldn't think so.
You don't think it's gonna come up, it's gonna be down long?
I mean, the job duties are being covered right now, as the chief just mentioned.
I understand that.
So as far as, service to the community is concerned, we're covered. We sort of have our hands tied, because if there's no, viable list, as you well know, we really don't want to hire someone conditionally and then have to go through that whole process. I will double check with Marissa, and I'll share back with the board later today after I hear from her. I don't recall having seen that it was posted, but I also imagine that for an exam such as that, the time that it takes them to grade it would probably be a little bit shorter than perhaps some of the other exams, so it might not be such a waiting period until we have a viable list.
Yeah, could you find out a little bit more in
Sure.
that regards? And I guess my following question with that one would be if the list, for some reason, was, or the exam was not actually, took place this last round, if we can have an idea of maybe when will that happen with the county, which I just said.
I dropped my crystal ball this
Yeah,
morning, I'm sorry.
I know. But if not, then, how long more do we have to wait? Because we are, that's sort of the question, sure, and that goes back to the chief. If we have, there's an unknown, because we're going through the same problem right now with code enforcement and a building department. And I know there's not apples to apples, but what I'm saying.
We're not hamstrung on this one. We have the staff and we're doing the function, so I'm not really concerned. I mean, it's a nice to have. We can wait. I have cops that are doing the job. They're interfacing with the ASPCA, with the SPCA rather. We're handling the business. It would be good to have that position filled. I know that the CSCA is interested in having that position filled, but I can't say that there's anything we're being held back from doing while we wait. It would certainly enhance our abilities to operate, but it's not holding us back right now.
Okay. Can you just find that?
You got it.
I felt like got a question, but I couldn't.
So if there's a situation in a particular neighborhood with dogs, let's say, it wouldn't make a difference how that was being handled if we had an animal control officer versus if we didn't.
Work handled well is work handled well. A cop that's been through animal control school has the same, if not more, capabilities than a civilian employee who's been through animal control school. It's the exact same training. Sometimes the issue is not necessarily the title, so much as the quality of the work, and through supervision, we're fixing that.
Exactly, 100% yes, but we get the idea that cross-training is really a superior way of doing it, because you need to have people who can do this. So you could have a title, but if you're on vacation, there's nobody covering you, who the hell cares that you have a title?
That's why we took 6 people instead of having 1, because the
I'm
issue
agreeing,
is.
yeah. I mean, that's the point. Look, I think that there is a scenario, and it's not only in our community, except that we're in a very densely populated community. I think one of the unforeseen consequences of COVID is that there has been a huge increase in animal ownership, and I'm not sure it's always responsible animal ownership. Also, in the dense, so that's one thing, right? People, you know, there were like no dogs available in Manhattan for like 6 months for the first time in their history of looking for people to adopt dogs, because people are at home and they're lonely, and it's having animals is great for the soul and all this other stuff. So we're not alone in this. There's just been an increase. Also, we're so densely populated that everybody's affects everybody else, right? Like the people living in your home, the teenagers, the animals, it's a whole, it's like a whole ecosystem. But I just think that we do hear more, and we hear on weekends, because on Sundays we also get a lot of animals. With all the construction going on, it screws up the ecosystem. We have fox, we've got all sorts of animals coming down here. Not only us, it's all Westchester County, but not the mayor of Westchester County, our little village. So some days when animals die in somebody's property, it's like a real problem, because the 24 hours of a dead skunk or a dead whatever, I mean, it doesn't feel like we live in the country out here, but it sort of does sometimes. And I just find Sundays have become a little bit of an issue. So I'm only sharing with you what we as elected officials get from the public. And while I know you all think that you get all the calls, the truth is that we also get a lot of calls. And it's a little problematic of moving dead animals on days when there might be a little bit of a shortage, because.
So just to be clear, it's never been the duty of animal control or the police department to remove dead wild animals from roadways, and when they're on private property, it's always been the responsibility of the
Yeah, we
homeowner.
throw them in the garbage.
They go in the garbage. Animals on the roadway are DPW, that's.
Oh, you
why
weren't supposed to throw dead animals into the garbage.
they do.
Interesting.
Had a raccoon, and Officer De Silva came and said, well, throw it in the garbage.
Yeah, so they have to be appropriately bagged so that they're not, leaking out the roadway.
Well, it's
Oh, God.
You
Thank you for that.
You do get a lot of those. I get that on my, I didn't even know that that's what you're supposed to do. So, as disgusting as it sounds, but we should inform the public, because I don't think.
Yeah, it wasn't.
It's actually not what I was told, by the way. So this is good information to have. I'm glad you knew that. But that is one of the experience, fabulous. But we also had people living in apartments, and it's got to be gotten rid of, in the right way. So, yes.
Deputy Mayor and Chief, I have an answer for you. So the last day to apply for the animal warden / parking enforcement officer test was September 16th, which means the exam should be given on or about November 16th.
Oh,
So
so
it hasn't
literally
happened.
close.
Correct. It has not happened yet.
That's fine.
But that's great. That's like, this month, fabulous.
So then it's just a public announcement that people should be able to apply for that test. So that's.
Too late to apply,
Well, I guess.
but the test is next week.
This actually is also something that some of our stakeholders in the community who are involved with employment, immigration, careers, all that stuff. I mean, I know we're talking about something I don't think is all that pleasant, but these are actual jobs that people have, whether it's police, it's animal care, whatever. And, people don't know where to turn, and just Googling this stuff isn't all that helpful. So I wish we could find a better way to communicate some just a wider audience. I know you guys do a good job. It's just like, it's a sort of an echo chamber. It's the same people on the same list, getting the same information. So you just have to find different ways to reach out to, and we have a lot of people since the pandemic who've moved into the community. So it might be something to just think about when we do communications. This is not just budget discussions. I know you guys are like here, you've been here before, but the budget conversations for us is also a conversation about macro issues. The numbers are just what we're going to be focusing on for the next year and really building with the capital for 3 years to 5 years. So it's more than just looking at costs, but also looking at how money is being used, helps us understand it. Okay,
All right, so
where
that,
are we, Dale?
that brings us to the end of the expenditures. We do have a few revenue lines.
Are we on page
13?
13?
Yeah, yeah, so as we alluded to earlier in the meeting, one of our revenue lines transfers for equipment. He did increase slightly for 2023. There's a revenue line for report copies. I have to do an entry to reclass for the taxi cab inspections. Because they come in as one number to one of Sue's, the clerk's revenue lines, and then I have to piece it back to you. I apologize, we'll get on that one. Small amount for fingerprinting, false alarms. We are working on creating a new process and up and running in 2024, 23, hopefully. Parking meters, as you can see, we're already at 80,000 compared to even back pre-pandemic. We are higher than even those amounts. And this is only recording to mid October for parking meter revenue. So we are keeping that revenue line the same amount for 2023, but it's definitely increased since the mobile application.
No, that's great, because that was a selling proposition to invest in that whole program. So you were right.
Yeah.
That was tagline. I was right.
On page 14 is where we have a revenue line for the IMA, since there is not an approved signed IMA at this point. That amount is remaining the same. The detail lines for 2023. I've made a notation for the contingency area of the budget as we move toward the adopted budget.
But IMA's all the same, Dale? You made any changes on IMAs?
I did on the ones that were regularly, rolled over, like the finance one, the clerk one. But it was every 4 years. And it goes back and forth between the town and the village to for the new numbers for a 4-year period. We also on the town side handled it the same way. Did not put it directly to the expenditure line until that IMA is signed by both. Fines and forfeitures for the parking portion that is located here. We did increase it slightly. The revenues here that are showing are only through July. So we're definitely on the path for parking fines for 2022 as well as 2023. And then
Parking fines are collected revenues, right?
that's through the justice court. Yes. Through the state, and the state comes back with the invoice of the alarm monitoring, state aid amounts of 15,000. That's your naval law enforcement grant money, and then federal for public safety, and that is usually the bulletproof vest. Grant.
So those last couple of lines on page 14, state and other public safety, federal other public safety, those are grants? No,
Yeah, those are grants that we have to submit for. Yes.
only ones we got?
This is just directly for the police department.
I know.
Those the others, yeah,
Right, so you're gonna, so, okay,
yes. And if they're for a capital project, then they'll be in the capital plan.
right, so you're doing every grant by department.
If it's attributable to us, yes,
Okay,
unless it's capital, and then if we,
understood.
yes.
Hey, anything else?
All right, any other questions on operating before we move to capital?
Anybody? Take a minute, pause, anybody?
Capital, tab,
Alright,
back.
so you have to go. All right, moving the tabs. Okay,
Yes, that one actually has. a-
that. Your capital budget, where are we on that?
Okay, so we will be starting, yeah.
Fortunate.
For equipment.
Got it.
So I will hand this over to the police department for the 252,000 requested for vehicles.
So this represents a movement toward full electric vehicles. So the vehicle that we have found that seems to be suiting the needs of police departments in other areas is the Ford Mustang Mach-E SUV. It's definitely something that we've been eyeing for some time to move toward greener vehicles. The last cycle, we tried to get hybrids, they just weren't available. Supply chain. We ended up with regular gas vehicles because that's all that we could allocate. Now that things are sort of normalizing, we're looking to go full electric. And the Mach-E seems to be the only one that is sort of in the sweet spot in terms of carrying all our equipment and able to do the job. It has a 300+ mile range. Obviously, there will be some infrastructure changes that will need to happen in terms of its charging station. But I understand there are some grant options or tax options in terms of subsidizing some of that. But they're, by all accounts, very capable. New York City Police Department acquired a number of them. Yonkers picked some up. And there have been a number of departments in our area that use it for administrative vehicles. So they seem to be a good way to go. And obviously, hit the mark in terms of being more green.
How much are they? So 3 of them cost.
The price that's there includes the upfit, so that's.
I was gonna say, that's usually the same amount as the vehicle itself, right?
Approaching.
It's just they're not really known in the public, like for regular consumer uses. Like one of the better, but I guess they're holding all of your equipment, so it's actually designed.
Yeah, a lot of car people are sort of resent the use of the name Mustang for these cars because it doesn't fit, what you think of when you think of a Mustang. It's not a sports car for sure. It really is a crossover SUV.
Fast.
Reportedly fast, the electrics. I've never driven.
We only go 30 miles an hour, so I don't know.
I've never driven one, but apparently the acceleration is impressive. They're impressive vehicles, but
Size-wise comparison to what we have right now, and the equipment, how does that work?
it is a bit smaller. One of our goals in the coming year is to standardize a little bit more how our equipment is laid out in the vehicles. Go with more of like a fire department model where everything is standardized and it's very obvious if something is missing from the back of the vehicle. So we're sort of reconfiguring those things as well. And with these new vehicles in the fleet, it'll sort of help to inform how we go about that. But certainly enough room for all of our vehicles. We don't have the saws and things that the fire department has. We have obviously the life-saving gear. We do have weapon systems that we keep in there, flares, throw ropes, all the
Don't have
rest.
people, though.
We certainly do have, we certainly do have people, and the human compartments in these vehicles are certainly adequate to get that.
It looks smaller than your current.
So to piggyback on that, because a lot of the stuff that we have in our vehicles.
Yeah.
Usually transfer to the next vehicle sometimes, depending what the items are. So on this phase, I don't think a lot of the equipment that we have in an SUV that we have now will be able to transfer to something like this.
So change requires change. And we're gonna have to adjust how we do business in order to make it accommodate, otherwise we're stuck with gas vehicles forever. The reality of our situation is that Ford closed the order desk in September, which means they're no longer accepting orders on 2023 vehicles as of September of 2022. We're not sure we're gonna get any cars. But we have to put something in the budget and we're gonna hunt as best we can. And then once we have that option, we're gonna have to find out how things fit in order to accommodate the objectives of the village. So if we wanna have electric cars, this is the option. The next best option is to try and fit everything for a police car into a Leaf. And that's not gonna work. So we're going to, look, one of the things that we carry is a lockout tool, which is probably 4.5 or 5 feet long. You might have to bend the lockout tool so that it fits in the car. But if what we intend to do is electrify our fleet, that's what has to happen. Ford's been the most accommodating of law enforcement, to try and create a model that fits the most of our equipment. But what the lieutenant's talking about is we're going to have to play Tetris and design how things fit in the back of the vehicle to make sure that happens. Is it going to be easy? No. Is it going to look good? It might not. But we're willing to undergo that in order to try and accommodate the desire to go.
Because any of the municipalities in Westchester, that's the ones that you had brought up, have you guys seen those vehicles? Have you guys?
Said y'all.
Nobody's marked. Everybody's using it as admin vehicles. I know that
Okay,
Hastings has them. I know that, but other parts of the countries have them. I can tell you that in California, Palo Alto, LAPD, they did buy Tesla Plaid models. So we're going to put those in, but at $160,000 a piece, we thought we could nice to charge that.
Yeah. Right.
And in terms
They've got a lot of storage space in them, and we can certainly go use those, but
Those things
look,
are pretty
our objective is to find, what we've said for years in these meetings is that we weren't prepared yet to go with electric or hybrid vehicles because they weren't yet proven to support all of the electronics in the car. We had gas powered vehicles that couldn't handle the aftermarket parts that were installed, and we had cars that would sit dead in a lot because we couldn't get them to operate. This is the point where we believe we found a vehicle that can support all of our aftermarket parts to go on. And if the best we can do is a car that's a little bit smaller, I have two main concerns: is the driver compartment, making sure that, I'm not the tallest guy here, but if the taller people can fit into that car, great. The passenger compartment where we'd be transporting somebody who's in custody, that's got to safely fit somebody in there. Beyond those things, the rest of it can be adjusted. We'll figure it out.
And in terms of some of the vehicle equipment you'd mentioned, the data terminal, the computer in the car can go from car to car potentially, but the mount is not agnostic. It's for that model. The prisoner compartments in the rear seat, that is specific to that model. So those kind of things can't be transferred. So this represents a clean, fresh upfit so that we are starting new with these models, and everything is designed for that vehicle. Obviously, flashlights and things like that in the trunk, pry bars, those we don't need to transfer those.
That's great. I mean, look, we talked about either hybrid or electric. I think the admins should be next, including, people that don't really need to do emergency calls and all those other vehicles, not only in your department. But
So
also-
our reason for not going after those right away is that the patrol fleet's the one that turns over fastest because they're on the road 24 hours a day. We'd be glad to turn over all the admin fleet, and that's the intention. We didn't put unmarked cars in there because we're trying to save the budget, knowing that, look, we know that there's some rebates that may be available.
Mhm.
But at face value, these cars are more expensive than what we've requested in the past. So trying to be conscientious of everybody else's needs in terms of other departments. We didn't ask for too many cars, but that is the intention going forward.
Yeah, I mean, the reality of it is only because this is something that unfortunately still in the US, my guess is that Tesla in California gave good deals because that's what they do in Europe. The taxis in Northern Europe are all Teslas now. And believe you me, there's no way taxi companies are buying the most expensive luxury car in the market, made mostly in America. So they do give out packages, just maybe not right now to New York, and it's also whoever's in the political seat. The rebates and stuff have come and gone, so, it's sort of a little bit of a game to see when you get them, when you get grants. I think it's a great move. It's just, we'll move the fleets over. And I think the more that it's used in police departments, the more Ford has a contract, right? Ford has a contract with police, with the police, with the government, with the state. So it's in their interest to produce cars, because otherwise you guys have to move to another car manufacturer. So I think
Yeah, but
everybody's doing the
that's-
right thing here.
That's how it's been. Last
Yeah.
year, we had to go to Pennsylvania and have somebody
I
deliver
remember.
cars to us.
I remember.
Ford, we called them, we complained, we yelled, and they
Right.
said, that's just what we're doing, that's the amount we can produce, and that's what we're stopping.
Right.
I just want to point out one other thing is that we didn't put a pricing for charging stations. It That we weren't going to separately price out charging stations, knowing the village is installing them in other departments. So we got that open so that we could work with the manager's office to make sure that if there's a scale of economy that we have there, or if there's some other,
That was my next question, is what are you doing? Because the regular plug into the wall, you could do that now, you could plug it here in the conference center. It doesn't really matter, but it'll take you 20 hours. The super fast ones, which they now are putting in parking lots in the city and stuff, it's a huge difference. You're talking half an hour versus for a full up on a 300 versus, 38 hours. So I'd love to hear how we're doing that, and then who gets to use those chargers and for purposes, so that we do have economies of scale, otherwise it's silly, right?
So in
I
our
think
lot,
that's
it would
great.
be likely that it wouldn't be open to anybody other than the police
Mhm.
department. There's also a consideration long-term for the board in that 3 vehicles is easy. We have 3 cars, we plug them in, they go out, the next shift they may or may not go out, they could go out 2 shifts in a row, they could go out 3 shifts in a row, probably still have battery left. At about half the fleet is where we start to have a problem, and that's several years down the road. But there's going to be a point where there's gonna have to be, right now, we can afford to put a couple of charging stations in,
Right.
we'll always be okay. There will be a point down the road where we're just gonna have to tip the scale and build enough charging stations for the entire fleet. Because otherwise there's not gonna be space, the work's gonna have to get done all at once. Right now, I don't believe that we need a ton of work. We can sort of put 1 or 2 stations in. And we can sort of go easy on it, but there is a tipping point where this becomes challenging with having half electric and half gas. And then once you get past that and go all electric, then it's easy.
But look at the fuel bill that we won't be paying.
Obviously, with newer technology, that range anxiety is the trepidation, but obviously the benefits outweigh the risk, and it's a good way to get started in that direction. And contrary to what the chief said, we will make them look good, so. Yeah.
You fit into the, believe in that song? But that's what about the Tesla, by the way. And these some, so the leaf actually, they tested for that, it actually does fit, Alright, so macro questions, micro data points, we want to discuss, ladies?
I would,
Questions?
I'll just say that on one of the biggest items that's changing on the Axon piece, that we've spent a lot of time and energy on the accountability side of things. And I think to match that, you also need corresponding increase on the support side, on the resources side, because we want one of the training modules that the lieutenant didn't mention was peer accountability. So having police officers hold each other accountable. It's uncomfortable to hold a colleague accountable. Generally, what happens in the field and all of that. I mean, these are really important things. And so it's a big investment, but in my eyes, completely in line with the kind of standard that we've been trying to hold. And so I'm comfortable with it.
You don't think so? Macro, anything? Okay,
I just,
so,
one more, because on page
please.
4, there was one more item for the police department, which is police variable message board. That's proposed for 25,000.
What is that?
That's a-
It's- So
Yeah, so that item is the variable message board. It's a 4 by 6 foot sign with the message that you can customize, change. Has built-in radar detection. We're hoping to find a model within that budget window that includes LPR. But it is a license plate reader, sorry. It is portable. It's a trailered item and can be used for obviously different events. Can also be used as a standard speed trailer, slowing people down, tracking.
There's something, what is it actually doing? What is the desired outcome of this piece of equipment?
Right, so in the past, we have currently a 15-year-old or more speed trailer that shows your speed. You're driving down the street, it says slow down, you're going too fast.
I would know when there was.
Of course not. But this would let speeders know that they're driving too fast and actually has technology baked into it that tracks how fast people are going so that we're getting that feedback. It's not just a one-way, data collection. We can use it again at different events, informing the public of different dangers, road closures, that sort of thing, but it also. It's a 4 by 6 foot sign, like you see at the side of the road, buckle up, it's the law, that kind of stuff.
So the idea is twofold. It's one, it's primarily the traffic trailer. And it's the speed trailer. Studies neighborhoods to find out what the reality of traffic that's. Just say everyone speeds down my street. This is the kind of device you put out there to get data to find out what's really happening.
But the mayor.
Everyone but the mayor. But the idea here is that speed trailers in themselves are handy, but if you take a sign along with it that says something, that you can also be sharing information. So it either can be used as an awareness campaign in that neighborhood to tell people to slow down, whether they're speeding or not. It's also in for things like fireworks, directing people in a particular direction. We could use 10 of these, but for right now, one would be great. Oh, they're all over the place. You just may see them used differently at different times. So you may see it used as a speed trailer, and then you may see it at different times as a variable message board, but maybe not at the same time. We have one right now that only shows speed and doesn't record all those things.
Okay.
So that's the upgrade.
This would be the first one that's, variable being the key word. This one we can change the message. The other one just
Got it.
says your speed X.
And that one doesn't catch people's speed. In other words, it doesn't have a camera there.
A person has to be involved in that process. So
You wouldn't be
if
able to.
you're asking about traffic cameras, New York State won't allow for a traffic camera for speed or red lights in a city less than 1 million people, which is only one city. So you need state.
City is that?
New York.
Well, the white thing test.
Does not have a million. New York, so in order to do it,
Tell you traffic records, that's probably.
yeah, but not speed, but not speed.
That's what speeding.
So-
Yes, that was my sarcasm, because my husband may watch.
all of those cameras, all of those cameras are only permitted in cities with 1 million or more, unless you have state legislation that writes you in. So White Plains had to go to New York State to the legislature and write into the law to allow for it. So we had inquired on behalf of the town for 9A 134 about a red light camera out there, and we're told that it cannot be done unless New York State changes legislation.
So neither speeding nor red light.
No.
So allowed.
Correct. You could have a person stand next to it with the LiDAR gun, track for how fast people are going,
Yeah.
let them see themselves on the screen and then go pull them over. But we can't, we're open to red light cameras anywhere that the village wants to have them. Couple of challenges that you'll have is that most of our spots are gonna be state roads, so the state's gonna have to buy in on that. White Plains had the opportunity to put those up. When I spoke with their police department, those are city roads where all those cameras are. And that was why they didn't have as much objection from the state. If the city wants to do it on a city road, then the state, I believe, would get in the way. Here, most of our hot spots are going to be, our more highly traveled roads are gonna be state roads. So I don't think it's impossible, but there's a hurdle. So we're more than glad to work on that as a project this year.
The 5-way, that was one of my macro questions. Is the 5-way intersection which we are now redoing, any of those roads not village-owned roads?
Those are all villages.
So you could, when
Yes.
we redo that intersection, you could put
Red light.
light, but you can't put speeding.
I wouldn't suggest speed there anyway. It's too short of a distance, and the odds of you collecting speeding tickets on Main Street. I would say between 4 AM and 5:30, there's a good possibility to get some commuters jetting down to the train. Probably not a good investment. It's very, very expensive equipment. It takes a lot of signage in order to do it. I would say that a better investment is the red light camera, and that would do a lot.
And just to circle back to that variable message board trailer, that's the kind of data that we can collect to see if that kind of project or the speed camera is even worth the effort. Because we have that.
I don't know if I need the data. I've stood out there and I've worked here for 30 years, and I could pretty much tell you at night, there's a lot of speeding going on. It's not the empty area. The, I don't know, it's not, I don't know if it's the police, but I'd like the board to consider sort of taking notes that when we redo the 5-way intersection to put a red light camera. In White Plains, I only saw one sign. There was one sign in advance that says, so that you get that certain amount of warning, that, and if they don't ticket the individual, because they don't know who's driving, you get one thing.
That's why the state legislation is in there, because you're not ticketing the driver, you're ticketing the registered owner.
Yeah.
In terms of that intersection, the only thing considered, I'm fully in support of putting red light cameras. When the one sign, you need at least 5 minutes, you have 5 directions, so there's only one sign, but it's in each direction. I'm just pointing out that there's signage, just like when we talk about changing speed limits, there's a need to let people know that that's coming up. The same thing with red light camera, people have to be fair warned, so there's a signage component to it. But I think that, yeah, that's certainly something that could be done, maybe just challenging based on the shape of the intersection, but.
So the capital plan under a highway and sidewalk first person, I had included a line, downtown corridor. Camera.
Oh, you already captured it. I think I told you for a while ago. But it's so quick, very quick.
You try.
You got everything, doing a great job. And I just, these are like macro questions. So you are in support of red light.
Yes.
They have to be, I just want to repeat it. They have to be village-owned roads.
Yeah, well, they don't have to be, but it would be easier.
It would
I
be
believe.
easier. Okay. And I know you said it's expensive, but I've never heard actually how expensive it is from A to Z. So it's something we're looking at, and I would like it to be done for this. Not 3 years from now. You know, it's a 5-way intersection, so that one could just be put in, but there might be other areas. That might help.
I think the only thing that holds you up on that is just a matter of how long it takes to get legislation through, because even on village-owned roads, it still has to look it in. But if we can get that through,
Is it Assembly or Senate?
both, it's all, and then it's an amendment to the current code.
At the state level, even for this.
Here we have some people running for state positions. that might-
Yeah, well, the
Heard there was an election.
the state. Just reminding everyone. What else you got? Anybody have macro questions like that you think, because it's not just about numbers, it should be time.
Just quick, because I was here for the Axon. And you talked about the tasers. I mean, I'm in full support of it. I believe they may state that there'd be like 2 spares or a number of spares in case something went down.
Right, so yeah, in this program, there would be spare equipment so that if something goes down, it can be overnighted to them, not without.
Same as the body cams too, correct? I thought that's all I had.
I do have one last, I was hoping somebody else would ask it. The drones, who manages, are you in charge of the drones? Good. Educate me a little bit. I'm curious as to what ways we use that drone. I like the drone. I just want to know how we're using it and what your thoughts are about future use of the drone.
So currently
Come on in, Andy. No secrets being told here.
How are you?
Good.
Going to this elevator.
Okay.
The most frequent use of the drone so far has been taking photos for you find people up at Sears 16 Croton.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna say that right up front. That's
Whether it
being
be
politically
for-
correct.
So whether people
You
are-
could argue.
We get so many compliments about your drone photography skills.
Possibly, right here.
So that's been the primary use, of it, whether it be for website, whether it's for grant application, whether it be for road work. I was talking to Paul Fraioli about taking before, during, and after pictures of the 5-way intersection project. We might even try to do like a time lapse thing, so you'll see the project happening over time, photo taken from the same angle, same height, same direction, every week. Project, that sort of thing. So, local interest type issues. we've used it for a couple of times surveying accident scenes and things like that. It's very, boats on the river, boats in distress. We've used it interdepartmental training, missing persons in the woods. We've used it crime scenes, bird's eye view photos for diagramming purposes for crime scenes, whether it be had shots fired a couple of years ago, things like that. It's important to me as being closely involved in the program that people realize we are not using it for any kind of surveillance or any kind of gotcha kind of situation. It's to support our mission of public safety, and we don't want people to think there's any nefarious or dark element to this. It's very much forward facing to the public. This is what we're doing. Again, mostly to support you guys up here at 16 and those rare situations where we need to see something from a different perspective.
They could be used though. Are there rules or laws about how they're allowed to be used here in Westchester? I'm just curious. Example, we have large events that I then, not just that, there's all sorts of commentary. It would have been helpful to have a drone fly over to see some actual stuff.
Yes, it's usually there.
Okay.
There is regulation. It's all handled at the federal level. The FAA controls anything involving drones. Yeah, in order for us to operate for the police department, we all had to go get our FAA drone operator license. We had to go to the county airport, take
It's a pilot.
I am. It's kind of, yeah, it's kind of laughable because it is exactly the same license, or appears to be the same license as if I like flew 747s, but so it's kind of cool when it comes.
I think we'll recognize that potentially what it could be used for, and it could be sort of dark, and it could be really.
In the wrong hands, it certainly could be, and a lot of this federal legislation is playing catch up to some degree.
Yeah.
But there are absolutely restrictions in place in terms of altitude, flying over people, flying at night, things like that.
Interesting. Okay, see, that's good education, and I think hopefully I'll be able to go back to this to learn. And I didn't know that it was an FAA thing. I didn't know that you were licensed, that you have to be, because every 12-year-old can get a drone and, you know, do all the other stuff.
Once it breaks contact with the ground, it's the sole jurisdiction of the FAA.
No kidding. And it's not local legislation on what you can do with them.
Some places have tried to pass legislation
That's what I thought.
preventing the flying of them, but aside from making it illegal to take off from public property, there's really not much that can be done, because again, once you break contact with the earth, you're no longer on the jurisdiction.
Under yeah.
You're in the air, so that's all the FAA and you know, they're the big guys.
Well, there's a lot of private parties that have been imposed for all sorts of reasons. People don't want somebody filming everything that they're doing, or pools or whatever. Okay, well, that I just learned yet one more new thing today, and it's only 2 o'clock. So I appreciate it. And who else is licensed? I know it's you.
Sergeant McGovern and Officer Joe Renaud.
Okay.
Can I ask you, Axon was showing a drone at the parking lot demonstration that I think it was connected to cable, but we're not taking advantage of that offering or.
Not at this time. You know, they offer a great product, but we're already invested in the drone space. And Axon creates wonderful products and software, but they are also premium level to some degree. And we already have equipment, so we can upload footage that we take to the evidence.com platform to remain that continuity of storage and continuity of maintenance and integrity. Thank you, so that it can't be altered and the like. But we're not currently using that equipment. But there are many different types out there. There are tethered drones that can run essentially forever. You don't have to change batteries. The power goes through tether. FDMI uses them extensively. So there's many options in the future. Only expanding.
What's happening?
We're just closing the door because they're being noisy about the elevator.
Wow, that's a good. All right, any questions for us? Sir? No?
Thank you.
Well, good. Thank you.
Have a good afternoon.
You as well.
Thank you.
We'll let you know how it goes.
Eric Ferguson.
Just everybody just like to me. The Andy Hall will have 2 o'clock meetings, so they're gonna be about 2:30, so. moving up, see them. The chiefs will be here at 4:30. But right now we'll take a little break.
What happens, see?
Mike.
This is what happens when we run fast
Take a look, that's good.
W tire.
I see it. Gentlemen, let me just. Anybody else? Garbage, garbage? I go, maybe let's go for the garbage. You got garbage?
Fine.
It's a garbage.
Yeah. You got the garbage.
Oh, no.
There's the minute we can- Yeah. No, that.
Take a look.
It's a garbage. Little.
Yeah.
Here. The video.
Those are reality.
Okay.
My husband has quite a.
Dan, you got a haircut.
Oh, did you?
No, I was just pointing out there was one of them got there.
I went in for violence.
They just didn't tell you. They're just like, yeah, sorry, whatever you keep
talking me into it.
We're on.
Okay.
Okay, so.
All right, are we on?
Yeah.
All right. So folks.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome to Paul Fraley, our engineer, and Andy Teese, water supervisor, superintendent. King of water.
Yes.
I'll take it.
We're getting silly in the afternoon.
A long day. So for their budget proper, we'll start with the operational budget. They have 3 different sections, which we call DPW, then we call water, and then we call sewer. So they will all fall behind each other where you are with your tab in the book. They're also available in your email if you'd like to look at it on your screen. Starting with the engineering department, there's piece of the engineer, which you will see throughout the budget lines, similar to other ways you've seen where we cross funds or departments with individuals. There's a piece in this department, and those are contractual obligations, along with the contractual line 459, which we used this year in 2022 for the Main and Spring Street engineering services. So that's the current expense of 93,096. Is at the point that we were planning and designing the 5 corners, we did not have a capital project established at that point, so we charged it to operate.
Reason we've been going a little faster, because I know you guys have been doing this for a long time. Dale's sort of been carrying the baton, and then we ask questions as needed rather than go line by line every $500 the way we used to, every $200 and every like 1% variables. So it's been working. I mean, you have such a large area, and I don't want to raise expectation that we're going to go quickly or anything like that. But that's been the general theme, and we're looking for differences, not only this year to last, because we've had 2 years of COVID, but this year to like really 2019 was the last full year pre-COVID. And so saying, hey, it's less than, better than last year. Some things that's okay, and other things it's not okay, because it was, a couple of aberrations. So I'm sure we're gonna get a lot of questions, we're in a very large area, but I think that's what we've been doing, right, Dale? So why don't you carry the baton and then insert and ask questions on our behalf and go through explanations. That's actually why we're running a little bit ahead, is we're dealing with some sort of a little bit of bigger numbers over like the small, but feel free to insert and say, hey, you know, I really want to talk about this. Just feel free if we don't get something. And you're sort of middle of the day, so we already see that fuel is tripled, or at least that's what Dale put in for fuel. So we're not gonna ask every single department head why your fuel is up. You don't control that anyway, unless there's some weird aberration, equipment, whatever. So I'm just putting, now that you're the third or fourth one up, I'm putting that also for the public when they see this, if they want to jump ahead to this topic. If they didn't see the first 2 or 3 presentations, so they understand why we can jump a little bit because some things are the same from department to department. They're not really within your control so much. That doesn't mean we're not going to ask you questions, however. So,
Thank you, Mayor.
hey, Dale,
Great.
take it on.
All right, so page 2 brings us into Department 1620. 1620 houses all the expenses for this fabulous building we are staying in. So this is the municipal building expenditure lines. We do have one full-time maintenance employee budgeted here and a piece of our building maintenance foreman who we've already touched on in another budget that gets spread out across the different functioning buildings throughout the village. So again, contractual obligations for overtime and longevity, sick pay incentive, and a small amount for the part-time line, which is our greeter that sits out in
Oh, that's the
foyer.
mayor department? Okay.
It's for the building.
Well,
Well, because
it's
it's a
their,
building.
their greeter in that building. Each building has.
The opposite.
Okay,
Yes.
I just assumed, okay, no, thank you, didn't know that.
Well, no, that's the municipal building
Yeah,
here.
Right.
no, that is, no, I understand.
Oh, I'm sorry, then maybe I misspoke then.
No, it's this building, but it's in your budget because it's a building.
Yeah.
It's agreed for the
Right,
building.
They're in charge
Okay,
of all
we're
the
good.
building
Got
maintenance budgets.
That makes
So our 400 series of accounts brings us into our contractual obligations. So things like the telephone, electricity, which we've spoken of, heat, which we've also spoken of for pricing, small amount for vehicle operating expenses, leaded fuel, which we've touched on, materials and supplies, slight increase to that line.
Can I ask a question here? Just because it's cumulative, these meetings, not for you guys, but for us. The, moving the fleets over, I see the unleaded fuel gas price, is that coming later in capital for, greening the fleet?
They do have in the
Okay.
capital
I
plan.
didn't look, okay.
Yep, so that
Thank
will
you.
be at the end of DPW water and sewer, then we'll move on to.
So just to ask you, Dale, not so much the department heads. At some point, I don't think you've done it yet, but just from a public perspective, because at some point you do the same thing a consumer does, right? At some point, you're gonna say, I'm going to, even though the price of gas may be high in 2024, I'm going to take 20% off because I'm now using electric. You haven't done that though for this budget year, because you don't have that yet.
Right, we don't
Okay.
have margin up.
Okay, but that's something you're thinking you might be
Yeah.
later on. And Maddie, are there increasing grants coming forth for vehicles, or you're seeing a decrease?
I wouldn't say increasing, it's about the same.
It's the
We have the Make Ready grants through Con Edison, which is actually for installing the charging stations.
Right,
And then there are some DEC grants for actually the charging stations proper, as well as on a sliding scale for electric and hybrid vehicles. But they're about the same as they've been in the past. I haven't seen anything new come up.
Further down on that page starts with the 1630 department, which is our immediate operations center building, proper expenses. Again, we don't have an individual there, contractual obligation. Over time, there is another reader budgeted in that department as well. Heavy armor. Building. Again, we have department account. Phones, electricity, heat, running over there. That's team maintenance. And then that brings us to Department 1640, which is our central garage. Employees performing those job functions budgeted in the 1640 lines. And they're
If we go back to page 3, I guess.
Wait,
Is the vehicles operation expense? Bottom of page 3, $9,000. So it's obviously
oh,
a little bit more of a decrease from
Right.
previous years.
Mhm.
Even the actual for
Yeah.
2022 has increased that portion. We're not even at the end of the year.
right.
I guess Paul and Andy, can you guys explain that a little bit? And what's what is the increase on that?
So this would be the vehicle that's assigned to the maintenance personnel or one of the maintenance personnel, not necessarily John. And we must have done some extensive work on one of the older vehicles to try to keep it. Why I went to that vehicle operating expense, but that was probably it's a good catch because it's probably a reoccurring that shouldn't be there. Not sure why that, unless
you guys can just look into it and
We'll look into it.
yeah.
I know we put a lot of
It's a
money.
good
into
catch,
Sean's
because that
truck.
has like a real jump all of a sudden, and it's, yeah.
Right, and there is a new vehicle goes in the capital plan for the maintenance department as well. Is that to replace?
That's to replace John's truck, which has 150,000.
I don't think there's anything that we have specifically determined that we were going to do out of the operating budget on a specific maintenance vehicle. So it's probably a miss.
All right, you're gonna look into it and just see
Yeah.
what that's about. Thank you.
Thank you.
No? That's okay. All right. We were on page 6. We turned to page 6.
Yes.
Okay.
Six. Three employees. Garage, budget, capital,
I'm sorry, so top of page 6, I'm sorry, Dale.
Mhm.
There's the boiler. So what's happening there?
That is maintenance and repair buildings and grounds for the Rodriguez Operations Center. 1630.
Yeah, it's a carryover from the line on the previous page. I think that's why it's not showing the, that's the, it's the,
budget
it's,
amount.
yeah, it's a total line, so.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't say it correctly. I meant what's happening there in that every year we're off, our expected and then our actuals are much higher. So what's happening there with the boiler? Because look, 31 and we ended up at 39, 30, we ended up at 41, 40, well, that's pretty good. 25 and we ended up at 30 in the actuals.
33.
Well, the first one in 2018, it was budget 25, we ended up 5,000 above. That's like 10%.
Yeah, so,
So what's happening?
so that board, actually, it's interesting you just brought that up, but a section just cracked this last week on that boiler. We had the boilers where they were cracking sections based on the original design. They're 20 years old, but no big deal. Boilers can last 20 years. And we were blowing sections like every year. This last section lasted 5 years, so we've been pretty lucky with this stuff. But like, you can have a repair, which is gonna be about $6,000 to replace the section. We have the sections in stock because we used to blow the sections so much. It's been 5 years. The labor alone is $5,000 or $6,000. So you might not have that happen for 3 or 4 more years, but it's the DPW garage in back. Drastically reduced, you know, the situations like this, but it can vary year to year.
What is the alternative?
I mean, the alternative is to I don't know, other than the switch heat sources, it's little fired, it's a big hydronic loop. And it's, sometimes you get thermal shock, but we reduced these sections blowing out quite a bit. There were times when there were 2 sections blowing. But this just happened 2 weeks ago where it's been the first time before, but
And this line is also for your routine repair and maintenance.
yeah, and
as
also,
well.
so we have a service contract with Control Combustion that they're on call 24/7, and they provide cleaning on all the 9 building boilers in this, in the village, and setting them up too, so.
I think it's quarterly they come in, and I think, Andy, what is out of that 40,000 plus or minus, the fixed fee without having additional work is
I
what?
think it's like 30,000.
Yeah, but you plan that, and this
Yeah.
is on plan every single year for 5 years. It's 20% above, the actuals come in way above, like, your contract rate when you're doing your budget, so that should be accounted for. You shouldn't miss on that. So I just want to make sure that,
I think, and I know Dale's having some internet trouble getting in, but I think that line is general repairs and maintenance for the entire armory building, and then the boiler
Right.
contract is but a subsection of that line.
Right.
So the contract might be, a good reliable figure, but, things come up.
That's a good point. Do we
Right.
have any
It's nothing
roofing charges
wrong.
for that? Because we had.
Seriously,
all right, let's move on. These are not a large amount, but one of you guys should be circling this and going back to it and just, it's not so much that you're $10,000 off every year or 12,000. It's that if you continue to do that, then at some point when we hit a recession, whatever, and we're gonna need money, we're not gonna have it unless we cancel something we're working on. So we just want to get it lined up correctly so that the budget's the budget is the budget rather than, I mean, look at the trend. That's unusual, actually. Okay.
But it looks like you're addressing it in the requested budget.
There was also, right,
Not so much, they're still gonna be off.
you're increasing
Well-
it, but there were some one-offs like the partitions for the building department.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's
that
what
occurred
it is.
this year.
All right.
That was
are
like
also
8 or
in that line.
9,000.
I think that's why we also
Right.
increase.
I listen to you guys, everything is like, 10,000, 80,000, 40,000. It's like my brain starts, but this is the huge department that you run, so.
Mhm.
It costs real money. Okay,
Those
let's
are
move
just the
on.
minor costs.
Right,
Yes, I get that very clearly.
an emergency repair for the boiler was 5,230. So there are, unfortunately, it seems every year, one-offs that are occurring.
Are you still doing that 3-year mandatory RFP for people that we do business with? I'm not implying that whoever's doing the boiler should replace.
Well,
It's professional.
It
professional
actually
services.
just clicked into my head.
it wouldn't
It
necessarily,
wouldn't,
it wouldn't necessarily be for, boiler repair, that would be handled differently, but for professional services, we are continuing to do that, but that's more like labor council, land use, auditors, those things.
how often do you do these things, or it's as needed basis?
Well, like our plumbing, our electrical, our paving, that gets done every 2 years. We used to do it every single year.
Yeah, but we
But
knew
like,
that.
but these are
yeah.
commercial boilers. So we did this a few years ago.
Okay,
And this, being in the industry, I used to install boilers. It's hard to put someone of this caliber out of the hat. That like understands steam systems like Carl buildings. So can it be professional services? That's a Stewart question, but it's hard to find good people. And
yeah.
it's not
It's a
normal.
constant theme, it's hard to find it. This is like the conversation with Neighbors Link. When they're young, to go into career paths that aren't the same as everybody else who goes to four-year universities. And then everybody's chasing jobs.
In
These are like jobs trying to chase people.
In this case, though, I think, and Andy, correct me if I'm wrong, but, when you're looking at steam boiler systems and things, there's a little bit of issue with if it was built 30, 40, 50 years ago, they're not building them that way anymore.
Yeah, I
So the
understand.
number-
Yeah,
the number
it's true.
of people, so you're not getting people trained in the same way. And that does create some challenges when you're working with older people.
Well, that's what bootstrapped you to guide experience of how to handle this.
Right.
Yeah,
And we went through 5 or 6 companies to get someone that understood the steam so that we could get heat throughout this building. You know, it's an art and it's a lost art. So that's.
Always like that with change, the same thing with.
This is something that, in my former job at IFCA, all the buildings were old and steam.
Yeah,
Heat
understood.
was, always an enormous challenge.
All right, let's move on. I don't wanna get hung up just on this, but it's more of a macro conversation.
We did have a different guy, just for a final note. We had a different fellow that we were using that was fairly local out of Bedford, and he unfortunately passed away. And but before he did, when he was sick, he recommended this other company for large scale systems.
This just brings it into my head. It's not to imply that whoever you're using is not exactly the right person, but it brings on other conversations as we think through things. And as we think through helping people get employment and get tracked into like good paying jobs that I don't think school systems are aware of. It's a conversation I think that Omar's had sits on the board, and it was like I met with them this Saturday, and they were talking about that. And it's a shame, you know what I mean? Like, it's a shame because there are jobs out there that can keep you employed for life if you knew about them. Anyway. Dale?
Okay. So further down on page 7 continues, central garage expensive, materials and supplies, we did increase. As you can see by our current expenditures, for up to 51,000. So we're budgeting 55,600 going into 2023 to make sure those costs are covered. This starts our vehicle parts are located here in this department as well. So we have line items for each subset of vehicles, so whether it's street maintenance, snow removal, street lights, refuse vehicles, street cleaning vehicles, storm sewer. So
Yeah,
on.
you do the snow removal vehicle parts at a steady number, even though I've never hit that number, right?
Well, do you want to speak?
Page 8. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Again, not a big amount. I'm just
Right.
asking questions, that's all.
Yeah,
I know there's a reason.
we jumped it up a lot because of the projected costs on everything else we've been buying this year. And kept it there for next year because we don't really foresee any of subsiding next year. And that's
Okay.
stuff that we usually buy out at the end of the year. We usually didn't buy out as much because the end of 21, we did get 3 new vehicles and plows and it came with all the new equipment, so it's a lot less.
Right, so once you have a lot of new
Yeah.
equipment, you're good for 3-4 years without needing parts, so. that makes
Yeah,
sense.
but that was just for like 3 or 4 trucks. This stuff adds up fast. We don't buy new plow blades for every single plow.
Right.
Just, we're gonna need it again next year. This was a central garage and vehicle maintenance was a tough budget this year. We had
Okay.
personnel issues where we had long-term absences. That's why the overtime budget got blown. We had a worker comp issue, 2 worker comp issues there. And that caused the overtime to jump, even though you're getting it back on the other end.
Mhm.
And vehicle parts were extremely hard to find.
Yeah,
And when we did find them, they were triple and quadruple what we're used to paying. Everything down to oil filters, where they're paying $30-40 for oil filters, up to the larger parts and replacement parts on larger vehicles were impossible to find. And when we get to capital, you're gonna see where the vehicles that we ordered last year are being projected to come in maybe next year. So it's really, really tough out there in the central garage and fleet maintenance division right now. So, you know, a lot of kudos to the guys that kept us on the road this year, but next year's looking even worse. There's nothing optimistic about what we're being told.
All right. So any more questions on the different vehicle part lines? Then I will skip
My
to page 9.
Yeah, my expectation is that somebody is going to discover that some of this is not just stuff. It's hard to believe that the entire world doesn't have parts for things, even at this point. So, but we'll wait for that to happen. It's inevitable. But for now, we can only budget what we know to be true. All right, where are we?
All right, so on page 9, we start with 310, which is traffic control. So we can have a piece of an employee budgeted to that function, contractual obligations for same, the electricity line or the traffic lights is located here. Routine maintenance items is followed forward on page 10. Repair and maintenance to equipment also increased. Those two lines are increased in accordance with increased costs. Traffic light maintenance, we did keep at the same amount.
Where are you?
That's on page 10.
One comment about that,
Mhm.
those line items. Majority of that work is executed by 1 or 2 employees, mainly 1 employee. And that employee has announced potential retirement sometime early to middle of next year.
Mhm.
And thinking a little outside the box, I have issue with him about potentially coming back to do some of this niche work that he does on a part-time basis, which could be, beneficial to the village in the big picture.
I'm gonna let you guys figure that out from my perspective.
Yeah.
If somebody's retiring, go find somebody else.
Yeah,
He doesn't, or she, I don't want to name names, they don't have to retire, hiring people back at a high salary, I'd rather just invest in somebody else. But that's something that you guys, need to figure out and come back to the board with. My opinion about personally,
I know that we sometimes do that because we find ourselves with a specialty position or something and we want to make the transition. Sometimes that chooses a training period. If that person announced his retirement now, maybe we could start the training sooner, which might be one way to alleviate the need to extend the contract.
All right, moving forward, we have Department 5010 at the bottom of page 10, which is our street administration. So that contains our fabulous administrative staff for that department. Also, these individuals are split across general water and sewer because they provide functions across all funds. There are the contractual obligations associated with those employees. I apologize. My allergies.
Do you need some water? Take a break.
I'm okay.
All right.
Thank you.
You sound like a halo over you here because the sun is beaming through right now.
That's gonna make me sneeze.
Oh.
So page 12 follows forward with the continued contractual obligations. Then we have a small amount in for equipment, computers in 5010, telephone and internet lines, which we.
If I may, I know we're going fast, but and I know you've gotten used to it. So it's not a big number. I just have to ask informationally. I'm just thinking computers would be a bigger number. I'm surprised to see it's not really $1,000 computer equipment. What is that?
The, when A1 produced their recommendations for the 2023 year, they gave us a list of departments and how many computers they recommended for each department. They were recommending we budget $860 per computer for each department.
All in, so that comes with everything.
Well, that was just a computer proper, thinking if they have a monitor already, and the mouse and all that great stuff attached, that it was only be the CPU unit. They did not recommend for your department a computer per se, but if they need a scanner, they need some other type of, printer breaks, at least then they have something in their budget.
All right, so you just.
So that they're covered.
You're just putting it in based on the recommendation. Okay, doesn't actually mean you're actually gonna get it. Okay.
So telephone and internet, we did increase to cover the actual costs that actually have been occurring for the last 2 years, so we will be covered going forward in 2023. office and supplies expenses. Maintenance and repair office equipment, so that's copier lease is located in that line. Professional dues and meetings, a small amount in that line.
Sorry. Bill?
Yes.
So on the top of page 13, where you have office supplies. The budget hasn't really changed from last year, but the amount up to date is only $4,000. Are you expecting to exceed that number? Or this fall and are you guys expecting to exceed that number? And,
I don't know, when the report was run versus when our last bills came in, but, you know, we do, at the end of the year, we do try to buy what we can that we know we're gonna need with the budget, so maybe that's a maybe.
That's probably,
They buy it when they need it, I don't.
And it's also like their permit fee is charged here as well, so it depends on when that falls. To come in, and if they says you're doing dig safe mark out tickets, you know, if you ordered them or needed them,
Yeah.
you know, depending on need, for that budget line.
oh, this is where they're gonna get the money from. These are nice to have, not must haves. But you have to budget for them with the assumption that things are going up.
Correct.
So.
Training, school and education, and then that leads us to Department 5110, which is our street maintenance.
What's in lieu of vacation mean, actually?
So for the CSEA contract, if you're here for a certain amount of time and earn a certain amount of vacation, you are allowed to cash in 10 days up to 10 days of vacation. If you do cash in those 10 days of vacation, you're not allowed to carry over any other vacation balance you may or may not have. So you have to use the balance of it for.
Okay, so you can carry up to X number of days.
You can carry up to 10.
But you
can
can't
cash
actually
or
carry.
You can cash or carry up to 10.
Up
So
to
you can
10.
you can cash out or you can carry. up to 10.
Okay,
But not, both,
But not.
or combination.
oh, so you can't do a combination. Oh, I see, that's interesting. Okay, so it's use it or lose it, et cetera. And it is, everyone is in the same boat. It's not different by departments or level. This is just literally a straight line, 10 days, carry over.
As far as, I think you have to have 4 weeks of vacation,
Yeah.
which for most people is 20 years ago.
Okay, interesting, okay. And this is just divvied up because we do that. That's also just for the public here, because if anybody follows, these are.
Okay, so bottom of page 13, our 10 department, fabulous street maintenance employees, and that follows over onto page 14. Again, the same contractual obligations for the CA unit are applied. We have small amount in for equipment on page 15. There was no
That's why the standby, this is not the only department where the standby personnel numbers are going up. In the trajectory, is that like just an index or?
that is a contractual item as well. That's in the.
Okay.
There were no computers suggested by our consultant.
Apology accepted.
On page 16 continues our contractual obligation expenses. In those lines, which again, we have heating oil, vehicle operating expenses, fuel costs, and diesel, materials and supplies, which we increased in accordance with increased costs that we're seeing. Maintenance and repair, building grounds. You want to touch on that one? We increased it equipment, or truck rental, is in 110,433. So that's if, we need to, rent a piece of equipment. On to page 17. We have small amount of street signs, road materials.
And also question in regards to street signs. How often do you guys do an inventory of that around the village?
It's kind of when and if, I don't know, if we really go out and do a formal inventory.
There's a few signs out there that should be replaced. So maybe we should start doing some sort of inventory at some point. This one that I have called out a couple weeks back and it's still there. That's in Nelson Park. There's some graffiti in the back of that stop sign. That's among several other ones around the neighborhood as well. So maybe that's something we can start doing a little more effective.
When you had called me on that, I think you went down there probably that day or next day, and I think.
Still there.
I
Yeah,
do,
it's just graffiti in general, that sometimes is either that and also faded out signs as well, that there is a lot of that in our downtown and some neighborhoods. I think we should kind of keep that in mind.
so I think, again, I leave my macro to the end if I may just leverage. what, Yankees brought up. It involves more than your department, I think. But we have a lot of major projects coming up. So one way to do this is as you go and do the 5 corners, you're gonna look at, what's going on there, besides just what you're working on. You're gonna look up and you're gonna, oh, look at that sign. Looks like the sun has burned through it and we just need to replace it. It's natural aging and stuff. That's one way of doing it. The other way of doing it is to get somebody with a GoPro and go through all of our commercial streets or every street in this community. Some, I think some mayor just did this recently. We're not expecting to be doing it. And they actually went in every street in their district with a GoPro, right? So they can look at everything to do inventory of stuff like this. That's the other extreme. You could take neighborhoods, but I think the issue of with so many projects coming down the line, you could either say, well, as we do each project, we'll take that section and not only do, the paving and all that, we'll look around and fix things, or you could actually put in a project. And I doubt, maybe just up, but I doubt that any of the many consultants that we've had for the past year or two, this wasn't really a project or an initiative. And to take somebody's time could be, but I don't think you have to be an expert in taking inventory by just going through it. We might want to put this as a project with so many projects going on. Signage is a big deal. The fact that people come into this community and don't realize there's parking behind the stores on Main Street. They only think it's the lots, they just don't know. If you're new to this area, you just don't know. And there's no sign. I think this might be a sign on Route 9, tells you parking down that way. There really isn't a sign once you're on Main Street to say, public parking here. So there are really only maybe 2 or 3 ways to do inventory. You make it a project and you assign it to somebody and you say, at least do all of the downtown and off of 133 or any place where there's a store or not, or just say do every street and just videotape it so we can look at it on a computer, or you do it by sections as you do other projects. The problem with the latter is that they'll just won't ever get done until the last project is done. And having people like us call you every time there's a problem, which I've called you and you guys run right over and you fix things, is I don't think a good use of your time. I mean, we appreciate the quick service and I'm sure the residents do, but it's not the most efficient use of people's time to run out every time somebody calls up. It's great customer service. Don't get me wrong, we appreciate it. I'm sure the residents do. So it's something to think about if there is, because I don't think any of the grants are going to take care of this. I don't think. So we're going to have to do it. I think Manny's sort of saying it in that way of like, hey, can we just look at all the streets and look at the signs and make sure
Yes, I think,
like that they're the right signs?
yeah, no, and there's a little bit of that obviously. But also, look, I'm glad to see this past 2 years, even through the pandemic, all the hard work that everybody in the village has done But I think, you know, if we are lucky enough, there are projects that are gonna be going on for the next 5 years at least.
Yeah.
So the expectation is, because I get some complaints, not a lot of complaints, when I work the neighborhood is, you know, what about this sign? Or what's going on in this neighborhood? Why you guys, I can barely see the sign in here for no parking or this overnight stuff. So it's like, when are we expecting, again, this is not just, this is a little more like feedback in general, like when are they expecting to have this? Because if we're gonna keep saying, you know, well, we're gonna do this after we finish all this other stuff, but there's always something else.
Yeah,
And there's
we're
always
saying the
something
same
else.
thing though, I think.
Yeah.
So that's what I
I think
think we
we're
need to
saying the same
prioritize
thing.
in the way
I'd
that.
like to, address that because this isn't the only area where we have this issue. So in a lot of areas, and certainly in most municipalities, you do have certain silos of work, and as you're focused on one thing, it may obfuscate things that are very obvious to a resident. We all suffer that internally when we're doing things. One of the things, though, that we're working really hard on, and I think it will be a little bit of a process, but we will make progress on this, is that we're really focusing on integrating project management and integrating departments in a different way. So that could be anything from, working with the police department when they go on a call for something specific, that it's also tying in with building department, code enforcement, crossing over, so that there is more attention being paid and more eyes on things. So we just generate more awareness. So I think, like, anecdotally, the best story we have is like a couple of years ago, the police put a great post about catching a chicken. And it was really cute. They caught a chicken and it was running all around the village and they caught the chicken. But the missing piece was chickens aren't allowed in the village. And we had to educate the cops to say, when you brought the chicken back, did you tell them, by the way, they have to move the chicken to another municipality? So it's things like that. And they seem obvious, but when you're really focused on your work, they're not necessarily obvious. So we're really working on that integration of departmental oversight and a more ability to look at when we're working on an area more comprehensively. So, if we're paving, if we're doing a project on Main Street, that we can start to incorporate these things. But it is helpful for the board to bring that to our attention, because you do sort of get tunnel vision sometimes, and it's good to you have to keep moving your focus back and forth to get the whole picture.
Yeah, look, I appreciate it, and I think we all have our roles, right? And if we all do our jobs, lots of things will get done. But they tend to be, I wouldn't say siloed, but people tend to be lanes, some lanes are narrow, some things are wide. But one of the purposes, I think, for budget hearings is also for us. We don't really get a lot of opportunity in the budget process per se to say, I would like you to work on this project, which you guys don't have as for another big initiative. So these are the kind of things that fall through the cracks. But I'm putting this, and I'm sure Dale is taking notes. Are you still trying to get the internet there?
No.
Okay.
I didn't make a note.
Yeah, no, I know you did. I know you did. And some things have already made, but there are things that are really visible. So you could do, and you weren't here, but I was telling earlier, I went to a thing that was all about infrastructure. And one guy just got up and goes, I just put this amazing new pipes and lots you guys talk about, drainage. Nobody saw it except for the construction hassle of the car. Because it's probably the most life-changing piece for this municipality for the next 20 years. Nobody understands it, nobody saw it, nobody believes how much it costs and how much effort was put into it. But if I take like a tree and plant a new tree where an old one was, everybody sees it. Just some things are just more visible, and that's just the way life is. That's all I have to say. Signage is helpful to people. It's also highly visible to residents. And people sit there and go, what is the big deal about making sure that you have signs? So I actually this year think, I don't know if it's the right year, but I would really like this to sort of be the right year to take a big section of the town, you say everything on 133 and to the side of it by 2 streets. Like, just let's put a stake in the ground and say that we will look for it. And this doesn't require a lot of engineering knowledge of somebody doing the inventory, doing of it, but not the inventory of signs. We at one point hope that the rec advisory would do all the parks. And then it turned out that a bunch of volunteers trying to find every plaque, because they discovered there are so many plaques, many of which were not put by the village. People like put plaques next to trees in honor of their uncle. I mean, they said they don't have enough time in the day to do that. So I realized it's not such an easy project, which I originally thought it would be. They realized this is like, they wanted an intern for that, which we didn't get. But a different story. My point is the inventorying part would be step one. There may be a way to do that and employ someone to get that going. And if we have the money, that's also like sort of a nice job for someone, you know, on a part-time basis, something that they want to learn more about things like that. So just if you could whiteboard it, or I'm sure there'll be 2 or 3 other projects we're going to ask for and say, well, we'd really love to see if you could put that in. If you can't, like that, etc., without dropping other initiatives. So I think you're. Do it? Okay. Yeah.
Okay,
But Dan, I'm gonna ask you, so every department's going separately. I know Karen's gonna discuss it with everybody, but you're jotting down the cross businesses. So we spoke to the police about the 5-way intersection. You're gonna tell these guys that we discussed, right? Or Karen, you guys are having some sort of a,
Yeah,
we're not necessary in that conversation, am I right?
Right.
Okay,
We're closing the loop soon.
all right, you guys are doing all that.
okay. So moving on. to
Yeah, right there?
Yeah, it's just.
Page 17 is our snow budget. We like to move it. We like to not use, but you never know what's going to happen. So
We predict what the nature of living.
it's very unpredictable.
Well, you're budgeting the highest amount, right? I
That's
never use that much.
That's correct. 2021, we came up to 137,000. But overtime is based on contractual obligations. So
Okay.
we're to contract increases.
Maddie, the planet is warming up. That line is gonna go down and down every year. Look at that.
Well, more just, I think you might have been petitioned by some outside entities. There was a push, and I don't know all the details, but there was a push in Congress to buy America for salt, which projected salt to triple in cost to OGS.
Okay.
I think the bill went down. I don't think it passed. Discussion, but you know, those are the type of things with everything going on.
I think you have to budget high because you could, it's a stake in the ground. If you budget low, we're screwed.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, we've learned that. Didn't we have snow around October once where it actually damaged trees and the leaves are still up? Yeah, and the leaves are still on the trees, so they crash. So you can't budget low on that. I think it's reasonable. And you know, you've got that money if you needed it.
I think
There's
more of
no-
the
no
issue this
two ways
year is
about
gonna
it.
be delivery versus.
Yeah.
No budget continues on to page
Yep.
18. So we have our going costs for leaded and diesel, materials and supplies, greases and chemicals. So that is road salt discharge, truck rental, unanticipated. That's where we had in the past when we had a salt delivery issue.
That's remember that.
To that line. And that feeds into Department 5182, which is our street lighting department. So again, we have an individual that crosses over for a portion of that salary in these budget lines. Again, a portion of electricity for our street lights. A small amount for vehicle operating expense, for the diesel fuel, materials and supplies. And these are and repair and maintenance. So that is to repair our streetlights.
I make one comment on this page.
Yes, please.
So, and correct me if I'm wrong, but Some of you were around from when we did this 7 years ago now. We completed the LED replacement. And the LED replacement that we did was done with the contractor. So we paid via a calculated savings on the electric bill. But we never reduced the electric bill, so we show that, we realize that savings in the, take the payment. That payment next year is no longer will be paid off. I think the payment was 135,000 a year.
It's about 101, and it will be paid off in 2024.
Right, all right, 2 years. So that's just,
It's a good thing.
yeah,
Yes.
We put out, I think Victoria put a lot of publicity on that project. Or environmental issues.
Like $600,000.
everything we buy. I mean,
Yep.
we already talked about building maintenance, but everything we buy now, exterior lights. When they go bad, replace everything that we have. So that's gonna be hard to calculate, but if it wasn't for the NICA increase that they granted through public service commission, they will realize maybe calculate it a little easier, but the LED on the buildings on the large perimeter buildings, especially. Meter charges.
Yeah, after a while, you can't tell what the savings are because it just becomes this year or the last, and you've already been using them, but you don't know. They last longer, right? Is that your experience? They last, unless you tell me otherwise, they're supposed to last longer.
Most
So there's
definitely.
less maintenance, less breakage, less inventory. Yeah, they're a little expensive, but, and then they're brighter, they're daylight, so at
We usually
night,
buy about 10 to 20, the old incandescent overhead that we used to replace, we used to buy 10 to 20 every year at least and replace them because they would just go out.
right?
We just bought 3 LED fixtures. One of them was for down both car wreck and 2 were just bad fixtures that didn't.
Right, it
make their
happens.
10-year cycle.
Sure.
And that was over 6 years. So our cost in streetlight replacements don't way down.
People don't realize in municipality that that's one of the things we do here, is keep the lights on in the water thing, so this is great news. Is that going to the grants also still, Maddie, that was that old news already?
No, that's still part of it.
Yeah. Everything adds up.
Okay, on the page 20. Sorry. Apartment 5650, which is our off-street parking, so we have a portion of an individual charged here. Actual expensive with that. 7180, which is our community center building proper portion. We have an individual charge there, as well as case of our building performance charge, along with the contractual obligations for those. And following below is 7181, which is pool area of the community center. Same items apply. 22. 8140, which is our storm sewers. As individual approach there.
The associate cost is storms, that.
Storm sewer?
Now I know what they are. What's the associated cost?
We have the materials and supplies, you have catch basins, frames, covers.
And all of ours are in good shape. There's no, it's not like a project, right? It's
No,
we're all good.
that's an ongoing project. We do stormwater catch basin work all the time. But when we pave a road, for example, we did Charter Circle this past week in advance of paving Charter
That's
Circle.
why I asked the question. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
That's why I asked you the question. Go ahead. The charter, go ahead, just keep it.
So Charter Circle will have a bunch of work in advance of paving, like
Right.
rebuilding catch basins. We find that they're optimized. We don't want to cave to a bad catch basin or manhole or casting, most of that's storm sources.
Are you adding any streets in, any roads?
We have, I mean, here and there, nothing specific that. We did some stormwater work, but there was a big stormwater job we did behind um. Now the old gas station, I can't think of the name of it, Giuliano, it's called something else now, it's off. Off the road. There's a village storm easement that goes behind that property and it is failing, so we rebuilt that. Here with a long-standing stormwater issue. Yeah.
And are all stormwater issues village related, or are there any that are on state or county roads that you can't fix? So are you able to fix like all of that?
Well, you're gonna find that even on the state or county roads, the stormwater infrastructure, they're gonna say it's ours and then they're gonna expect us to fix it. More often than not, even with the state has this mix where if it's installed pre-74, they're on the hook for it, if it was after 74, it was after. But I can tell you, if you call, we have called the state and asked them to look at issues with their catch basins on Route 9, and they say it's not theirs, and we end up fixing it. Because it's not.
Interesting to see how they've kept inventory for 50 years, but okay. Now, where in the budget is the stormwater initiative to build natural storm? Is it a grant? Is it here? Is it, what kind of excited you get?
I do, because we just had a great meeting about it. I think you're talking about the storm gardens, right?
Or loving to save Rika's marriage garden, yes.
The Rita Levin, Mark Reisman honorary
Look, just
storm.
because people hear this and it's public, like, we're residents too. It's like, so everybody understands, all 5 of us live here too. And stormwater is just, no offense to the engineers in the room, is a natural way to capture water. They're usually pollinators. We'd like to use them also in, to try out a new one. We talked about this initiative. I just don't know where it is in the budget, was really the question. To create one, and I think we decided Wishney Park by where the water gathers, is, no?
Well, yes, but we'll go into that in, I think all of them are in the parks budget though, right?
Is that right?
Right, so we got a $5,000 grant, so that's money that's already, we've received the check already from New York State. So it's not in a budget anywhere, I don't believe. And we plan to do the labor in-house, so the $5,000 would be mostly for plantings, borders, things of that nature. But without distracting too much, we did have our engineer and consulting engineer visit us at both sites, and some recommendations are being made for Wishney Park, although possibly not the front corner, possibly the back corner, but also the community center. So we're.
Yeah, I actually don't think it matters where we do it, as long as it's public. It just, I don't know if you've been in the meetings or.
I was, and then the money you're referring to, and then Maddie just referenced there in more detail, we thought that we could use the $5,000 towards the design, but it really needed, but the actual construction and the planting, et cetera, try to absorb in our operating budget.
The purpose of actually doing this isn't just for that. It is that there are areas where you guys can't really get to it, and some of it is on private properties. We want to use it as a form of education, that people can build their own if they know what to look for and what to do. I see it more as an education piece, so it has to be someplace visible, someplace reachable, so people are allowed to walk on there, someplace where a sign can be put up with directions, and a place. The whole point of this is education. I learned a lot about it from Cornell. The same folks that are working on the resiliency. There's also a different group, because if you go up to Cornell, they have it around their parking lots actually, so that the drainage from parking lots on the concrete and tar they've been pouring actually flows into gardens, which are very pretty, but they actually serve an engineering. So there's, and they're doing them all over the state of New York. So that really is all kidding aside, because I know somebody's going to hear this and then actually think we're naming something for me personally, which we are not. So I don't care where it is, wherever you guys think is where you can put it next to a gas station on public space, doesn't matter to me. It's got to just be someplace people can walk up, read a sign, understand how they might be able to do it in their backyard, their front yard. We have some neighborhoods where the water is draining, basements and stuff, and the houses are very close together, and what one neighbor does when they pull out a tree affects the neighbor next to them. So these are the kind of solutions that are very natural.
The educational component, as well as the environmental component, we thought could be met It gets a lot of foot traffic, youthful and.
Yeah,
all the
that's good,
residents.
whatever you guys want.
At the Caputo Center, we have a space for it, we have a perfect roof shed, it's easy to collect. And I think that between parks and highway, we can build it in-house.
Okay, so,
Bill can do signage and everything else about it, the educational.
so in the budget, the grants, so if this comes from 5,000, where does it show up here? Nowhere, because it's a grant?
Well, we've already, in 2022, recognized the $5,000 in revenue. I'm not sure in what line,
Okay.
in the 2022 budget. And then for 2023, it wouldn't be a budgeted item because it would be coming out of the salaries for which you're already budgeting for parks and
Got it,
DPW.
because they're
employees.
doing a lot of it in-house.
Yeah.
Okay,
And the materials, obviously, same thing.
I'm gonna ask you this question over and over again, because we're getting so many grants, thankfully because of you guys, but then they have to somehow be managed and they have to be delineated, so.
And what I've done, especially with the youth bureau, because.
Oh, yeah, that's it, right.
Grant oriented with that, so in our system, I'm able to build a tracking code. And that way I can track the revenues and the expenses as we're paying them, where they're coming in. And it's helpful, especially for the youth bureau, when they're going to submit for a grant, that they then take that expense report and now you have all your expenses there and you can submit to get reimbursed.
We're
So
just-
we can do the same.
Yeah, we need to be able to answer the residents, taxpayers, and all the folks that live and work here, when they say, geez, you've gotten, 10 million, 15, what did you do with it? We can't just keep saying, oh, there's 12 big initiatives. You actually have to say, this is where this went, this is, and we have to be able to look at it, and they have to be able to look at it. When we used to get $10,000 here and there, no biggie, but now it's big.
Right. For the
So it's
larger-
really for communications also.
Right, for the larger scale items, those are the established capital project, and it's definitely kept track of individually project-based, and they have an associated project code as well.
All right.
So for those items,
We're
they're definitely tracked.
Okay.
It's when they're being covered in the operating budget, it just ends up getting filtered right into the budget proper, but we can.
Like this one, okay.
Yeah.
All right, let's keep going.
Okay. So on page 23, starts our question. Proposal. Staff budget in here, contractual obligations per se. Page 24, did reduce the postage line. From the 11,500 to 7,000 for 2023. Vehicle operating expense, we did keep up with rising costs along the unleaded and the diesel fuel lines as well. Worcester County tipping fees are on page 25. Those are contractual obligations in accordance with how much we are disposing of. Repair and maintenance to equipment. And that leads us into Department 8161, which is our recycling. Purpose. We have budgeted there as well. Small amount for vehicle operating expenses. And this is refuse and recycling on the bottom of page 26 for our recycling costs. Page 27 leads us to Department 8170. This is our street cleaning department. And one individual charge for this function. Associated costs the same, including operating expenses, diesel and fuel. And that leads us to page 28.
Sorry, Bill.
Yes.
Before we go to the next page.
Yes.
One of the things that I have noticed, it's a little bit more about street area itself. I've noticed this myself, and I have seen it, that I got complaints a lot. Yes, especially now. One of the reasons why we have that, so there's no parking and we have the alternative parking space for the street sweeper to come in and just decide that it's no one's park. I think the complex part is that the person comes in, and I witnessed this myself about 7 o'clock, 7:30, when now actually the law doesn't apply for that. So anybody's parked on both sides of the street. Now I've seen the person literally just go in and out in the zigzag manner, and it's not accomplishing what it's supposed to. You know, we had this conversation in the past. And I think that's one of the biggest challenges that we have right now. That we are paying for something, we're trying to enforce something, but the schedule kind of goes apart. So how do we fix that portion of the situation?
I'll talk to him. I know he doesn't come in at 7, he usually comes in at like 3 or 4, and he works on Saturdays as well, try to get to those roads. That's all straight time, regular schedule. The specific road you're talking about, you can detail for me later, because as far as I know, unless there's a parking violation going on, he gets the everything, unless it gets too cold, when we stop.
That's just, I think we should address that, and I think it's just not just in one neighborhood. I got complaints throughout the village about this issue, so it's more like a coordination. How does that be, his schedule be more efficient?
But again, I work, with all due respect, I work better with specifics, so if you want to provide those to me after this meeting, I could probably go from there. On a side note, there's a vendor coming, he was supposed to come yesterday and he canceled, hopefully he's coming still this week. The street sweeper is probably purchased about, I'm gonna say about 16 years ago, plus or minus a couple of years, so I'm probably gonna put it in a capital request in the next year or two. But there's a vendor coming to see me this week, I hope, to introduce electric streets. That's actually made its way into conversion, and the company that's doing it is actually the company that sold us the last one, that's a Revo. It's, made in Italy, and it's they've adopted the electrical technology to checking that out. I think that's a real applicable use for us there. Now when it gets there.
Thank you.
Okay.
Great. So that leads us to, and our shade tree account is Department 8560. We did increase our tree service line slightly to keep up with our tree maintenance. Portions.
Can we talk about that spot? So
Okay.
far, for you,
28.
middle. So far, the budget is 86,000. We are on the final 5. How much do you guys more expect that to be?
We haven't really done much tree work. We don't anticipate much tree work in November, December, so I don't really.
So more or less, it's gonna stay where it is.
You're suggesting we're under budgeting?
Based on what I'm seeing is literally this.
They're under budget.
Okay.
Well, we're raising it to the 97. It
Yeah, but
it does fluctuate.
yeah, it
depending
has.
on-
It has in the past. So 2012, and my next question is,
In 20 and 21, we had 2 reimbursable FEMA events. I know that Dale and I did some recovery of some of that money. With the FEMA.
So the numbers are lower than they really were
the
because
Offsetting revenue.
any work in when now, just to remind me about spotter and what the trees were removed in there. We still have stumps on the sidewalk, and the sidewalk hasn't been done.
That's on we started sidewalk work up around Camp Booth. I don't know if you noticed that. That's the same contractor that's gonna eventually get down there, hopefully this year. The reason we were putting that on hold because the county was kind of floating the Spring Street project to us as something that was pending, and it's not so pending, so decided to just go fix that on our own. See what I can.
Is that formula that you used on Camp Woods, you took out the grass and put concrete all the way to the curb? Is that what you're doing also at Sparta? There was a patch of grass between the curb and the sidewalk. Now it's all concrete.
Yeah, but we're gonna put, we're gonna try to match what they have next door to the lawnmower, the brick print there.
So that bump out on it, right?
The bump out is out, yeah.
I know, how many times I hit that thing? It's like,
Yeah.
You can't see it when you make the
There's
turn.
somebody coming the other way.
So if I may, as both a resident and a mayor, this concept of the other side, I want to match the other side. Every time you guys pull out grass, number one, that's a natural drainage issue unless there's, I thought you did it for the ADA, so it's easier to make a turn for the wheelchair at that corner. But not a big fan of just pouring concrete. Grass where you had, there was already grass that made it just look greener and nicer, and it goes into a residential area. So I sort of get matching the other corner, as to ask why the other corner was not like this in the first place, I suspect. Raise my hand and say the poor trees and grass is pulled out, that somebody needs to stop and think about whether that's really necessary for safety. Because it certainly isn't for aesthetics, and it's not good from a drainage point of view, because grass will, do better than concrete. So I just would put that request in, but if it's because you say, like, look, you have to do it because, there's ADA and somebody has a wheelchair, that could be a filter in there. I understand that, but,
Well, yeah, the brick detail is not ADA. Everything else we did was really for the curb that needed to be constructed at that edge.
they took out all the grass and poured concrete essentially. There was grass there. Why do I know that? Because all the lawn signs go there. So the only way you could do that, I remember, and now it's all concrete.
No, it's not stone, it's like a little grass strip. behind the
Yeah, it's
sidewalk.
like 2 feet down there. It's just, down there. Because it starts to residential, whereas the commercial, you could understand. I would just raise my hand and say, I'd like just a little bit of thought before we replace. Once you replace grass with concrete, you never go back to grass or to plants or anything else. So just food for thought. That brings me back to Sparta, because there, is that historical?
That's part of what we were talking about last time. All of the side. That is.
Yeah, I tried to find any record dictating that, and that, I could not find anything.
But you are gonna do the sidewalks or gonna cover?
We did that really as that's because that's what they kind of wanted. I could not find that anywhere.
I thought Joyce, our historian, said something about that last time. I can go check on her.
Well, it may have been done, but it might have been a nice to have, not a must have. There's a difference.
Yeah, but so what are we talking about when we put a concrete, which is put a column in the concrete, if that's the case?
It will not be a cost prohibitive thing, but.
No, it's not talking about that. But the sidewalks, obviously, you're gonna have to uproot the rooted part of those trees, lift it up all the sidewalk there.
Correct.
So you think it's next year or what?
I'm hoping to knock it out this year. It's,
With the same group? Okay.
yeah.
It also has some buffer over grass.
Yeah. Well, let's start the conversation. All right.
All right.
Good stuff. I mean, these are all things we need to get done, lots of it. How many miles of road do we have in the village?
44 lane miles, I guess. I get that. Pretty close to what we file for.
Yeah.
Here.
44 lane miles? And what about sidewalks? Do you know what the metrics of that is?
What should be over?
Not everybody has sidewalks.
Not everybody has sidewalks.
All right, this is just, I went to this like conference and they were all talking and this term was like, ask Paul what we have, because they all seem to know exactly what they had. Great. All right, Carol,
All right,
the
so
phone is still with you.
there are a few pages with revenue items. So
Yeah,
that's page 30 and 31 for general fund proper. The largest revenue item is their dumpster, which is billed quarterly. So we did not change that budget line. We do get money from our snow, county and state funds come in, those lag. So we'll see that number go up at the end of the year, maybe next year as I build receivables for items that are coming through. Sales surplus equipment, I do keep tag to the Department of Public Works because I have to tag it somewhere. But part of the head 96,000 amount coming in was actually about 30,000 was for the fire. The rest, 69,000 was DPW surplus equipment that was auctioned, and we received the funds for that. Good. Right. The following starts our water fund. So the first page, 6, encompasses all of the water admin individuals. So as we're going through the budget, as we've spoken about, if an individual is charged across funds, this is a piece of the individual that gets charged to the water fund.
ask you why it jumps around like that, actual versus.
It depends on contractual changes. Last year, we have done a look back to make sure everybody's allocation was appropriate and in accordance with their function. So there was a change going to 2022. Position changes.
You see how erratic that line is, right? Or
Yeah.
actuals versus plan.
You're looking at the 109.
I'm looking at, yeah. Here's the little more.
I'm not sure which year.
Or maybe ahead of you,
Maybe.
maybe ahead of you. What page are you on?
I was covering page 1 through 6.
Yeah.
With the 109 account for the portion of salary. For individuals.
Sorry, but the holes for the 3-ring binder is right on the page now. So I'm looking at your contractual 02, 1440.
So Dale, I think you're ahead. So when you look at the contractual line, you don't, the appropriate and actual vary somewhat significantly year to year. So I think that's what the mayor would like you to the very first line.
For the
See how-
engineering, the 1440. line.
Yes.
So this is where we'll charge to the operating fund instead of a capital project for any studies or design work. This year, we did budget in the capital plan for the Lakeville design for the water painting, but in prior years, we have actually appropriated it to the operating and then completed a budget adjustment. Currently, this year, we have not charged anything other than the 11,909. Andy, do you want to talk to your number for next year?
So, but just to clarify for everybody, that's project driven. So you'd have more fluctuation based on the projects
So
for
you do
that
the
year.
best predicting, but then you get the real bills there. I mean, you go under and over, not you.
Right,
Obviously. So it's just erratic. Okay.
Right, sorry, I thought you were already,
I was asking about this, but
I was already on page 6.
I'm good. If you don't have to explain this whole thing, if it's project driven, you'll get told as it goes through.
Right.
Okay,
Right,
keep going.
so. Following back to page 7, continuing contractual expenses for water admin. I increased the bond and note expense, that's on the bottom of page 7. In anticipation that we will be going out to borrow for the water treatment plant. I don't want to jinx it, but that, that number is in there for our, bond, and fiscal measure club as we move forward. Page 8. Brings us to Department 8320. This is our water. Maintenance.
Yes, so source water.
What? Thanks. I'm gonna fall on you for these. 'Cause I never get them right.
So
Department 8320, we have a portion of individuals charged to this line. All amount for materials and supplies. This is where our alarm monitoring charge is budgeted. That goes back to the general fund for those monitoring services. Page 10 covers the associated costs with the pumping stations and the tax.
obviously, our biggest cost on page 11 is New York City purchase order.
Well,
That, Coast Bank tank, we had, 2022 is $35, but we are 14,000, and they you budgeted 3,000. Just kind of go a little bit into the details of that.
So tour bank tank,
Yeah,
would that be your electricity?
part of it is electricity
Yeah,
charged
so-
to there.
So that's,
Mhm.
obviously, it's a bigger cost. We put in the $1.3 million mixers and 3 tanks. Tour bank tank has quite a bit of equipment. We just ran some tests this last summer. It's based on the organics coming into the plant. And if the organics are very low, we're not gonna run the equipment. So as of a couple months ago, we shut down the equipment just in that tank, because we're removing quite a bit of organics in the Pleasantville Road tank. So now we're like dialing down into with the lab results, what equipment we should run and when. Beginning, the last 2 years, we had to run everything because we had high numbers before that. So there's gonna be times when the organics are high and that electrical costs will go up, but we have not run that equipment the last 2 months. So it is gonna vary. It's gonna vary there, it's gonna vary at Pleasantville Road. Lakeville tank just has a very efficient mixer, doesn't have the removal system. So
So that's what we see in all those tanks.
Yes.
The
Yep.
big increase of that.
that's the electrical cost for removing THMs and HAs.
Thank you.
Okay, the page following contains the 8330 department, which is the water filtration plant. So this is where those fantastic employees are housed for payroll purposes, along with contractual obligations of the same. That brings us to page 13.
Make a comment about personnel.
Absolutely.
So. Bo is our chief of the plant operator. Very much appreciated the proclamation. He's very touched by that. His family was there, so.
Oh,
Really cool.
I'm glad.
Building on that, thank you for that, building on that, we're trying to organize
Bless you.
Thank you.
a retirement party for him as well. A little informal, so I think they're trying to do something at Meyer Rivera, because he's moving to Mexico, so try to want to meet. One price type of thing that we're setting up, and I'm gonna send, unless Sophia might have sent it already last week, I know she was working on it. Gonna be kind of open to anybody, including trustees, if they want to go, so see look out for
Right.
details of that. I think it's like December, the second week of December, even if I ain't sure. Anyway,
Thank you.
Thanks for the invite. I'm sure you'll be sending something if it hasn't been sent.
yeah.
Sounds fun.
So, yeah. Any opportunity
Very nice.
to eat and drink, can't be bad.
especially for Steve.
Yeah.
He's a, what's
It's also very nice, like always plug in our local business. Not only is it in Ossining, the town, but the owners of My Riviera own more than one place and they're residents in the village. Him and his sons. I don't know if he has daughters, he has daughters-in-law, but they're all residents of the village. So it's always good to do stuff local. It's great. Appreciate it.
All right, so on page 13, at the bottom of page 13, where a large increase for cost have first gone up, so we are increasing the budget, which is currently at 358,185 to 443.
Polyaluminum chloride and chlorine costs went up 4 times in a year, so we're in no choice.
Isn't that for the petroleum thing? Or is that-
I don't know on the.
Chlorine started going up even before COVID. It's not like it just happened during COVID. It was already going up.
yeah, my delivery fees, the delivery charge. Doesn't,
Yeah.
It goes to broken bill, so that's a big part of the price increase too, is the logistics.
And there was also like a chlorine factory that caught on fire. So
Yeah.
it was wet, so, and that actually worked its way into like the pool chemicals. There was a big shortage of pool chemicals.
Oh, yeah. It's important to realize that you guys have to look at this next year because we have a pool and the cost of running pool between insurance and chlorine. Chlorine has really been, and also a whole bunch of other rules in New York State. Somebody, we just keep trending, but I count on you guys to manage that.
We actually,
Just let us know.
just an example of the chlorine, I got an email Friday from the health department. Because we have gas chlorine,
Mhm.
and it said because the possibility of a strike to the railroad, please load up on your chlorine right now. And we received ordering extra cylinders.
I don't even know if people still use the railroad for delivery, so there you go.
Yeah, for free. Good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was an infrastructure project.
Okay, so that leads us on page 14. The other portion of the alarm monitoring cost, we have your laboratory chemicals and materials as well. That cost increase are being reflected in our 2023 budget, along with
Sludge removal.
yeah, sludge removal. I thought maybe there was a nicer name for it.
Yeah, that's a good name for it. Andy keeps telling me I should tell everyone in the world that they should go, and I think Paul does, into engineering, do waste and sludge and all that stuff. Everybody produces that every day.
You
It's
will
not
see the
going
sun.
away.
They ain't going away, no.
I don't know if the price by the time we finish the plant is gonna reflect that because of, increase in CPI increase. But we're gonna be reducing volumes, volume wise a lot less sludge technology in the plant.
That was one of
So
the ideas,
trucking
yeah.
cost stays, people out there. I can see those drop.
Yeah, because like the most we can send out is like 2% solids. But with the new technology, dissolved air flotation, it's 10%. So right there, it's, a lot less trucking costs. So, yes,
I believe that.
mortgage.
There's all the other costs, it's okay.
So that leads us to page 15, which is our transmission and distribution. Water reading staff and repair. Keep us flowing over in these budget lines. Contractual obligations follow for same on the page. 16.
Unless there's major changes, I think we can move, unless somebody wants to see all of these, I'm not seeing major changes.
No, these are.
It's sort of BAU, business as usual.
Yeah.
There is a 30% increase across everything that's related, that's based on energy, that's based on paper, that's based on
Yes.
personnel. Is there anything?
Mhm.
I mean, the first couple of departments, we go through this, but at
Right,
this
right.
point, it's sort of becoming the same storyline. Is there something that you can point out to that we should be aware of? And you know what we look for? We look for spikes and understanding why there's a spike. We're looking for, why are we even doing this or that? But if it's the same thing we've been doing for 5 years,
Mhm.
and it's simply a trend line that says everything I just said, I'm not sure it's necessary to read every single line item unless you feel it necessary.
Right, I think we covered, where the zones were, which were in our supply, plus in the water fund, which is followed by, the sewer fund, but I don't think there were any high
Yeah, that's.
costs in operational, we have items.
You have some tanks that you're doing work with, right? From the tanks, right? So you've got these different tanks that I'm looking at, some things that were done this year on page 10.
Of water.
Yeah. Anything we need to know about? the
Yeah,
tanks in our
so,
community?
yeah,
'Cause I
so-
think, I'm just trying to point out where there's something that public needs to know, we should know, so that we're prepared for
Well,
it.
capital, we're gonna talk about.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough. All right,
We're doing distribution work too, we're gonna talk about that capital.
Right,
okay. Because with you guys, it's a lot about capital.
Yeah.
So that brings us up to Howard.
Okay.
yes,
We're gonna take a 2-minute break, please, and the meeting will decided that for 10 minutes. So we'll be back, but let's take a little bit of a break, so we can all look at emails. Okay, guys, capital plan. Okay,
All right, so moving on to our capital budget plan
that
portion.
budget.
Yeah.
Okay, let's just, once again, right where, okay,
Okay.
let's
so
go.
We will start off with our regular street sidewalk and curb.
Yes,
That is at the top of page 3 that is budgeted at 590. Portion 6, state aid of 240, and then the village match of 350. This is also, I'll touch on these now, because they might not be directly associated with DPW proper. But that's where we had spoken earlier about the red light camera down at the 5 corners. And also there was a request for bicycle racks. I had just put assorted village areas to be determined.
When we talked about the red light camera too on light.
it's in here.
It is, okay.
Yeah. Right.
Okay. That's actually, the chief said that we can only like sort of buy for, red light, not speeding, right?
Right.
Okay.
So the 5 corner intersection right now has a traffic control camera in the spec already.
Okay.
So that's, that's something that we can maybe expand on to do whatever.
Yeah, I think
the police
that
are talking
was-
about.
That was,
Good idea.
like a triggering.
Yeah,
device, Right?
yeah,
Came down at 2 o'clock in the morning, you have to sit and recycle.
yeah. But it's also, it has a monitoring on it. I mean, when we initially put it into the spec, we just envisioned it, sergeant desk. So
When you say it's in the specs, did anybody inform it, the chief informed us that we're gonna have to get some legislative action done on that?
The way I read that was if there was monitoring for the purpose of enforcement, you have to do that. I didn't think that a traffic control device is a video version of like what they have now for the fire apparatus. An intersection is really what it is.
What is it? Do that? I'm sorry.
It detects the motion and documents the motion and changes the light accordingly on or off hours.
Oh, this is something different. I'm sorry. I
Yeah.
didn't understand.
It's
that.
not a red light.
So high tech. So when certain things come through, the light changes because to let the emergency vehicle through.
It's got a, it's very intricate software to run this. And then the thing that it removes you from having to do is run the cut. You know how you ever see how they cut the loops into the new pavement on an intersection? When they're done doing an intersection, they cut all the clutch loops for the sensors.
Yeah.
That mediates all that.
Yeah, you actually know. about
Yes,
this?
so that car, it's like middle of, it's not during the busy time, but like the middle of the night. there's nobody
Oh, I
around,
see.
And like, you have
Okay.
to sit there and wait for the
Okay.
light to
It's a
change.
like a sensor.
Right.
Sensor, yeah, instead of
Okay,
being
got it.
roll over it, it's a video.
And what it will do is, how the police flick it to blinking at night, that intersection won't have that.
So
Right there.
one of the, yeah, that is. One of the things that I mentioned, the chief is actually wanted, like in White Plains, to actually, since we're doing new lighting, is to actually, so maybe you can also coordinate whatever we need and let us know, and so we're not too late on it, is to actually do it for enforcement, people running that light.
Okay.
So we'd like to actually include that in there. That's something we discussed. I got a TBD, so it doesn't look like we put a price to it. Right? Am I wrong?
I had entered that.
Oh, you did.
Just because we don't,
No,
You don't
what,
know.
right,
Okay.
what the ending amount would be.
Okay.
But it would not be established till we came to the board with a capital budget adjustment resolution. At that point, we would have a cost defined, as well as the capital budget. Same. Below that is the bicycle racks, again.
Wait, before we get there, so it's like, this is a big topic for us, right? It's roads, curb, maintenance, paving, blah, blah, blah. So 22, we did 1.9 million, right? In line 1 and 2. That says comprehensive street sidewalk and curbs. Comprehensive street sidewalk and curbs, highway and sidewalk improvements. Then I flip over to 2023 department requested, and I flip to the next number, and it is a third. of the amount. What's happening here, folks? Why are we not spending more money on this?
Because in that bottom number, the 1,070,500 is the 5 corners. So that.
Five Corners was budgeted last year.
Yeah,
Okay, so there's nothing going into the 23 budget?
well, there's 590.
No, I understand, if they're, right. Oh, okay, that's great. I thought we were still budgeting for the whole. Oh, and is that from Sandy Gale's part of that money? From the grant, or is that a separate?
850,000.
Is 850,000, yeah, it's the grant from Sandy Gala for the 5 corners.
I could have sworn that we said that Sandy Gale's 850 was split for the community center and the 5 corners.
No, she gave us $500,000 for the community
Separate.
center. That was separate.
So that is not a double counting. Got
No.
it. Okay, all good.
She had a lot of money. We got leftovers.
I mean, it's taxpayer money, but I
Yeah.
feel like we should. Okay, thank you.
Below the bicycle racks that I have as TBD, determining costs and placement, and that'll be a further conversation down the road for the bicycle racks. Below that is the Route 9 corridor.
Can I just make a comment on that
Absolutely.
for our engineers? I think, I don't know if the whole board has an appetite for this, but I certainly do. We haven't really discussed it in great length. But really, we need more bike racks, and they've got to be not those, what are they made those metallic, basic bars. And if we have grants coming in the future, which I hope we do, it just may take too long. Like, I would love to have this stuff done by like before spring comes, and I don't know what the reality. They don't seem like they're a big project, but what do I know what a big project or a little project is as far as bike racks?
That's the matter of buying it, we can put them up.
Okay.
Didn't we
Yeah.
say we've already got some though, like we're.
Mayor, if I can, I know it feels like forever ago to me, but we had actually received another of those $5,000 grants from NYSERDA that we assigned to bike racks. And we had done a survey of the community, I think this is almost a year and a half ago now, about where they wanted to see bike racks, how they were using bikes, so on and so forth. So we had identified a couple of more sort of stylized bike racks specifically for the downtown. So things that, maybe didn't hold 30 bikes, but looked a little bit more like street furniture or street art. And then we started with Project Mover, and we were gonna wait until we saw if we won Project Mover to see if that was going to include some funding. So it's definitely a conversation that's still going on. We still have the survey results, so we can absolutely circle back to this and fit a number in there.
The place before the weather changes again in like March or whatever. I'm sure they have to go in concrete, so not all of them are easy to move, but we should really get going even if and when Project Mover comes our way. Because even if it does come our way, by the time we get through all the steps, you're not talking next year on some of these things, you're talking year after. Great, Artsy is good, by the way. I did send you those. That was a very cute, we have residents right now sending us pictures from other local communities like Tarrytown, did some nice bikes. So, but I know they're practical, but they're good looking and they're usable. And the only other thing, if somebody could put this also, I don't think I asked Stuart, but people want to donate. Like if they actually want it in front of their store or building and they're willing to participate, is that a problem? So no, it's not for you to answer, just if you guys could just follow up and see if people can do that. I also had that question about trees.
I can tell you what we've done historically, unless it's not here, and usually we just pass a simple resolution, accept the donation, and then we take it. So,
Right, this one's a little different because those donations are, here's the pool table, enjoy. These are, I want it here in front of there. And we're gonna have to maintain it, so I feel, this might be exactly the same, but I'm just putting it out there because I did get this, you and I both got this. So this is an opportunity, since we're all sitting together, for me to raise some things. I think I mentioned it to you, Karen, that somebody asked me for this. But I think it was trees and it was bike racks, unless it happened at the same time. But if you could just write report it so we can remind ourselves that it's thought about it. And we may not want to do that. We may not want to put in certain, we might say, you can do it in this zone, but we get to decide where, because we have to clean it, we have to maintain it, and we have to.
This is the donation.
It's a
aspect.
donation of either a bike rack or trees in front of.
Well, we could, you know, we can do it similar to how we've done benches and tree wells, but I think, wasn't that done through a third party agent? Like, don't you have to have a third party involved?
I think if you're thinking about the rec benches, and Paul might be able to correct me, that it was a function of Rotary. So Rotary was working with rec to get pricing on the benches, and then you would actually be donating to Rotary. I mean, there were some, other permutations involved. But they
We will
weren't saying
look
like, we
at-
want a bench in this specific place. It was, I want it at the waterfront, you guys pick a place, or,
Right,
like.
so we'll look into it and find out what we can and can't do.
Just take a
Yep,
note.
got it.
Learn that if somebody wants to give something for free in the private sector, say, yeah, sure. But in municipalities, not so fast because there are other obligations, whatever. Okay, thank you.
Great.
We keep going.
Below that is $4 million for the road corridor study and design and moving forward. Below that starts our vehicle and large equipment requests for DPW. So on this list is one pickup truck with a plow for the maintenance department. There are actually two pickup trucks with plows requested for the highway department. One 6-wheel dump truck with a plow spreader.
I'm seeing 3 pickup trucks.
Yeah, one is for maintenance, the other one, the other two are for the people.
Dump truck, but I think we just bought one. So they all sound the same after our excavator and trailer. It's a lot of new, usually we get 1 or 2. This is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It doesn't really say, are they all old? They had accidents? What's happening here? Usually you get a little thing here that says, it's 20 years old.
A vehicle that's. Usually.
Yeah, because it's gone dark.
It's gotten dark.
Into the days, that's, yeah.
The fleet list.
Yeah, you guys have it.
Or you want the perimeter one?
If you could do those 2, it's, sorry about it.
It's
just-
me.
I have a-
Yeah.
The perimeter's on sale, or
Okay.
certainly about
It's
that.
pretty
That's better.
And what about that?
That's that.
They're not.
I know.
Oh,
So do you
is
know
that
which
better?
trucks
Yep.
these are going to?
Thanks.
I,
Yeah.
Nice.
That's
is everyone being-
All right, do we have a list of
Losing it,
vehicles? What's
yeah.
happening? Usually you tell us like stuff about why we need the vehicles.
That's
Not you, usually you tell us about why we need new vehicles. 5 of them.
The maintenance department has an older truck that we're looking to take off the road and auction and replace that one in maintenance. Same thing with highway. There's one of the former pickup trucks has in excess of 100,000 miles, and we'll either push that down to get rid of a very high miles pickup truck and buy a newer truck for the foreman and trickle it down. Second highway pickup truck is to replace the one that they're picking metals up with now. Done, so we need a truck there now.
You trucks ever leave the Ossining, the town or village? Any of
It's
these?
the foreman's trucks.
Where do they go? They keep their pickup trucks full time?
Yeah. They don't all have foreman title, but every division chief, if you will, so person in charge of maintenance, sanitation, highway, filter plant, water distribution. And Andy and I take vehicles home. In public work.
And most of them, you guys don't live around here, but do they all, so one of the reasons these things have high mileage that you don't have to replace is because they're, are they allowed to be used, besides just going back and forth to work, like some of the Canada, they take the pickup? I mean, how's that work?
No, they are told if you're on call, you should have a vehicle with you when you're on call.
But when you're
So
not on
if-
call,
If they're Well, no, but then they wouldn't use the vehicle. Something personal, not work related.
This sort of weaves into the vehicle use policy that we've
I know,
been,
I just
yeah.
looked at it before the meeting.
Yeah, there's nothing in there about that.
There's nothing in there about that.
Ain't a thing in there.
We have a couple different versions of the policy, so there's gonna be a bit of some vines to chop through here.
Six-wheel.
Oh, the one thing I would add here, the six-wheel dump is also something that I think is appropriate to distribute amongst the three funds, not just the excavator.
You got that there?
Yes.
All right.
Garbage trucks. And if you remember, we had those out in 24 on the last version of the capital budget that you saw. But being that the ones that we had that you approved in 21 that wrote a PO for up, like on January 2nd of 22, I just got a delivery date estimate of late 2023. So,
And then the cost went up or you locked it?
no, on that one, the cost,
You're locked in, right?
on that one, the cost did go up. And this is something we went through with Stuart on numerous things, not just the garbage.
Right.
And the manufacturer of the body held her price, but she couldn't do anything with the chassis, which came from
Somewhere else.
the national corporate entity that said they did a fiction. You know, it was basically you either pay it or you're not getting the chassis. They went over to Stewart. Increase that PO. The money we're asking for now for the two of them is the best guess with an escalation in there for.
And if we bond for something, at the end of the day, in the year that the project's complete, if there's extra money, then we could send it back. That's so that we're not carrying that debt.
Right.
Forward.
What else?
And we skip through the next week to build on ours, and we go down to the bottom of the page.
Or
You guys know how this works. With the gathering information, when I say, okay, everything's being approved, it's just like, we understand what that refers to.
is the filter plant, the hybrid SUV.
Yes, so right now the chief operator has a pickup truck. He's retiring and it would be nice for whoever the new chief is to have a hybrid. You know, and start switching to hybrids. It's a lot more sense.
Well, it
They need
needs to be
to-
replaced.
It's Steve's truck has got 130,000 miles, so stuff that will still get some. And that position calls for, you know, 24/7. And in the future, it's got to be called.
Okay, below that is a 4x4 utility truck for the water department.
That's gonna replace a 1992 Chevy. 92 or. Right.
This kind of stuff should have been put in here because when people look at this randomly or pull out a couple pages, we're not gonna have 5,000 people who are interested in this. We'll have 5 to 5, but those 5 to 25 people are super interested and really understand this stuff and want to look at it. And it helps to just look at a piece of paper, no, it's a 1992, even if it doesn't have 200,000 miles. It's just a couple of sentences, an additional on per page, but
I think we can,
it
yeah.
changes.
We can.
I understand what you're saying. It's not
Improve
always,
the narrative.
Yeah.
it's not always a Peter to Paul thing.
Right.
Sometimes it's, you know, he referenced the one he's getting rid of, but that might not be the actual one that the person is driving right now. That one, it's falling off the bottom of the fleet, you know?
Yeah,
And then
understood.
this one will trickle down to replace that one. So it's more of a trickle down
Still,
replacement.
It's not a
practice.
lot of words to add,
I
because
get
these things get filled out by some individual. And then you're gonna waste the time of a lot of your colleagues in trying to go back 3 months from now to explain something that could have been done with 3 words. And, you know, we have 5 cars, we're replacing 3 of them, and the 2 that have a lot of mileage go to the bottom. Boom, done. And
we
I
have
think they used to have that.
We have it because we just auctioned off everything I just referenced. That's trickled down from the last time we asked. And all the things that are falling off now, we're gonna auction off next year, so.
For the adopted budget.
Yeah, that'd be great, thank you.
Yeah.
It'll save time later.
Absolutely. Falling below that line is improvement.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dale, did anybody answer Bob's question about, or Manny, I don't remember who asked it, about a list of vehicles, their years and all that? Did you have it?
Yeah.
Okay, that could be an addendum of some sort. That might be, thank you.
For the Rodriguez Operations Center, they're looking for an exhaust for the central garage. Budgeted at 75,000.
Yeah, I can sort of speak to this. Since being over at the building and planning department, it's been noticed that, how should I say this?
Odors.
Yeah, there are odors when there's work being done in the central garage leaking up into the offices. We'd like to avoid that, if at all possible. Yeah, there's, you know, I don't know if there's really an appetite to do, you know, more than just that, but basically there's like a recessed bookshelf in the office space that looks like it was sort of a later add-on, as we know the building's not brand new. So ideally, if it were me, I would have that ripped out and just have it walled up the way that it ought to be, in addition to doing the fan, but I understand that that's quite a bit of work because of where it's located. It's pretty high up to access it from the garage and so on, so. Andy recommended the fan. I think that's a great idea.
Just quick question on the fan. Are you talking just about an exhaust fan, or are you talking about an exhaust system that goes on the truck?
That goes on to the muffler.
Goes on and it's got the pipe system.
So when they're running it and they're working on it,
They
they're
put it-
diagnosing it,
they
it's
put it
up and running, it's exhausting outside.
Like we should be doing some upgrades to that building.
So just to clarify, Andy, that would alleviate any chance of fumes or exhaust getting into other parts of the building where people are trying to work.
The only time it might not is when they drive in and drive out for that instance that it's not hooked up. But for when it's running for an extended period of time, it would alleviate that.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All righty,
All right.
for the chiefs here, because did we tell them 4:30?
We revised that.
We revised it just
Thank
because
you,
we.
because now look at the clock and how did we fall behind, but okay.
Well, we're actually right on time.
We are.
We're
back on.
We're back on time. We're ahead. And now
That's
we're.
fine.
back.
Let's go, folks.
Okay, so moving forward, the next lines that are attributable to on Andy are on page 8. This is where the paint exterior interior water tank for Lakeville is budgeted. 3.1 million.
We just received back the RFPs that we requested from 3 different consulting firms. I'll be summarizing that in a memo to the manager, probably next week. Maybe this week, probably next week. And with the recommendation of who we think we should proceed to develop a contract with, and then I'll be in front of the board. Thus that, basically, it's for design services for the interior and exterior painting and some site improvements as well for the Lakeville tank, right in smack dab in the middle of a single family residential neighborhood. So we want to be good neighbors there.
Lakeville Tank Bracken Road.
It's in the town though, right?
It's in the town. It's, last time it was painted was 1990, 1.5 million gallons. There's gonna be some steel work, there's gonna be painting work. There's gonna be tractor trailers put in locations with tanks that when we take that out of service, hook up to a fire hydrant, and that'll provide pressure for that zone. Fire department will be told that if there's not full fire service for that zone, like we've done with other tanks. And you just have a tractor trailer full of water, but that's what has to happen.
If you pull out of the village and go over 9A on 134, and make it right.
Oh.
I mean, so again, Karen will have something to
All right.
contribute to you guys once I send it to her, and then they'll be in front of you at a board meeting, and we'll start the design process and probably even go out to bid next year for the expected $3 million capital plan. And then jumping down there. Yeah, I'll put me into that, but big one on here next is. Let's see, right?
Well, the only thing I do want to talk about is pH system.
I'm sorry.
pH and ortho system for 225,000. So the EPA laws have changed for 2024 for all lead services. Right now, all we have is Lyme to give us corrosion inhibitor to help us be within the limits. EPA changed the guidelines so that instead of just one sample taken out of the house, there's been 5 samples. So it's going to force the samples, which should be taken out more in the service line. So we expect the numbers to go up, and anticipating, we could see some issues with Lyme. So we're trying to get ahead of it and not just wait for the filter plant 4 to 5 years to solve this issue. We're gonna use the existing plant for the next few years, make a modification, put in caustic soda, if that's what is agreed upon, and orthophosphate, so that we meet these numbers. That's the 2 chemicals that'll replace the line in the new plant, but we don't need to have violations for 4 or 5 years. And just said, we're waiting for that plant, we need to think ahead, so that's that 225 is for us to continue building a second system. We already kind of anticipated, we built these systems in-house, and also the engineer third reached out for me to give us a proposal. That should building the system and trying to get ahead of it. It's adaptable to the new plant. Yeah, so the new plant will have it, but the chemical pumps that are in the system will be able to be used as a new plant. So, and it's the same chemicals, so it's the health department wants to make sure when we did the original design of the plant based on New York City water, they want it based on New York City and Indian Brook as plant. So that's why it's, little engineering behind it.
Just jumping back real quick before you go to the lining project. One thing I didn't mention about the RFP that came in, we had estimated 400,000 for the engineering costs that include construction management. Based on a quick review of the RFP that have come in, because all 3 responded for less than 400,000. So we might even be closer to 300,000 for that, or even less. So
It's great, because that's the first sentence since 9 AM that Anita said, that we might come in better or lower, or any of those words. So great. That's good to hear. Thank you.
That's for engineering services that we have out for next year for North State Road. We applied for grants. We're going to continue to apply for grants. That's a water main that constantly breaks like 3 or 4 times in a season. It was bad pipe that was installed in the 50s, and it affects a lot of businesses. So in the meantime, we've added isolation valves so that when there is a break, I don't shut too many restaurants down, sometimes just one restaurant, but it's not the answer. it's about $5 million for it to replace the main itself, so. There's no guarantee that, we're gonna move forward right away with, putting that in the capital plan to spend $5 million in replacing the water main. But we do have to have the design ready so that if the grant comes up, we're ready to go. We'll be able to use that design in the future, but, we need to plan for that, so that's surveying, that's a bunch of work.
I have a question about when you're doing work in the town. But it's in the village budget?
Yep, the town actually applied for that grant twice. So they actually own the infrastructure. The town owns the
So do
infrastructure.
they reimburse the village?
They pay 1.5 times the rate. So the town user pays 1.5 times what the trust pays.
Not the town municipality.
Town user.
The users, so the water rate is higher. and that
Oh.
Offsets the cost.
It offsets, I'm not sure it pays $5 million.
When the work's being done, this is an outside contractor, or it's not gonna be shared
No,
responsibility, correct?
it's an outside contractor. It's not cheap. Not cheap.
One of the going at the 6, the sewer improvements, there's, only one item in there, I think, that is not Dale's transfer of operating fund monies. And that is the sanitary sewer camera. That $110,000 was an estimate we received off of I think it was a Sourcewell vendor, I'm not sure, I think it was Sourcewell. Which is like a purchasing consortium that you can find one of them that they're purchasing equipment from. Basically, that camera is a truck mounted system that will allow us to not have to rely on a lot of the subcontracted services that we do now, especially in emergencies like the sanitary sewer break.
So that'll pay for itself, basically.
Yeah, over time.
Sort of the way operations are done on unions.
Yeah.
Cameras are sent in without service.
Yeah,
Pretty much after the first couple of times.
it's very useful. So we've had cameras before, they're just not as nice and well made as this one. We've had cameras that were appended to our backhaul and it. And with the flusher truck, but this is an actual dedicated camera made specifically just for camera. And we use it all the time, all 3 funds, water, sewer, and general. So
Important, thing we need to talk about is the filter plant. We got verbal approval for, Westchester County and the state to move forward with the filter plant. Last week, health department last week. We didn't get the letter yet. It's gonna happen this week, but it's verbal. And, so that's huge. And, the only thing we haven't covered was from design engineer, it has to be from design engineer. Bidding services, it's Whip's law, it's 4 separate huge contracts. And it's a big deal for them to get everything ready to go out to bid. I know the proposal's over 100,000, I'm waiting for it. Once that proposal comes in, we talk about it, you guys agree, we execute it, and then we bid it. And long time to come, we started in 2016, so let's see where we went.
any other consulting contracts we already have in place, which are the construction management contracts for Arcadis and the engineering services during construction with Hazen and Sawyer. Those are already pre-negotiated and well, we didn't execute them yet. We didn't want to do that, so we did the plan, but they have been reviewed.
It's hard to jump up and down, but.
I know, it's scary, it's scary. but,
There's no exhale until the bid results are over.
Right.
Then we can either exhale or breathe deeper. I don't know.
Yeah,
But
no, I get it. I mean, it's exciting. Yeah, we're not really showing it, but it's good news. All right.
Thank you.
Not hearing any surprises, people. We like that.
thank you.
Thank you for coming in. The theoretical. All right. Last but not least.
We took a while fire chiefs at yet, so
Sorry?
you have no fire chiefs at yet. Put us on pause.
We may not be here.
Yeah.
Do you know when they're coming? What time would
They don't come at 5. Yes. I think they're on their way. Okay.
All right. Take care.
How are you? Hey, that's okay. How are you doing, man? You here to watch us? Or-
Just so you welcome. I unfortunately, the public will only see your back. I hope that's okay. And so everything is, as I said, recorded, is the last one of the day, I think. Budget meetings and Zoom and here, so when you want to speak, the microphone right next to you, you could just move it, was sort of falling over before, so we can hear you, but this is your. When you need to speak, what available? What happened?
I can just.
Oh,
for a second.
okay, we'll be back. So let me tell you how we're doing this. It's the same almost every year, but not quite. Dale is gonna hold a baton and run with going through the different pieces, and as we have questions, we'll ask. In the past, there've been times where like the board went through every single line item. It's just a matter of preference. We know where the budget is in total. We want to, because it's the fire department, get to the capital projects. We don't want to leave that off because that's a big chunk of the ask. And some, we're gonna let her, she'll be back in a couple of minutes. We're gonna let Dale run with it, ask questions. Maddie will answer some questions too as needed, and that way we can, since we've been doing this department after department. So there are things like, do we really need to discuss fuel charges when we know they're all going up across every department? It's not specific to you. Do we need to go personnel? They're all going up, that kind of stuff. Like it becomes redundant because everybody's in the same boat. It's where you're different, like what's different from last year? What's different from 2019, pre-COVID? What are the challenges this year that the board needs to know about, like some macro issues, and we'll ask as we go. We're not waiting to the end. We're gonna be asking you as we go. What is the schedule for half an hour? 45 minutes, an hour? What's the schedule? An hour? We may not use the entire hour because we actually have something else. So if we have to, we will, and if we don't have to, we won't. I'm just setting, I'm framing for you guys, okay? I guess Chief Gallery, this is your last one as chief.
Yes, and actually, I'm gonna turn it over to Chief Spaduzio because it's actually his budget.
Oh,
Thanks.
oh.
More
then-
than welcome.
Boy, that's, you're really off the hook. You're
Well,
like-
I'm here, I'll answer questions if there's any, but it's his
Okay.
budget that he's doing.
No, again, it's also for public record. There'll be people who want to look at this and understand. And you
Yeah.
ready?
I am ready.
Okay, what page are we?
We are on page 1 of the fire budget. One.
Right. I think it's the last one, right? Nope. There it is. Got it.
Okay,
Okay,
all righty.
let's get this show on the road.
So our first budget line, we do go to dispatchers for the fire department. Amount for each of the 3 chiefs are located there. We have an amount for part-time, which is for the cleaning of the firehouse. We have the carryover amount of 12,000 for radio pagers. So this is every year. Do these tend to get expended towards the end of the year for this budget line?
Yeah.
So that's why currently we're not seeing our expenses come through. The 211 line, which is our equipment line, is the software and licensing. It's been a long day. For NICER, the database. And an additional amount because there was an increased cost, which is carrying over to the 2023 budget line. We have amounts for our coats, boots, and helmets. So that's increased from the prior year at 46,000 to $50,000 request for this year. We have our replacement hose to comply with the NFPA standards. Your hose testing you just completed, I believe.
Yes.
Okay, so those bills will be coming through in the 4th quarter. Under our miscellaneous equipment line, we do have the detailed lines for the gloves, gas monitors, safety vests, all the smaller equipment items are located in this line. It's a slight increase from 2022, from 53,541 to 54,140. On page 3. We follow down, so these are our operational expenses for the building, so it's your telephone and internet, your electricity, your heat for the firehouses, office and supply expenses, small amount for professional news and meetings, vehicle operating expenses, which is staying the same amount. We already talked about our unleaded and diesel fuel lines multiple times today. So those are at the appropriate amounts to cover.
So Bill, and I know we talked about that, but so why is it, this for this year, the 22, it looks like we're maybe on budget, but then we are lowering the expectation of the fuel itself. Now it's they're only asking for 12,000.
Yeah, I think I have to move some from the below line or relook at that line.
Okay.
We're gonna have to revisit that.
Yeah.
Because that doesn't look right.
Yeah.
The others look fine,
Yeah.
10% over.
Okay. Materials and supplies, we did increase slightly, 12,000 to 15,000. Abrasives and chemicals, a slight increase there, as we see increased costs. Radio repairs, we did keep the same.
What happened to maintenance of fire alarm? Why is that? Well, you're just doing 1,500 every year regardless of what it comes in?
Yeah, they haven't increased it in years.
Right, but you never make 1,500. You're always, oh, I guess one year you guys went over. All right, it's not enough money to worry about. It just seems odd not to lower that because frankly, you never get there. All right, not enough money to get crazy about. Okay, let's keep going.
Okay, radio repairs. Again, is carried over the same amount from the prior year. Those expenses seem to materialize at the fourth quarter. Physician fees. So this is the physicals for the new members. We've kept that number the same. The rental of
I'm
property.
gonna assume that 2020 was COVID, that it jumped up to 10,861.
Yes.
Okay. You're budgeting high on that 6,000, let's be honest. Same thing for one. It's again, not a huge amount, but I think you're budgeting high. You never make that number except during a once in a century pandemic. But these are not huge enough, so Dale, you might want to pull some out of that to put it into the fuel underestimate.
Great.
You guys can argue with me at any point, but these are not,
Is for the leases
Mhm.
for senior and independent, maintenance and repairs to buildings and grounds. That's staying the same as the prior year amount. Slight amount for uniforms. And then you have a department training line on page 5. Bless you.
Thank you.
So this is the fire department's fast training, confined
it's
space.
uniforms though. What is that? I mean, I know what the word uniforms mean, but what is that? Because every department seems to mean something different. What's the uniforms, guys?
Yeah. The uniform line that we put in is usually for what it's used for. If it's used, it's usually either for the rabbi, Catholic priest, if they change hands. We buy them a uniform, a department
Really?
uniform.
That's what that means?
Replacement of shield badges. It's not for us personally.
No,
Not
then
used for
it's like, you see why the word uniforms, I would not think to go to. I don't think you guys have a rabbi these days.
We
but,
do.
Rabbis don't wear outfits.
He wears a fire department uniform.
Oh, the fire department uniform for a rabbi. Oh, so it's
Yeah.
an actual
Yeah.
uniform. Oh,
Yeah.
so that's accurate. Okay, good.
Okay, so our training line is remaining the same. Small amount for contractual clerical repairs to vehicles and equipment. We did increase that from 69,500 to 85,000 for the current year. Going forward in 2023. Repair maintenance to regular equipment. It's increased slightly as well by $2,000. We have fire prevention and training. This is staying the same amount at 8,000 going into 2023. And again, these costs come in and get posted in the fourth quarter of the year.
Yeah, we do flow testing, ladder testing, they were all just on and off though.
Okay. That's the OSHA compliance.
Yes.
Yep. And then the intermunicipal contractual, the same amount as the prior year.
We have OSHA listed separately, right? You have OSHA compliance and the repairs maintenance. Those are all different things, correct?
And on page 7. Fire protection IMA revenue that we have with the county.
Okay. Questions, comments on this section? How many members we have now?
For 20, upper 20s.
4 upper 20s. Some are actually active out there. And define for me what that means, because I've learned different things.
Well, active is different. There's interior active, which is about 90%. That's 90 interior active firefighters.
Okay.
Then you still have your active members, your older members that are, drivers are not interior, they're drivers, scene assist on calls. Deputy chiefs who cover for the chief when they're not around, they're all still considered active.
How many of those are there? That's the rest? Or is
No,
that?
I'm not just talking how, probably another 60 to 80, I would
Okay.
say, would be a reality number.
Okay, the realistic number, and then, where are all those associates? You could be an associate, is that like a whole different?
That's a company's choice. Not all companies have associates.
And that's just, a due, a fee, right?
Yeah,
Just like.
it's more like a membership.
Membership fee, yeah.
It's more of a
Yeah.
membership, they're not out
It's
there.
like you help them with, they can't do anything paramedic.
Right.
They can't ride, they can't,
They wear uniforms?
not.
The capital?
Well, the question I was asking, all of the, training, sexual harassment, the culture stuff that we talk, that goes into personnel, not to the fire department?
The fire department is doing that on their own.
Okay, I'm curious what that looks like. What does that mean? You're doing that?
We do pretty much all our own in-house training. What we do take, like the villages,
Policy.
the policy and, get that out to our membership. We use the same policy on certain things that the village uses.
So the sexual harassment that's in New York State requirement, is it the one we use from our?
My understanding,
Yeah.
and she's correct me if I'm wrong, is that they are training to the village's policy, but they are taking responsibility for and documenting their own training.
Correct.
Though they are using the village board's adopted policy to guide the training that they perform.
So you have a track of all of your members that took sexual
Yes,
harassment
yes, we
courses?
do.
And where is that?
We had the last one we did last year. We have a copy of it in our books, and I believe Stuart also has a copy of it.
Okay, that would be my preference.
Yeah,
is that it's
yeah,
sent
Stuart
to
does
them?
have a copy of that.
Okay, and so you do them every year because New York State requires.
Yes,
you to done
yes,
that.
I know, yes.
And I think that the county also has a say in that, so, okay. All right, I was just like, I remember going through this before, so I'm just sort of curious about that.
Well, it's a PESH requirement, so
Yeah.
if you guys get visited by PESH, that's something
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. Okay, so it's actually something they're doing, so that's why it was not in the personnel. Correct. Okay. All right,
Capital plan?
yeah, I'd like to do that, and then we can do the macro issues and questions and all that stuff.
Section 4.
I know, I'm trying to.
Yeah,
No, I gotta go leave my way.
Thank you.
all right. So I'm looking at capital.
Page 4 and 4. Sorry. Fire department.
Got it?
So we're expecting the one vehicle. You want
I need. Okay. There's a lot of capital stuff for you guys. That's why I wanted to get to it. So before we do the capital, I should have asked this before. anything out of the ordinary we should know about, because none of us like surprises. But that you know about the 2023 that we should be looking at, be knowledgeable about, that's coming up. Not talking about like capital stuff, just talking about programs, initiatives, anything we need to know. Because it's not just numbers here, it's also what's happening in 2023.
Not that I'm aware of. But I mean, the only thing that's going on. Well, yeah, I mean, on capital, it's a couple. things
It's in the
that-
capital, no, I
yeah,
understand, I'm talking about, okay,
But
so we're good, it's in the budget, it's in the budget, you believe you've covered. it.
Yes.
All right then, let us move on to the big numbers here.
Okay. So Requesting a chief's vehicle, that's estimated currently at 65,000.
Does that include all the paint and gadgets and all that stuff?
yes, it does.
Okay. And let me just find it, I'm not with the fire department, chief's vehicle.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I got it, oh, I see it, 65,000, and that's because, again, it would be helpful if we got, like, is it old, is it over 100,000 miles, what's the deal, why are we getting a new one? It's not about the price, because the price is the price, I'm simply asking, why do you need a new chief's vehicle, I'm assuming you're getting rid of one of them.
We get, every 2 years, we put in for a new vehicle. Each vehicle stays with the fire department for approximately for 10 years. So we definitely get its life worked out of them. Most of the time when we're done with it, they have somewhere in the area of 150,000 miles on them.
That's what I figured, so Dale, just in the write-up, it really would be, we're gonna get, I guess, all of the vehicles list, right? But this would be helpful again, in parentheses, it's got whatever, mileage, it's either old or it's got mileage, because either one puts it out of its life, and I guess you're auctioning it afterwards or something?
We turn them into to back to the village and they do whatever they do with them.
Oh, okay, great,
Which I think I've seen several of them still
sure.
being used in the village.
Okay, could you tell me if you guys, again, it's not the 65,000, because that's the price.
Mhm.
Could you tell me why you would not be thinking either hybrid or electric, like the police is moving to hybrid? Did you look into it, or you just? not
No,
ready
we
for
have,
it?
and actually that was a big topic at FDIC last year when we were out there. As of now, there's really not a lot out there as far as a fully electric vehicle for, to use as a frontline vehicle for chief cars.
Okay.
One of the difference between like our cars and like police cars, we have a lot more equipment in them that charge. The technology is not there yet.
Okay.
you
But
know,
you're looking around at other.
Yeah, oh, yeah, we have
New York
looked.
City where they're moving. you just
They're
looked-
starting to move to some hybrid vehicles.
Okay.
We haven't totally picked out a vehicle yet.
Okay.
So.
It would be appreciated because the police is moving towards that, and so now, it wasn't last year, but like, I feel like every department that comes in front of us, like, doesn't know what other departments may or may not know, so the police is moving to 3 vehicles, it's already, like, yeah,
Okay.
so, and I know like the Highlander, but that would not be on contract, because Toyota is not really the government choice, it's Ford, but anyway, we would appreciate like that, at least if you see if other companies use them, learn if they're any good, they may not be good enough.
Okay.
They may be in cities that have no hills, well, I know, right? Like, that won't work for us, like, if it works in Florida where there's no snow, but it won't work on snow, doesn't do us any good.
Right.
So, but we're just trying to green the fleets if possible, if it's reasonable. We're gonna be putting more EVs, I mean, we're just moving in that direction, so if the fire departments can move with that, that would be appreciated. But it looks like for now, we're going with this.
Okay.
Okay. So the next item below that, for ladder truck. You want to speak to that?
Sure. Center hook and ladder 41 is at its time for replacement. It's just over 20 years old now.
Right?
Yeah, the number is big. Unfortunately, just with the incredible increases in pricing over the last couple of years.
That's actually the
it's-
biggest number I've seen in the area.
It's pretty much out of our control with the number. They've done their due diligence to try to keep the number as low as they possibly could. And even at that number, there's no guarantee from here to whenever capital is actually approved and initiated, that number is even gonna hold true at that point. Every 3 months or so, there's been increases for the last year of up to almost 30%. Which is, you know, it's crazy, but unfortunately, it's out of our control. Just to add to it, we spoke to Maddie about it. There is programs, we know the village doesn't operate that way, and I've spoken to Dell many times. They make offers where if you sign an agreement prior to obviously the board approving it, knowing you're gonna get it. Since this truck originally started the process, it started at 1.1 2 years
I
ago.
see it, yeah.
And then last year, when I did the budget, I added because we knew it was going to 1.3. So like I explained to them, I know you're not in that business to deal that way, but soon you're gonna have to, because you're talking, by the time this truck is purchased, the village probably would have saved well over 200,000. And you're gonna see it with your dump trucks, you're gonna see it across the board. I know you don't operate that way, but they should
You know,
start.
but do you want to explain why we don't operate that way? Or Karen, do you want to explain why we don't operate?
Yeah, I mean, we did talk about that because the budget's not set in stone until it's passed by the board and a purchase order is really committing the money.
Right.
But we did talk about, as maybe an alternative to that, if we know we need to replace X kind of vehicle every 20 years, maybe we'll start talking about it every 18 years going forward, so that at least we build in not only time to secure the price, but also the time to get it built, because I'm sure even if the board approved the budget tomorrow, you're looking at probably 18 months at least
Oh, easy.
before
Right.
it rolls
Right
in.
now, they're 24 to 36 months almost right now.
So there's two ways to look at it. So one, you know you need things. So when it's a have to do, we can start planning earlier, which it's really making sure, you know, it's like any other maintenance item. You need a new roof, you need new windows, you need new trucks, equipment maintenance. But there's another issue that until you have your budget set, until the assessment roll is out, you know, like there's a lot of factors that at the last minute could change. So if you commit a large amount of money of $1 million, and then you get to the end of the year and you have a shortfall, that also creates a problem too. So you really are just trying to do the best you can in terms of planning. And that's why we have these meetings, and that's why we talk about what we need in terms of capital improvements over a multi-year period. While it's a great idea to try to get things early and save money, it's just not always realistic given all the other demands that we have and all the other things that can come up unexpectedly that we may not have known about had we committed these funds, you know, 12 months ago. So we do the best we can to anticipate the needs and make sure that we have the money to pay for them. But it's never going to be perfect. The perfect way to do it is make sure you're not overspending and that you're within the budget and under the tax cap. That's what we try to do every year.
And it also comes down to the ability for the village to pay for the debt service that is incurred by these capital costs.
Correct.
As we are approving the capital plan for the 2022, for the 2023, or the 2024 budget, there is a set debt obligation that we are taking on, and that's going to pay back over the next 20 years. So it's a delicate balance of what we can absorb into the budget that has to come in and become part of our operating expense for the 20 years going forward in order to pay that debt service. So you're paying a piece of the principal and you're paying the interest that's also now coming due for that amount. And so it's hard when you're in the middle of a current year, you've already established your debt obligations for that current year. This debt obligation was not here, it was out a year forward. So it wasn't in the plan as we move forward. Can we adjust things? We can, and it would take, well, maybe we put off something else in order to absorb, you know, and stay within our parameters of paying that debt service. But at this point in time, for every $1 million borrowed, it's a $75,000 annual payment. So just in the concept, and we're in a 2% tax cap, the actual 2% against our warrant is 440,000. So right there, you're using 200,000. You know what I'm saying? So it's a delicate balance to make sure.
At the end of the day, like, you can own a house and say, I want to do something, it's my money. And if the economy tanks as it has, or if the economy booms, but I lose my job, so I don't do certain things, I don't go out as much or whatever, right? It's my money, I made the decision, but with taxpayers' money, the real issue is that these are big numbers. If it was 20 grand, whatever, right? But these are big numbers. We absolutely don't think that they'll drop in half in the next 2 years, but they're definitely going up, right? But so is everything else. We have commitments to grants that we have to make sure we have money because we committed to a bunch of grants that we would match fund them. So that list goes on and on and on. It would require us to drop other projects. And to those people who have those commitments, they're not going to want that. They're going to say, then don't buy another fire truck for another year. This has to get done because it involves whatever. So unfortunately, we can only work with money we have in our hands, not with money we think we'll have. It's one of the downsides between a private industry and a municipality, because really what you guys are saying is, hey, we're trying to save you guys money. Like, we know it's going up. Like, you know, let's do it because we want to save you money. It's not for us, it's for everybody's good. And it's painful, but all these explanations basically come down to we can only use what we have sitting in our hands. And while COVID has caused real estate prices to rise and the taxation, therefore, the revenues, next year could be exactly, we've been through years where everything drops and then we've had to lay people off and stop projects. Some of you were around for that and not do things and all sorts of stuff. So you only have what you have in your hand. Everything else, you know, if it were me personally, sure. Why not save the money? You know it's going up. Maybe some of these prices will come down. I'm not sure how much of this will come back on track. You know, as demand keeps increasing, maybe competitors will come into the field across all these businesses. And somebody will say, if I charge 10% less, I'll get more business and we'll get back into that, but we'll see when that happens. But for now, this is a big chunk of change and I'm hearing it's only going to go up and the time frame is only going to be farther and farther out before we even get it. So the only solution I'm hearing, the way this process works is next time a year to 18 months in advance, we should start, you know, pulling the trigger, so to speak, and get moving on it, knowing that there's such a long wait to begin with. And then you can budget for it correctly. That might be the only thing we could do within our process. So what else we got?
Next, down that same page is the hovercraft rescue unit. That's 35,000. Speak to that one.
Have a picture of it
I
anyway.
was going to say, I see color, pass it around.
This is something that the chiefs have seen several years in a row at an FDIC.
Just for the public.
FDIC is a very big training seminar we go to.
Okay.
It's also pretty much every manufacturer in our industry is there. It's a huge show that goes on for a couple days. It's where you bring out all new technology and
Like a James Bond movie.
yeah. We've looked at this for the last few years. And really, the last year we were out there, it really came to light for us that, wow, this is actually something we could probably use in our village. What really opened up our eyes to it a little bit was over the last couple of years, we've had experienced several water rescues, not on the river, but in the village. We have areas of the village that have become prone to flooding. Down in the Revolutionary Road area, South Island Avenue, in the Arcadian area, Water Street has been an issue. 9A.
Appropriately named, I would say.
The 9A corridor, like under the Brattleboro Bridge, we've had issues out there with, getting people out of vehicles that have been stranded in the water.
How is that going to help you?
What that does is that keeps our people out of the water.
Okay.
One of the issues is putting firefighters at risk by putting them in water that sometimes is ankle deep.
Mhm.
Last time we were in, it was up to our chest. It's a danger to our people to put them in water like that.
So not flood, and
But at the same time-
revolutionary, that water went to like 6 or 7 or 10 feet, right?
Oh, yeah, it was
You
about
can't
10
use
feet.
that thing. in
Yes, you
that.
can.
You can?
Oh, yeah, there is
Oh, I wanna
no,
see that.
yeah, there is no, minimum depth for it. You know, it hovers above everything. It
I'm
can
gonna
be used
test drive
on
this
water,
thing.
it can be used on rapids, it can be used over ice, it goes over land. It's a pretty interesting piece of equipment. They do have a pretty good website that has demos on it to look at, videos. It's pretty interesting.
Anybody here test drive or see this besides at the conference? No, I know, but that's at the conference. You guys ever? anybody
Well, it's
know?
not something you see every day.
I've never seen it before. Who's using it now
We
besides
would actually be the first ones in this area.
in New York State? In the
The
area?
state, I'm not sure. I know in
Westchester County?
Westchester, we would be the first ones. The state, I'm not sure. I can look into that.
Yeah, you know, it would really be helpful. One of the things I've learned is it's never the cost of the piece of equipment. That's always the easy part. The hard part is, oh, there's special training, oh, there's special outfits, oh, there's special plugs, oh, there's special this, and you know, things that start at 50 end up at 150. It's especially anything related to water. I like the idea because I remember, you know, we are gonna have a little bit more erratic weather. I mean, we are in the Northeast. I would love to not see it at a conference by the vendor who's selling this, but to actually ask your fellow whoever, and maybe it's not even fire department, so do I know, maybe we'll use it more in the fire department business, to actually see it and get their feedback. And then I'd like to understand personally, and I'm only speaking here, like I'm using the word I, because it's I mean, other people may have opinion. Bob was speaking to me about it earlier. We do have a lot of ice issues when it does freeze over the Hudson. There are things that happen. There are lots of tributaries in our village. We're on a cliff, you know, it's sort of interesting. But and I'm not sure, like, for what you're describing, it's so outrageously expensive given what other things cost. But like, how do you fix it? Who's fixing it? You have to be trained. What mechanic fixes it? Oh, they need a social certificate and they get paid $150,000 a year because they're specialists in whatever. So, you know, I'm not making this stuff up because we've all been through this, right? So I think just like from a concept point of view, it's sort of interesting. It's just because none of us have seen it. It would be nice to actually find out who is, maybe in Jersey, maybe in who knows where, someplace that is drivable. We could just ask them, get some input from people who actually use it,
Okay.
not from the people who sell it.
Okay.
But it's an interesting idea. I mean, I know we'll ask staff, I'm sure the village manager will be asking and saying, hey, what are your thoughts? And is it multi-usable? Or is it just the fire department? Or can, if they need two other staff members, like, you know, DPW, would they be able to use it for something? Because then it really has a purpose. So let's just do a little bit. It's not like a no for me. I mean, other people have opinion. I think, Bob, you're in favor of this, am I right?
100%.
Yeah.
Do we,
So-
oh, I'm sorry.
No,
I
I'm just saying, let's like look into it a bit, like first time we're really getting a good view, and Bob has brought it to some of our attention, but you know, never seen it before.
Do we know if the departments on the Sound Shore, like Mamaroneck, there, those areas are looking into this? Because I would think they would have the same.
I'm not
need.
100% sure, but I will reach out. to
Just it
them
might
and
be
find
good
out.
to know
Definitely
because I
have
think they have, you
Yeah.
know, the same issues, so they may be looking at
Yeah,
it,
sure.
to know. Thank you.
So, yeah, that'll be great. Franklin Quentin should be buying it for their little areas up there. You know,
You
more
wouldn't
before.
trailer it.
Huh?
You had an incident down Rev Road, and then we had an incident on 9A.
Mhm.
It goes from Rev Road to 9A on its own, no trailering,
Right,
just hovers over there
good.
to where it's gotta go. It's very.
Man, the kids would love.
I'm the first one.
Yeah.
I'm the first one on this thing. Let me just be very clear about it. Yeah. So anyway, I do want to look and I know this is a public meeting, so I'm gonna get quoted, but here it is. This is about Ossining, and I have not as much interest to subsidize the more affluent communities that surround us. If they want the toy, they can go buy it themselves. They have more money than we do. This is for us, and it has to be for us. The secondary part, oh, we could take it here and there, let them go buy their equipment. Frankly, we've got 30,000 people living here, plus the town and stuff, so we've got to focus on what we need and not adding trailers, because we have lots of uses for money. in our own community. So I understand that it's about saving lives, but I really also have to balance subsidizing others. So I'd like to stay focused on that and what it will do for us. 99% is what we're, but I think it's a cool idea, especially with the seasonality that we have. And the expected increased flooding. I don't know the life of this. Like, I know your trucks go like 10 years, 20 years. Is this a 3-year life for this piece of equipment? Is it so new that nobody actually knows what the life is? You know, all these things have their sort of designated, like, I'd be interested, I'm assuming it's all like diesel or oil or whatever. So it would just be interesting. So I think unless somebody, I know Bob and I are both interested in this, I don't know about everybody else, but should we just keep it like on the paper and not do a no on it yet until we get more info, or what do you guys want to do?
Yes, I'm interested. I mean, obviously, sitting in this chair for a while, and you guys have been doing this for a long time as well. It's different from what previous request has been, a little bit more substantial number wise. So I do appreciate that. Because the only question that I will ask for you guys to give me a little more feedback, maybe you have it now, maintenance. You know, what does this look like for the next 5 years?
Yeah, I have my notes to
Yeah.
to do a little more research.
Yeah,
into that.
so I think it will be helpful because it's not just the amount that we pay, but it's more like, you know, the recruiting portion of every year has to be maintenance. I'm not sure if there's any additional training that you guys have to do or anything like that. So for me, it would be helpful to get all those numbers before we make any decision. So thank you.
Thanks, appreciate it.
I'd like to quickly mention also that after our last conversation with the chiefs, I've been speaking with our contact at the DEC about if there would be grant funding available, because this is sort of like a resilience, climate adaptive, you know, we wouldn't need to be doing this if
That's what I was
otherwise, so.
thinking too.
That's nice, like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
That's a really great
Can we
idea.
get 2 of those?
Okay.
Meet the fleet.
All right,
Okay.
let's keep going.
So below that, they're requesting an additional $10,000 to the project that was approved last year for the radio upgrade with repeater in tower.
We came up a little short in that project. It's off and running. That's about what the downfall was. They were off by about 10,000. Again, that was because of the increase of cost of materials going up. With that 10,000, that'll finish the project and get the new system up and running. Part of that project is also, we did start looking at the electronic sirens for buildings. But that's like I tried to explain to Maddie last time we met, it's like you have equipment A, B, and C. The sirens would be D, but you need A, B, and C to make D work. So once that part is done, then we can go and initiate the electric siren part.
So electric sirens accomplish what?
It would get rid of your loud, and we'd be able to dial, yes, we'd be able to dial them down and.
Oh, I don't work, I'm in there, that thing, don't collapse, I'll be fine. Actually,
You'd be able to turn them down.
Yeah.
ABC is pretty much all the equipment needed, which is, part of it is switching us from low band to high band, which that has to be done. Like
So
we
it means
explained last
everybody-
year, our technology, we're so far behind on it. This will bring us up to almost modern times. Still a couple steps behind, but almost there.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I just want to know what the total was for A, B, C, and D here.
It was right, it was at 50.
That was.
Yeah, that was the 50.
That includes A, B, C, and D?
No, it's A, B, and C.
This is.
D is a whole nother operation. That's the actual siren part itself.
And how
But
much
we
is
can't
that?
get to that. We don't know yet. We can't get to that part until after this is all done. So that's our
The
project for
only
this
incentive
year to
for
look
doing
at.
A, B, and C is to get D done, so we don't know what D is.
Well,
Do you
not-
have any ballpark ideas?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Yeah, if we can-
You know, find out what it is. I mean, to be honest with you, like, I don't know if we can approve every project that's been submitted to us, so we're not saying yes. We certainly during this process will say no to things. You've seen that, so that's, you know, not a no. we're gonna have to look at all these projects, and we're not there yet. This is our first full day. And there'll be new things. People will email, say, what about this, and why didn't you do that? But I will say from a quality of life, even though when people buy their homes or move into a home, they know they're next to a firehouse, and if they spend any amount of time, they know these things go off, and yet they bought their house. So, there's a legal term for that when you move into something that exists and pre-exists you. We're not changing it because now you want to change it. It was here when you moved in. And there's actually a legal term, so they never win these arguments in court. That being said, it will be an improvement for this community. We do get a number of complaints, and most especially from people who own pets, who the sound actually is a bit much for them. We also get that when we do fireworks and stuff because they're sensitive to sound. So unless it's an outrageous amount of money, if you can get us a ballpark, at least let us start thinking about it so that we don't get surprised a year from now or whoever sits in these seats 3 or 4 years from now, and sit there and go, what the heck? Why did they shackle us to this deal if they knew it was gonna be so unreasonable down the line? We don't like to shackle future boards to our decisions. It's just not nice and it's not fair. We don't like it when people have done that to us. So let's just look at it. Let's leave it, right? Everybody's okay with that? Okay, I think that's the most reasonable path and see what we do. Please make it realistic. Like, don't sugarcoat it for us because then we get all upset about it. Like, give us like a real number, please.
Okay. Underneath that is pager replacement. So that's like 65,000. Section 4. So they're proposing HVAC replacement. Direct monitor and full hose for 200,000.
Yeah, yep. 3 of the buildings need new boilers. 2 boilers, 1 hot air unit in the
This is
buildings.
beyond my,
So
this is something somebody showed.
we know that we're doing the consolidation study.
Yes.
We also know that it takes time to do the study and get the plan and consolidate. But would we want to necessarily be doing like this? Would we necessarily want to be doing these improvements on buildings, or does it just factor into the
No, at
resale
this
cost?
point on the ones that we're looking at doing, we really don't have a choice.
You don't have a
They
choice.
have to be done. The one in Cataracts is leaking physically, so that, you have no choice.
Okay,
The hot air unit down at Hollow Hose is like 40 years old and just falling to pieces, can't get parts for it anymore. And unfortunately, the boiler in Monitor Hose, which is one of the buildings we've been discussing, the boiler was pretty much condemned last year by the inspectors. So again, it's no, we have no choice.
is there a way to, I mean, we don't know, like, there'll be probably some sort of adaptive reuse if one or some of these buildings were to be sold, so whatever we do, make sure that we do it in a way that it, perpetuates the sale and the adaptive
Absolutely.
reuse, yeah. Okay, good.
Plus Monitor Hose is the only one that you're looking.
Right.
I mean, you could be looking at all of them, but we know Hollow Hose isn't on that list to be
Right,
replaced in Cataract.
right, Monitor would be the most
And
likely,
that's
just because of, yeah,
the one
so.
that the state's condemned.
So,
Your insurance
so
actually-
it's on, if we could do it as an improvement that then carries over, that has a resale value, then, obviously it's gonna be better, but the condemned one sounds not really good.
No.
So,
It's a boiler like a house, but it's not a.
Yeah, it's not a big,
It's like a
huge commercial,
boiler,
it's not a.
It's like a house boiler.
I thought Paul doesn't look at this stuff. This is done separately.
So, one of the things as we're doing this study, like, and just overall, like, we have a lot of buildings, and we probably can be improving the way we do our maintenance plans and proactive maintenance. So I think that's something that we're looking at doing and figuring out the best way to do that going forward, so that we have a maintenance schedule, that we know when the roofs, when the windows, when the boilers, when everything's coming due, and we're not in these situations, but it's gonna take a little work to pull that
Yeah.
together, but this study will actually help that, so.
Okay. It's not a no or a yes. We're just leaving it here
Yeah.
for now. It's just, It's same thing with repaving. Why isn't that being looked at by the village to do that? Is it a separate line item? It's 70 grand? The repaving?
That's the paving of
That's
the
a
parking lot.
Parking lot headquarters.
Yeah.
Yes, it's something DPW would do.
Did you ask them? Anybody? No?
Well,
Paul, right?
yeah.
They wouldn't do that side, that would be subbed out, they don't have the equipment.
Doesn't matter. They should look at it though, because they do so much of this. All right, let's just investigate this a little bit more. What else?
I believe.
I see 75,000. What's that for?
That was the exhaust at, the armory.
Oh, we already talked about that, so why is it here? Oh, that's a different line item.
Yes,
Put my glasses on.
sorry.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, folks. So, anything in 23 that we need to know about from capital, what's down the line, personnel issues?
We really have no personnel issues.
Oh, a note is being passed. Let us wait.
Yeah, that's this. Yeah, nothing that I can think of.
Swearing you in on January 1.
January 1st, yeah.
You excited?
I am. Yeah.
Good.
Bittersweet.
You're moving up? Why is it bittersweet?
Because I had Scott, we worked very well together for all these years.
Ah.
This. But, yeah, no, I'm not letting him go. He's already been appointed a couple positions.
And then we got somebody else moving up and you guys do your elections.
Yeah, there.
Oh, that's you? I didn't even realize that. Congratulations then.
Thank you.
Yeah, the election is December 6th.
So you will hear silence.
Yeah.
All right, any other questions from other folks? Anybody? You realize we're doing this on election day and you realize that we're elected officials. So in some ways it's good because I know you guys work like some of us do and it's hard to do this, but everything's on paper and you know that Dale knows everything you guys are up to. It's on out, so you're lucky that she has so much institutional knowledge and Maddie's very much aware of all the stuff going across the department and Karen been with us and will be with us quite a bit longer. And so I think then we just agreed about it. Sure. Public information. So. Well. Close. Okay, gentlemen, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, have a good evening.
I'll get back to you. with,
Thank you.
Okay, I'll get back to you. I'll get some more info
Yeah,
for
I
you.
appreciate it for these guys, to the staff.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion to close the meeting. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, good night. It is 5 to 6. We are just on time with our agenda. And we have 3 more meetings.
2 more meetings and 1 potential.
Or 2 meetings and 1 left over on a Saturday in case we are not done. One never knows. All right. I thank everybody on staff for all the hard work and have a good night.